Oh, yeah. It's your buddy, it's your pal, it's David Wilcock. And we are talking today about how the UFO cover up and disclosure has been aided and abetted by the usual suspects. But now we're learning a lot more information. I have a new prop for you here, as you can see. This is a Hindu Sanskrit vowel. Maybe one of you guys knows what letter that is. It is gold plated. It was not cheap. I think it was like 150 bucks or something. But anyway, I've been kind of waiting for the right time to use this. It's even in my shot number. This is camera 4 right here. And it's even in camera 7, as you can see right here. So I'm really excited about this. Why? Because a Hindu prophecy has popped up in just the last day. I found out about it. It was actually yesterday. I had to add this to the show. 1200-year prophecy specifically flagging the year 2025 as when the gods return to defeat demons. I'm not even kidding. This is freaking amazing. But anyway, we're going to have one heck of a show for you guys today. Delayed start. Yeah, it was just, 2 minutes delayed. And I decided to wear burgundy. Charmaine Harkins says, "You look good in burgundy, David." It's so nice that Z gave Chelsea $3 million for her wedding. So yeah, I'm going to be using this particular syllable, the letter Z, to describe the, buzzword of the week, because again, keywords are the one thing you really want to avoid in this business. But again, because of this incredible Hindu prophecy, which we're going to start out the show talking about, I am so excited about this, and I decided, you know what, let's wear red, because red is a very common Hindu color, especially when you look at the bindi, or the third eye. The bindi is a red dot. So I figure, what the hell, I got to give you guys some variety. I got to change it up a bit. I do have a blue shirt under there. Let's see if I can keep it from popping up. It doesn't matter if it does, really, but I'm meticulous, neat freak kind of thing. But anyway, look at this. I've got my new Sanskrit thing there. I've got a light on it so that it shines brightly, and I am so excited. So let's just hit the ground running. We've got an enormous show for you guys today. Once again, I don't want to be on the air for 5 hours, but it's probably going to take that long. However, I guarantee, once again, you will be on the edge of your seat the entire time. The big game that we're talking about here is the Alliance. What is that? It's a group of folks in the military and the intelligence community in the U.S. It's actually the majority. And they are behind this new administration 100,000%. And so as a result, we are seeing really incredible movement. At this point, it has become so obvious that this is how it was planned. I mean, obviously, they had other versions of the plan. If they couldn't do it this way, they were going to do it that way. If they couldn't do it that way, they were going to do it another way. But now, with this Hindu prophecy coming in, it was created in the 8th century AD. It's 1,200 years old. This is the largest gathering of people, up to 450 million people praying for the gods to defeat demons. And, we talked about the Maharishi effect, or meditation effect, 7,000 people meditating under one roof, creating a 72% reduction in global war, crime, terrorism, and fatalities. So what happens when you got 450 million? And here's the thing, you guys, this is a cycle that has to do with Jupiter and 12 cycles of Jupiter around the sun. It takes about 12 years for Jupiter to go around the sun. So 12 times 12 is 144. How weird that this is a Christian number, the 144,000 who will ascend, and it is a Hindu sacred number, 12 cycles of Jupiter, 144 years. India right now is celebrating a festival that they only celebrate once every 144 years. And it's called, if I can get this right, Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela. It's amazing. So before we get into that, just some housekeeping. I see some donations here. Alive and thriving. Woot woot. Great show last week, David. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. We got a Richard Whitney. I missed you. I'm scrolling backwards now. Hey, David. That's the red one here. Hey, David. Can't miss a Sunday. Thank you for all you do and convey. The world needs the truth, and you are the one. Well, I'm one of them. May peace, love, and light be unto you for your bravery and dedication. God bless you. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough when people start threatening you and making, really crazy you know, all the stuff that's happened with the terrorism, the extortion, the death threats. It's been very intense, you guys. Roger Zubarik said, thanks again. Nice shirt, $20, and he got 19 likes. And then we have another one here. I'm already seeing our team deleting haters. That's always going to happen. Looking good. That Ohm sign is awesome. I guess it is the Ohm, isn't it? You're going to find out about this 1,200-year cycle. You guys are already asking me. Just don't rush ahead of the show. Adrian Stover, we got another one right there. Hi, David. You mentioned a stalker from Pennsylvania. Were you referring to me? Absolutely not. That is not who we're talking about. But we know, again, it's not Stephen Greer, but his name is Stephen. He lives in Pennsylvania, and he has been the bane of my existence for 7 years. Nobody in Hollywood has ever heard of anybody stalking this badly. He called the SWAT team to try to get my dog, taken away from me after she was already dead. I knew he would probably do something weird, so I didn't announce it. Anyway, I don't want to get into Stephen, but yeah, we've got really good plans for him. And, you know, we might be a little more lenient if he tells us who's been paying him to do this, but he's going to have to do that. Mustang Debbie, I've looked so forward for today. She donated $49.99. Thank you very much. And again, if any of you guys are watching the Super Bowl, I won't... Okay, I got one right here. I'll take care of that one myself. So anyway, we've got all kinds of interesting things to talk about. If you're into the Super Bowl and you don't want to be here and you leave at a certain point, I understand. I won't get mad, I promise, if the numbers drop down. However, you know, there's a football game in real life, you guys, and that football game to me is way more interesting than the one that's on television. We are talking about a fundamental change in the world like nothing you've ever seen, and this is very exciting. Scott Opper, we love everything you do, David. Any day now, rumor has it Elon spent $40 million for commercials during the Super Bowl, exposing last administration. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go back and watch all 4 of those commercials, or however many there are. You're more important than the Super Bowl, says Free Queen C963. Gina, the one and only, donated. Thank you very much. Smash the like button, says Plepa Orgone Products. Carrie Bonifacio says, David, you're 1,000 times better than the Super Bowl. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but thank you. That's very humbling. Bonnie Demlong just donated. Anna T, I need moral support. I've been sicker than an MF for 3 days, COVID-like. I took my first dose of the paste. I hope I don't die. I feel like I'm drying. Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's a very intense thing. What is your take on BB? We're totally going to get into that. Don't freak out. They've already given you all the comms you need on their posts here. And you got to understand this is rope-a-dope. You got to understand that in order to stop this war, first you got to appear to give him what he wants, and then all of a sudden information comes to light, and that invalidates whatever contract was done. That is what it's going to turn into, folks. I have no doubt. Do you think something is going to go down to Super Bowl? I hope not. I certainly hope not. I hadn't heard of anything. I'm not getting any dreams of disasters per se. But David is my Super Bowl, says Not Mars 77. Heck yeah, you are way more important than the superb owl. That's funny. Q Daisy. Football is rigged. It could be. Any day now, says BB is bad. Yeah, well, you know, you get to make up your own mind. But again, don't take the low-hanging fruit. 45 is willing to take bullets for you, literally in his ear. It's this strange thing where I have the same type of weird injury in my ear in the exact same place on the opposite side. Prophetic dreams about the incident, all that stuff. But please don't take the bait and think that this is what it looks like. I've told you guys everything is a movie. Nothing is as it seems. It's all kind of weird. You just have to take that for granted. What's in a name? Donated. Hi, David. Greetings from Netherlands. My first super chat. We love you. Love your uplifting vibe. You mean more to us than you may realize. Yeah, you know, that's in the time loop today, that this work has more value than I usually think. I've been bullied my whole life, you know, and being online is a very intense thing. And, you know, we got, as I said, this one guy, Steven, who's just like the embodiment of the resistance. And he clones himself into thousands of identities, typically 5 or 6 fake identities. We've got a team of 8 people. You know, it costs me over $2,000 a month to fight one guy. That's actually true. So it's very intense, but, you know, I don't have any problem with where this is going. I know that my information is good and nobody else agrees with this stuff. UFO Mark II says, wow, thanks everyone so much for tremendously generous donations. We also had Jim Garrigus, who donated 249 MX. I guess that's Mexican pesos. Tell it like it is, David, he says. We've got Samaj Orlaniam says, bro, you look lean and healthy. Keep going. Much love. Also, you can just call me Samajo. Good enough, because that last name's a little bit tough. Give it up, Stephen. We love David. Yeah, I mean, it's... Why is Benjamin Fulford saying 45 died in a helicopter crash? I have no idea. You know, he's trolled me many times. Sometimes he's nice to me, mostly not. And, you know, I think that there are sources that are giving him disinformation consistently, and he hasn't really quite figured that out yet. And this is a shining example of that. 12,000 pages in your discovery is no coincidence, says Leanne. That's really funny. Samantha Waddy says, David, I had a dream last night where I was looking down at 3 20-sided green dice that all rolled the number 3. That's really interesting. Those would be dodecahedrons. They each had, or no, icosahedrons. They each had 3 spruce trees in them, totaling 9. First super chat. Very interesting. Hopefully you will get all your money back from this Stephen Do. No, I don't think he has any money. Only the money that they're paying him to do this, because again, every time I post, no matter what day it is, no matter what time it is, typically he's on it within 60 to 90 seconds. So I have to notify the team when I'm getting ready to post on social media. So this has been a massive interference in my ability to exercise freedom of speech. I gave up on my website, and the reason why is that they have made it impossible for anybody to see your website. The whole system is rigged. You can't text anybody the link. The link won't even show up. It doesn't even appear on search engines anymore. So why would I go post something that they can hack out? So the best thing to do right now for me is I'm on X. It's David_Wilcock, Wilcock. And I gotta get rolling, you guys. Thank you so much for the donations and the love. But this is the kind of thing where we got to hit the ground running, and we got to do it now. So just a little bit of a personal thing to get us started, and I want to have my new prop in the shot here. So let's go to this one for a little while. My Sanskrit Aum character, I think, is what that is. So yeah, it's been super intense. We've only got one more week of the wind season, but the wind has been killing me, dude. I mean, honestly, I've had a really, really hard time sleeping. Thankfully for this next week, there is nothing on the forecast. No more wind appears to be coming. But again, I've had crazy treacle slubbing during the full moon. No, crazy trouble sleeping during the full moon. That was a good spoonerism, huh? So anyway, I've had crazy trouble sleeping during the full moon. It's been infuriating. I don't know what the hell is going on, except that we have so much astrology converging this year, converging in February. There's 8 different aspects going on right now. We talked about that last week. We'll review that again. Plus, it turns out we're at the end of a 144-year Hindu cycle that 450 million people are celebrating. Hence my little guy here, which will become a permanent part of the set from now on, in honor of Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela. Ooh, I got that right. And he scores! Had to practice that. But you'll see why I remembered the name. It's very, very interesting. Wait till you see. I mean, guys, I keep saying, oh, this is the best show, this is the best show. But in all honesty, like, it just keeps getting better and better. The time loops are amazing this week. We'll be there probably by the 2-hour mark or less. The weekly news this week is amazing. The Alliances posts are amazing. And we have this Hindu cycle. So I think that that's why the full moon is bothering me. I typically have trouble sleeping during the full moon anyway. This year it's on the 12th, so we're coming right up on it very soon. I can only seem to sleep like 4 hours at a time, and I wake up in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's heartbreaking. I don't want to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, but I don't really have a choice. This energy, this astrological energy is so intense that I think that's what's going on. It may be because of the astrology. So anyway, let's get to the grand finale. It's the grand finale of everything I've been doing, folks. I mean, 2025 has been cited by all these different sources, including EB from Roswell, St. Germain, people that work at Area 51, the In the Year 2025 song, And then now it turns out, wow, it's also a Hindu cycle that's 1,200 years old and probably was caught on by this individual from 12,000 years ago, back when the Hindu gods were still here, which I believe is absolutely true. They talk about Vimana. They talk about flying craft that, made no sound except for a humming noise. They could fly them through mountains. They had particle beam weapons. This is one of our favorite topics on Ancient Aliens, which actually is the most popular show in India. So this is so exciting, folks, because let me tell you the story. There was a mention of the number 144 in the time loop. It was specifically saying that there's a dream that you're going to see that says I had to move, that I had to leave here and go somewhere else. And then it said the north-south compass is oriented at 144 degrees. And I'm like, what the hell? And I figured, okay, it's a biblical prophecy. And then I figured it might have to do with 45, because 44 plus 1 is 45. So that's as far as I decoded it up until, I guess, Friday. And then I think it was on Saturday, I think it was yesterday, that we got an email about one of our big new deals. We have a huge deal coming in from India, and they were supposed to be coming out the week of Valentine's Day, and I was going to go out there and meet with them, but now they've delayed it because of this ceremony that only happens once in 144,000 years. Once in 144 years. 144,000 is a biblical thing. So as soon as they said 144 years, I'm like, oh my God, there's a time loop where it says the compass points in 144 degrees. I'm like, whoa, and it said I had to go there. So now it seems, okay, we are going to have a major presence in India. We're going to be building airliners for them. We're looking at 4 different potential sites where we would build an airport or use an existing airport. And there's a whole bunch of crazy synchronicity. It's a little bit too early to talk about, but I'm very excited about where that's going. So anyway, he says this 144-year cycle is peaking right now, and there's all these people on a pilgrimage. And I said, oh my God, I got to look this up. And it actually is true. So this is our dazzling new synchronicity for the year 2025, because all of the other synchronicities, all the other prophecies of 2025 that we've been looking at, including my own from Archangel Michael, the Michael Prophecies, has been our product that I've been selling now since the end of 2022. So I've been very loyal to this. I haven't sold anything else. I don't sell merch. Just this one course, the 7 books, and then 2 video courses that go along with it. But the juice on 2025 is that this is supposed to be when we get a very bizarre change in the physics of our solar system. The sun itself gives off a new type of photon that has a higher density electromagnetic geometric energy in it, and geometry is frequency. So when the frequency rises, you get a more complex geometry, and therefore in the source text that all my work is based on, the law of one, we have photons that could be first density, second density, third density, fourth, etc. First density in the law of one is the elements, earth, air, fire, and water. When they start to act on each other, when water moves against fire, when fire moves on earth, when air moves across water, these murmurations cause microbial life to form, and that's when it becomes second density. So they're all three-dimensional. You see, it's three-dimensional elements, but then the second density is when they have that change that starts to make them behave intelligently. Now, the first density elements are intelligent as well, but they just don't demonstrate anything that we would normally consider as life. So to go from second to third density, you have to go from, self-aware, intelligent animals up to human. And so if you have a pet, the pet may graduate as a human being. That's one of the things it says in the Law of One. This is a channeled resource from 1981 to 1983. It came in, and it's the backbone of all my work. If you follow what I've been doing, I got aware of it in 1996, right as I got onto the internet, and I was dazzled because Richard Hoagland's talking about the face on Mars, and it's in there. Richard Hoagland is talking about the exploded planet, and the Law of One talks about the exploded planet. And it goes on and on and on, where I had been researching sacred geometry because crop circle formations were showing us all these beautiful sacred geometric patterns. Guess what? There's this huge amount of information in the Law of One on the sacred geometry and how it is quite literally the mind of God. Now we find out that there are bundles of neurons in the brain that actually do create sacred geometric clusters. So the old model of consciousness is that it's a synaptic firing between axons and dendrites between two neurons, that there's a little electrical gap there, there's an electrochemical firing. Well, yeah, that's true, but it turns out that they fire in groups of synapses, and the groups of synapses are geometric in formation. Your brain is built to take geometric objects, and then on each of the corners of the geometry, or points, or vertices is a mathematical term, on each vertex of the geometry, you have a synapse in the brain that fires in a geometrical pattern. And they all fire in the same geometry at the same moment. So this is a very different view, but then you think about the fact that as you construct thoughts in your mind, you're actually creating geometry, and that same geometry underlies matter. It underlies the formation of matter, which means materialization becomes possible. The Jedi magic, the great cities, the great master yogis and saints, one of the greatest tricks of master yogis is apports or manifestations, and the materialization of solid objects out of thin air. That can be done by your consciousness. If you have the ability to throw the geometry in your mind into the physical world, you can create matter, because matter is formed by this geometry. It's a very elegant geometric solution to the cosmos, in which consciousness is geometry, and thus the matter that is around us is formed ultimately by one mind. And Hinduism has Brahman, which is the name of God. We have the I Am in Christianity. There is an awareness that predates matter, energy, space, and time. And that is the I Am presence. That is the Logos. And there's a galactic Logos, which would be Jesus Christ's consciousness embodied in Jesus. And then there's a cosmic consciousness, which is God the Father, that represents the entire universe. So a galaxy gets to be a super intelligent creator, and it's apparently rare for a galactic mind to embody into a physical form like we saw with Jesus. This planet is very special because of Jesus' arrival. And so I believe that all of the other religions dump into Christianity. They're all offshoots of beings that tried various times to give us spiritual teachings. It didn't usually work out the way they wanted it to. It got distorted by the work of men and women who had well-meaning intentions, but then they added their own stuff in. And as a result, we've got a mishmash. But then Jesus comes to set the record straight and embody the Logos and keep the message really simple. It got too complex in the past, and people confused angelic beings with God, so that they have a pantheon of gods, and they thought they were, in some cases, they thought they were all equally powerful. No, there is a logoic consciousness. So Jesus was the embodiment of the galactic mind, and the Law of One also says that that is love. And so the other working component of it is light. There's love and light. Love is ultimately fourth density. Light is fifth density. So again, you have beings in fourth density. Third density, of course, is humans that we have now. But we're going into fourth density. And so when you go into fourth density, the sun, your star, gives off new energy, new photons that are different than the ones you were already having. And because the energy around us is directly related to our biology, these new photons unlock the spring-loaded jack-in-the-box DNA. Believe it or not, your DNA has the capacity to expand, like what we see with the great Hindu yogis and saints, like what we see with levitating Catholic and Christian saints, like what we see in the Sufi whirling dervishes and all the miracles they were doing. And in Tibetan Buddhism, they have the rainbow body teaching, where your body transforms into light if you can be positive for 13 years. That's the touchdown of ascension, whereas all we're doing is the field goal. The field goal is we're just trying to have enough people be loving, 51% service to others versus 49% service to self. You have to be just a little bit more loving than evil. And apparently Jesus' mission was a success. And now we have a whole planet of people who are going to experience this ascension without the need for catastrophic extinction level event earth changes. So we're not going to have the earth destroyed, but the 2025 prophecy says that this year, 2025, is when the sun gives off a first wave of ascension. It is not cataclysmic. It does not destroy the earth, but we all get our DNA activation. And then here's the interesting part. The degree to which you become a superhero is directly relevant to how much your life has been an embodiment of the Christ teaching. The meek shall inherit the earth. Some of us will be able to levitate. Some of us will be glowing with light. Some of us will now remember our past lives. That's a very big thing in the Law of One. It's a secret teaching of Jesus that was hidden by the Roman Empire. Reincarnation is what it's all about. There's a facial similarity there when you reincarnate, and you go through cycles of time where your body is incarnating on these different cycle wavelengths, and they keep coming back around, and you repeat your karma, hopefully doing something better. So let's hit this thing, man. It's crazy. 1,200-year-old Hindu prophecy targeting actually February 2025, what we are in right now, alive and thriving, said, as depicted in the U.S. Capitol's rotunda. Yes, that's true. Vicky Varela, best show on earth. Thank you very much, Vicky Varela. And so, again, wow, we've already got 4,361 people. I'm competing very well with the Super Bowl. History is not going to repeat itself this time. Laura T, okay, let's see what she did, because everybody's okay, $200 from Laura T. She got 16 likes. Thank you very much, Laura T. Sorry I'm not looking over here all the time. Let me write thank you. And then we got Janet Lee Wowersnia. I'm sorry, Janet Lee W. Could recurring cycles like ice ages or possibly activities on Earth be attracting severe chains of destructive events seemingly without connection, or is this the time of a shift? Okay, well, yeah, so the thing is that the Earth is only going to have catastrophes if we are not loving enough to allow it to expand into this new geometric configuration. Earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis are the result of people on Earth holding back the energetic shift, and then you get land movement and that kind of stuff. So there's enough of us now believing in the positive that there are earth changes happening as we go through this shift, but they are not catastrophic. The angelic beings have held that off for us, and that was the big surprise that only really appears in, like, for example, Islamic prophecy. Some of the other prophecies talk about a non-catastrophic ascension. Hinduism kind of refers to it with some Vartika fire as well. Master Kenobi, thanks for all, David. I'll have my 51st birthday in a few days. We're about the same age. I'm going to be 52 very soon, in a month. I can only say these are amazing times to live in. May the force be with you. Thank you very much. Then we also have Justin. I love the SM-39 Razor. It's 6th generation. Yes, that's true. It is actually a spaceship. It will be the most advanced. And I didn't bring down a new one. The old one broke. But yeah, so I've got the models upstairs. Nathan Millett, we love hearing your show, David. You are always presenting the most incredible, updated information, incredible insights. We also enjoy Angry Daddy and Uncle Jack. Thanks for all you're doing, including all Stavati offers. Technically, the Uncle Jack character is Colin McGeezer, and I think I'm going to give you the Colin McGeezer comedy routine for my pee break today, so you get a great dose of that. Beverly Adams, hope we can chat. Prophecies and the Symphony of Synchronicity has been my life all the way up to and beyond my dad's 2014 deathbed prophecy. Yes. Beverly Adams had a great prophecy that we talked about on Nino's show. I have to say, you guys, I am so freaking busy. It's horrible. The weeks are going by so fast. I have no time to do anything. I've been deeply exhausted. It's just like grab onto something and hold on. Anyway, thank you guys all for being here. I really do appreciate all the love, all the donations. The donations have been very helpful. Let's talk about this some more. 1,200-year-old Hindu prophecy targets the exact period of time that we're in right now. In fact, it ends on the 26th, but we're in the window now. And this is correlated, you can look it up, with the largest prayer event in human history. So let's round up our 2025 prophecies once again. First of all, we have the Great Pyramid Timeline in Peter Lemesurier's book. This is where it talks about future events in 1 inch equals 1 year of time in the passageways. There's a scored lines at the beginning that I think it's 2151 BC or 2141 BC is when it starts. You count 1 pyramid inch at a time. There's exactly 500 million of these inches in between the North and South Pole of the Earth. It's slightly different than a regular English inch. And then you go through there, and it turns out that Jesus' birth and then his ascension are like the most significant parts of the timeline, where the height of the hallway goes up to 286.1 inches, and 286.1 is an ascension number. You got a king's chamber, you got a queen's chamber, and then you got a descending passageway. So sure enough, those passages, as they move along, as they change in their dimensions, as they change in their structure, whether it goes from limestone to granite, these kinds of things, they all can be dated to historical events. And those events include the Israeli Exodus with Moses. Those events include the birth and ascension of Jesus. Those events include the invention of the printing press, the Renaissance, the Reformation. There's so many of them. And then it goes on into the beginning of World War I, and it covers the event of 2001. That's in there too. Plus it talks about the 2008 economic collapse. And in one of the renderings of the dating system, you got 2010, and then it says 15 years after that, the suffering continues unabated, but something happens after the 15 years. That's 2025, okay? I've talked about that in many other shows. You can go back and see. We have Saint Germain in the 1700s, and he said that Jesus and Buddha and the higher beings are coming back in 2025. Now, Alice Bailey recorded that. She is a notorious Luciferian, so I'm not saying that this is a Luciferian prophecy. They love to glom onto stuff like this, but he did say Jesus would return. He did say that master teachers would return, and that they were all coming back in 2025. So that's exciting, because he was able to materialize objects out of thin air. He was able to read people's minds, and he was essentially ageless. He appears to be a human extraterrestrial, an angelic being that can come into our reality as it originally occurs as an orb of light. The light then condenses into some type of human-looking being, but it doesn't have to be that way. That's just the way it chooses to look for us. We also have E.B. from Roswell. It turns out Linda Moulton Howe has this on her site, where he said that there are people here that are part of what they called network selectees, that they're going to start coming in a lot more beginning in 1970. I was born in 1973. These network selectees are beings who have a DNA and a consciousness connection to higher angelic intelligence. And that seems to be exactly what we're dealing with. Then we have, so also E.B. said that we were going to go through a surge of activity to prepare us for the final shift beginning in around the year 2000, and look at what happened in 2001, but that the pinnacle event would be in 2025, and that's when the ETs return to us on a mass contact level. Well, guess what? That's this year. Holy crap. Then we have the pop song In the Year 2525, and he actually talks about Judgment Day in this song. We went through all that. It seems very much telepathically influenced to indicate 2025. Even Luis Elizondo, who some people are suspicious, who's giving him his information. I say, please don't hate on the guy. I've said that before. I don't know if the people that are giving him intel are totally being honest, but that doesn't mean that I don't respect and appreciate him greatly. One of the things that he's been told to tell us is that they received a prophecy that's being taken very seriously all the way up at the official presidential level, and the prophecy is that ETs will return on a massive level in the year 2027. We had a donation from ML Weaver, $20. Thank you very much. And so again, things are moving right along. I got to keep moving, you guys. There's way too much crap here for me to just be, lollygagging about. We got to keep moving. So this is an official, apparently Biden was aware of it. All the DS people were aware of it, but they might have been given the wrong date, because that's kind of how these folks run. They don't want to tell you the truth. They want to The truth is always sandwiched between two lies, mate. That's one of the things that your dear Uncle Jack always used to say, mate. The truth is going to be sandwiched in between two lies. We'll tell you the truth, mate, but we hide it in a bunch of bollocks up stuff that doesn't make any sense. Got to have a little call-in to get it going. Whatever became of Major Ed Dame's prediction, says Jim Garrigus, and he donated again. Yeah, Ed Dames talked about the solar flash. I actually heard from Pete Peterson that when they were testing people on remote viewing, that they would ask you to go into the future and see the most significant event in the near future over the next whatever number of years. If you didn't see a solar flash, you failed the test. So it's not just Major Ed Dames. Pete Peterson was very involved in remote viewing. It goes way beyond the stuff that you've been told. And so any remote viewer was tested on, do you see the solar flash or not? So when you consider that this goes through Vedic prophecy, Zoroastrian prophecy, Islamic prophecy, Christian prophecy, all the way up through Roman Stoicism, they have something called ekpyrosis, the explosion of the sun. It's all talking about a solar flash, and so the DS thought that the world was going to be destroyed by this. And that for them was great, you know, that was what they wanted. So again, even Luis Elizondo, who's the official, you know, the official disclosure, whatever for good or for bad that is, you know, there he is. He's saying 2027, ET's return. Ernie Perez says, I'm bedridden with kidney stones. Oh man, that's the worst. That's supposedly the worst pain there is. David, your words of enlightenment ease my pain. Talk, brother. Thank you, Ernie. We really appreciate your help. And my God, we're only just over a half an hour in. We're already almost up to 5,000 viewers, 4849. So I guess I'm competing pretty well with the Super Bowl. So, going through this again, there's some really amazing stuff in here, you guys. Just make sure the hair is totally freaking wild. You know, we want it to be wild. So Biden and everybody's expecting a UFO contact. They were only off by 2 years. I think that was deliberate disinformation, sandwiched between two lies. Then my own Michael prophecies. I dictated these readings using remote viewing protocol from 96 to 2000. You know, I put it all on my website beginning in 1999. Actually, right at the time that this week's time loop ends is when my website debuted. That was February 14th, right around Valentine's Day, on Valentine's Day, actually. And I didn't really know what this stuff was saying. I was always in trance when I either dictated it or transcribed it and posted it. I never really read it or studied it that much. It didn't start to make sense until I began rereading it in 2021 and then really got into it in January 2022. And it's like, oh my God, it's talking about COVID. It's talking about events of the year 2020. It's talking about Biden. It's talking about Kamala. It's talking about Trump. These prophecies are incredibly far-reaching, wide-ranging, and absolutely dazzling information. And now we find out we got a 1,200-year Sanskrit cycle. Hence, I have changed my whole set for you guys and added this beautiful golden symbol of the Aum. So Michael Prophecies is another one, again, talking about the fact that in the year 2025, it says very specifically, just like all the other prophecies say, just like Roswell ZB said, just like St. Germain said, that ETs will return and we're going to get a non-catastrophic first wave of ascension where somehow the photons the sun gives off change and this unlocks the spring-loaded DNA. And again, depending on how Christ-like you've lived your life, depending on how patient you are, how much forgiveness you have, this is going to determine whether you are an ascended being or whether you just get sort of like a LSD-style permanent trip, which everybody's going to have. I mean, everybody's at least going to be high all the time. The law of one says you're 100 times more harmonious living in fourth density than third density. So anybody's desire to get high or drink alcohol or do any type of drugs, that's going to be gone because you're going to be constantly high, constantly blissed out. You won't need any chemicals at all. And in fact, some of us who are angelic souls may be prone to addiction because we remember what that blissful life is like. Addiction is not the same. But if you really know what you're doing, if you've really lived a loving life, you've been patient, forgiving, humble, compassionate, you're not going around with a big narcissistic pride, ego, but you're able to help other people and you have healthy boundaries, Being humble doesn't mean that you let people walk all over you. Every fool on the internet used to tell me, David, you have to be more humble. Well, I explored that to its very depths, and what I found out was that if you have too much humility, people will totally take advantage of you and ruin what you're here to do. So humility is good, but it's not the be-all and end-all spiritual teaching, and it's very easy for people to throw stones when they're in a glass house and tell you to be humble. People can't handle the truth sometimes. They think that I'm egotistical just because I'm telling you unfamiliar information, but I do connect the dots very well, and this information really is quite amazing. So then we had another one that came in from Groom Lake 2025. There was a guy who was disclosing stuff from Area 51. He said, you know, I'd love to tell you, and I will be able to tell you everything, but not until the year 2025. Now, most likely that one is an offshoot of number 3, which is Roswell's EB. So right there we had 7 prophecies of 2025, and you know that I used to be all into 2012. That was when I thought there was going to be really big, amazing stuff going down. Turns out 2012 is really 2025. It would have been 2012. We weren't ready for it. The prophecies, the cycles were for 2020. The prophecies were for 2012. The Mayan calendar ends in 2012. The age of Aquarius begins in 2012. There's some pyramid timeline stuff about 2012. That was the pure date for when I thought we would have something occur. There was supposed to be a solar flash on December 21st, 2012. And then it turns out that it did happen almost down to that very day. There was a solar flash, but it occurred in the actual Proxima Centauri solar system. The star that's nearest to us is Alpha Centauri. The little one is called Proxima. Proxima had a solar flash on or about December 21st, 2012, and it just took the light 4.2 some odd years to get to us. But you could actually see a visible brightening of the star, Proxima Centauri. It became massively brighter, and there was so much heat and light released that it cooked the planets in that solar system, destroying any possibility of life surviving. So it appears that, as Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev said, this Russian scientist, that stars are always in binary pairs at least, and that fluctuations in brightness on one star will happen on the other star at superluminal speed, meaning faster than light speed. They both fluctuate at the same time. So there was supposed to be a solar flash here. We would have gone off, but it only happened on the other binary pair on Proxima Centauri, but it happened almost down to the day. So that appears to be the work of the highest level Type 3 extraterrestrials. We're talking about cosmic intelligence, an intelligence at the level of a planet, or a star actually is more like it, a star, which is what Jesus was, the embodiment of the galactic and solar logos, the Son of God. So apparently on the star level, Jesus decided that we didn't need to have our sun blow up in 2012. So the one next door to us in the binary pair went off, and that took the pressure off. But apparently there's some weird physics about this where you can only hold it off until 2025. Ruth Bass says, your teachings are awesome. Love these Sunday talks. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, I'm talking a little bit faster. If the speed bothers you, I do apologize. You could rewatch it and turn it down to 75%. But part of why I'm going fast today is that we just have so much to cover, and I'm never going to get through it if we don't just keep the pace moving. So thank you for understanding that. So the Groom Lake 2025 prophecy again says, I'll be able to tell you, but not until 2025. It's probably related to what they got from Roswell and the original EB. Now we have Maha Kumbh Mela, that's what it's usually called, the 144-year Hindu cycle. So this all interestingly ties in with what the Alliance was telling us last week about a Moon-Venus-Saturn conjunction. I saw it last night. It's even closer. Venus is even closer to the Moon now than it is in this picture. So this is not just one thing. There's a whole series of 8 alignments going on right now. If you understand and research astrology, then you know that this particular conjunction refers to emotional shifts, introspection, and personal growth. So once again, I'm not going to go through all this, but it does say here, February is a Leviathan of all the month, a Leviathan of a month. This was on medium.com. And he says right here that the main point of all these conjunctions is that you have to clear away the old for the new to take root. And he says, this is good because I don't know about you, but I am ready for some serious, real change in my life. And then he talks about you've got Mercury conjunct Pluto, new moon, and Mars conjunct Pluto on Valentine's Day, Venus conjunct Pluto, Venus conjunct Mars, Sun conjunct Saturn, Mercury conjunct Saturn, Mercury Cazimi, which is Sun conjunct Mercury, 8 different conjunctions. And there was a crop formation last year. I've had trouble going back and finding which one, but there was one that seemed to be flagging February 2025 for damn good reason, because not only do we have 8 conjunctions going on, we also are in this rare Hindu religious event that only happens once in 144,000 years. So again, normally it would be called Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela. You can also knock off the first word. That's how they usually refer to it now. There is a Kumbh Mela. If you just use the last 2 words, Kumbh Mela is celebrated every 6 or 12 years. So 6 years is kind of the off cycle. 12 years is a bigger one. But then 12 cycles altogether, 12 cycles of 12, gives you that number 144, which is, again, the same number that we get in Christianity, the 144,000 who are ascending. Is that a coincidence that this 144-year cycle hits in 2025? No, it's not. But then the rabbit hole gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Look at this very carefully. Study these words. I'm going to be deciphering each one of them, and I'm going to show you how they're all connected to exactly what's happening in our reality right now. So the first one, the most easy one to see, is the second word, Maha. Well, wait a minute. Isn't that Make America Healthy Again? Yeah. So now they won the election, and RFK is in there, and he wants to make America healthy again. And they've actually, you know, there was a MAGA, right? And then there's a Maha. Well, it's usually called, this 144-year conjunction is called Maha Kumbh Mela. So the first word is Make America and the World Healthy Again. That's unbelievable. So there it is, Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela. What is this thing that is now weirdly correlated with a buzzword? I mean, I don't really believe that RFK made this up because of the fact that it was Maha Kumbh Mela. I mean, maybe they did know about it already, but I think the synchronicities go far beyond what anybody could have planned, and that's what's so exciting. Maha Kumbh Mela is the largest gathering of human beings in recorded history. You have 450 million people getting together to pray for world peace and for the gods to return and destroy the demons. That's literally what it says right in Wikipedia. I took it right out of Wikipedia. It's unfrickin' believable, you guys. Oh, we had a big donation. Juan Ignacio Estevez, thank you for your immense dedication, your heart of gold. Thank you for all the invaluable information you've given us throughout the years. You're a blessing for all of us who follow you. A big hug from Spain. Alive and Thriving says beautiful. And we're already at 5,335, so we are not being negatively affected by the Super Bowl at all. Which, you know, I kind of expected that. You guys know that this is a bigger show than who wins the Super Bowl, whether it's going to be Kansas City or whoever the other one is. I don't even remember. I mean, that shows you how much I'm into it. So, again, Maha Kumbh Mela, let's go back to that. 450 million people gathering together all at once. This is one of the big, this is the first graphic. So what they do is, again, you bathe in the river Ganges. That's kind of the whole thing with the Hindu pilgrimage. You go into the Ganges and you ask for it to wash away your sins. And so this is Maha Kumbh Mela. And that's what it says up at the top, by the way. That Sanskrit says Maha Kumbh Mela, if you could read it. So this is a very big deal. And the reason I found out about it again was because we were lining up a gigantic deal for Stavati. You know, we're talking about really, really big numbers. Huge participation with India that's going to come out of this. But our funders, who are very well-connected people, 2 out of 3 of them were going to be coming over here. They're the principals. They're the ones that own the actual account that has the money in it. And they got delayed because they said, well, we got to stay around for Maha Kumbh Mela. So, this is what it says right on Wikipedia. 2025 Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela, also referred to as 2025 Prayag Kumbh Mela, is the ongoing iteration of the Kumbh Mela, a Hindu pilgrimage festival celebrating a full orbital revolution of Jupiter around the Sun. Which happens in 11.86 years, as you'll see. It is scheduled from January 13th to February 26, 2025, and the main focal point of the pilgrimage is the Triveni Sangam in Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, India. So, what is the Jupiter cycle? I looked it up just so you don't have to take my word for it. It's about 12 years. It's actually 11.86, but you can round that up to 12. It's not absolutely precise, but the 12-year figure is harmonic. That's the Chinese zodiac. You already know that, right? I happen to be born in the year of the ox. There's the snake, there's the rabbit, there's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the Chinese zodiac, which I do think has a harmonic component. So 12 cycles of the Chinese zodiac adds up to 144 years, recorded in Hinduism. So again, it's like the 12 signs of the zodiac, 12 cycles of Jupiter orbiting the sun. Check this out. It's the world's largest gathering, with an estimated 400 to 450 million people doing a religious prayer pilgrimage. Think about the meditation effects. It's only 7,000 people, lowering terrorism 72%. This marks the completion of a 12 Chinese zodiac or Kumbh Mela cycle and is officially termed a Maha Kumbh Mela, Make America Healthy Again, spanning, oh my God, 45 days. Are you kidding me? The festival goes on for exactly 45 days. The first word, as most people use it, is Maha, Make America Healthy Again. And of course, our friend and our champion here was the 45th of this whole lineage. So 45 days, 45th president. Now, that's pretty freaking weird. That's pretty freaking weird, but the coincidences are going to keep on stacking up. And I think there's something to it. Oh, we got a big donation here. Daniel Allen, you can see it right here. Donate $100. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate your help. My wife and I are so grateful for you. You've been a huge part of our awakening in 2020. I cannot think of anything better than to work for you in the future. Where do we apply? You can go to stavati.com and put it in there. And also, we do still have, I believe, it's my understanding that there are still openings available for anybody that wanted to do smaller scale investing. So if that's, if that's your interest, you can also write in for that. We have, I think, 18 slots left, if I remember that correctly. So anyway, 45 days, it's called Maha Kumbh Mela and the 45th president. Whoa. And then the exact time of the inauguration is right in the middle of Maha Kumbh Mela. This cycle that's been predicted for 1,200 years that ends in 2025 is 45 days long. You can't make this stuff up. It's so freaking crazy. I love it. The Kumbh Mela has been organized for many years with the commencement date unknown. And then another Wikipedia says something different, but we'll get to that in a minute. As per astronomical calculations having to do with Jupiter, 12 cycles, the 2025 edition is unique since the constellation alignment seen is only witnessed once in 144 years. So this is the juice on 2025. I was waiting for some sort of cosmic alignment, just like what we saw with 2012. It's kind of the capstone of all the other stuff. Hence, once again, I had to bring in our Sanskrit character here to really, really emphasize how excited I am about this. This is now going to become a permanent part of my set. You'll be seeing it there from now on to celebrate Maha Kumbh Mela. Unfrickin' believable. 45 days long, just like 45. The site of each Kumbh Mela is decided by the astronomical alignment of Jupiter, the Sun, and the Moon, and the Moon. And so here we are right in the middle of this massive alignment right now. Check this out. Maha Kumbh Mela symbolizes the victory of gods over demons. I didn't change a single word. This is exactly what it says on Wikipedia. The event starts on January 13th, 25, and is expected to conclude on February the 26th. It is the world's largest peaceful congregation of people, 450 million. I mean, that's bigger than the entire American population, dude. We're only at 330. It's like if everybody in America prayed for peace all at the same time. And remember, the meditation effect only requires 7,000 to reduce terrorism by 72%. So what do you think happens when more than the entire American population, 450 million people all pray for peace for 45 days in 2025. What do you think is going to happen? Based on consciousness science, it's the end of the game for the demons. This Maha Kumbh Mela is the victory of gods over demons. Okay, so now let's focus on the end date, February 26th. Is something significant going to happen on February 26th? Well, actually, before I even discovered this, there was an alliance post. We'll see at the end of the show. That's why you got to hang through the whole thing into the Ezra section. They actually flagged the dates 25, 27, and 28 in one of the posts. They give us a time loop to that. That's right. 26 is the only one they didn't mention, right sandwiched in the middle. So yeah, there might be some very big stuff that's going to happen on the 26th. It's cosmic destiny. Something significant is going to happen. Alive and Thriving says, Hare Krishna, the Christ, the Word, is teaching the Maharishi effect. Homathmadan, a.k.a. wherever two or more are gathered in thy name, there I am also. Absolutely. This is so exciting, you guys. I'm really, really blessed to be here today and to be able to bring you this message. It is dazzling. I am totally blown away. I didn't really cry. Okay, I didn't get brought to tears, but I was like, damn, this is just so much more exciting than anything that's ever happened in what I'm doing before. It's very, very, it's like the big, big finale. So Maha Kumbh Mela began, and then I guess it was on the 13th, right? January 13th, and then the inauguration was only 7 days later. And so, again, that's really amazing because right in the middle of this 144-year cycle about the victory of the gods over demons, the inauguration happens a week on the way in. And then last week we had all these prophecies about the number 60. And lo and behold, if I go back to my slide here, it was the 60th presidential inauguration. You can see it right there, 60th inaugural ceremony. So although there's only been 47 presidents now, there's 60 inaugurations because of, you know, like LBJ and that kind of stuff. So 60 and two-term presidents, right? So 60th inauguration. My God. Now I'm going to go a little bit farther into the conspiracy tinfoil hat arena, but stay with me because although this stuff is kind of funny, there might be something to it. What if this guy who apparently brought this information in from higher intelligence 1,200 years ago, what if everything about the way he designed it was intended to predict the coming of the return of the gods in 2025, and it includes the actual names of the people involved? Now, we already know that the main thing everybody calls it is Maha Kumbh Mela. The first word is Maha. That's Make America Healthy Again, which is, again, RFK Jr. But the third word is Kumbh, which actually shares two letters sequentially with that name, like trumpet. And then if you look at the letter B, it looks very similar to a P, and it actually is the same. It's a similar sound. In Japanese, the B and the P are very similar. A P and a B, actually, you use your mouth the same way, buh, puh. It's just a question of whether you go at the same time or not. So a B and a P are very similar. They look the same. And in fact, the K kind of looks like an R. If you see the R in trumpet, and the K is very similar to that. So you know what? You got two letters that are sequentially the same. Kumbh and Trump kind of sound alike. So wow. I mean, that's kind of a stretch. Okay. But again, the first word is Maha. Then you got Kumbh. And then that sounds very similar. And then look at the fourth word. The last word is Mela, which is actually like Melania. I mean, you can't. I'm just laughing. I'm laughing because it's like, oh my God, is this actually something? I don't know. But I'm having fun, so let's just explore this. Maha Kumbh Mela is actually similar to Maha Trumpet Melania. I mean, wow. And then we can even go farther down the rabbit hole because the first word is Prayag, and if you just separate it into two words, you got Pray AG, and we have a new female attorney general disrupting the patriarchal tradition, Pam Bondi. So we have Pray AG, Make America Healthy Again, Trumpet Melania. And it all comes off of this. So we got Prag Maha Kumbh Mela turning into this, which is really, really very exciting. A 1,200-year-old prophecy. This guy was apparently getting it word for word exactly the way that the higher beings wanted to have. So again, the inauguration was 7 days after Maha Kumbh Mela began, this 144-year cycle, and it happens to be the 60th. Well, the beings apparently saw this coming because in last week's stream, we had the number 60. Remember that I had a coin that was handed to me and it had the word 60 written on it, and it opened up a little secret compartment for the Magical Life of Light, a book called that. All of my Carlos Castaneda books had been taken except for the first 3. I was upset they were lost. We talked about that being a fire prophecy. Then this woman goes to a safety deposit box hidden in this bookshelf. There was a key that allowed her to open it. She handed me an old-looking coin with the word 60 written out in full letters. And I said, this is like the number 60 degrees. And then I also descrambled the word 60 to be Tax City or Sex City. Again, another prophecy of the $250 billion tax on LA, which could be seen absolutely as Sex City. I think it's the freakiest sex city in the world. So that fits. And then we looked at post number 4672. And again, not to go through all of it in so much detail, but it said about Signal being the top security app. And then it says, analyze the downloads, start 60 protests, now think fires. So again, check this out. We have the number 60. This is why I highlighted it, because I looked up where does 60 appear. And then in this dream that's talking about LA fires, it says, now think fires. And then it turns out that 45 was inaugurated on the 60th inauguration. So I said this was a very clever proof. Bravo to Archangel Michael. And the fire was a tax on Sex City for $250 billion. Then again, we opened up the secret box. There were gifts in the box, stored in white plastic bags, ready to be given to people. And I said this was prophetic of the LA food banks after the fire and the gift of ascension. I opened up the white bag, looked inside. The secret gift was another book that I hadn't read yet. That's what was hiding inside this safety deposit box. It looked the same as Castaneda's book, Magical Passes, which I'd seen in the store. And it was something like Magical Light, and this is prophetic of the first wave. And then the cover itself seems to be prophetic of the LA fire. We have the red color, and then we have the hand that's like the sky, which suggests death. And this really was the death of much of Los Angeles. And yet it is a magical pass. It is something that is a passage, a rite of passage, to get us into a higher level. So then as I drilled in on it, I said the new title was Magical Life of Light. So even though I had lost all my other books, I was excited the first 3 were in the vault, and they now let me get the new book. So then I said the 2025 prophecy is that once this happens later this year, many of us, in fact almost all of us, will live the magical life of light. But now new decodings of 60 have appeared just since last week. Not only is it also the 60th inauguration, we have, oh yeah, that's right, 60 Minutes. The 60 Minutes interview really revealed how they're manipulating us behind the scenes. They made her sound more articulate than she was. They did all this cutting, and they apparently wanted you to think it was live. And so here he is posting about this, and he said they defrauded the public doing something that's never been seen before. They removed her horrible election-changing answers to questions and replaced them with completely different and far better answers from other parts of the interview spliced in. They should lose their license. So again, 60, remember, the coin said 60, and that was the big passage into the magical life of light. So the 60 Minutes interview is part of what creates the Great Awakening that wakes people up. And this should be immediately terminated. Were they paid for committing to this fraud? With the new Democrat scandal that just arose with respect to what we're going to call Z, that's what I'm going to say that is. So from now on, I'll never say it except to say the letter Z, okay? This will go down as the biggest scandal in history. So once again, 60, as in 60 minutes, is what unlocks the magical life of light, according to the Michael prophecies. Frickin' dazzling. Then another one that they highlighted 3 times this week, which I hadn't caught, was if you actually go to post 60, it reveals at the top of the alliance, the people who are probably working with angelic ETs in Majestic, the secret space program. They have access to UFO technology, future seeing technology like Looking Glass. There's less than 10 people. So here it is. It says you can count the people who have the full picture on 2 hands. Of those less than 10, only 3 are non-military. Outside of potential operators dialed in, nobody else has this information. We never divulge. Alice in Wonderland. And again, look at the top here, the number 60. Whoa. And so I put one of the stars of the American flag on that sucker. So the Alliance featured this twice, and then it was a 3rd time when I was building the slides, so that's a little bit old, but it took a long time for me to put this together. I've been working on this all week to get this show ready for you. So my guess is that there was a telepathic influence on RFK Jr. from his higher self to say, make America healthy again, because he is going to be doing this right as Maha Kumbh Mela starts, this 1,200-year, 144-year cycle. Very, very fascinating. So let's go back to Wiki again. It contains millions, 450 million they're expecting, devotees immersing themselves in the Ganges, the Yamuna, and the Saraswati, waters of which are considered holy, symbolizing a purification of the soul and a path to attaining, oh my God, moksha, or liberation. So this 144-year cycle, concluding in 25, is literally talking about ascension, or the Hindu word for ascension is moksha, liberation, the liberation from matter of the body into the magical life of light. 45 days long. You got Mela, which is Melania. You got Kumbh, which is like trumpet. You got Prayag, which is like pray AG. It's 45 days long. It's freaking mind-blowing. I think this is the result of higher intelligence. I don't think this is coincidence, folks. And you know that I've got a lot of higher intelligence flowing through these Michael prophecies. So there you go, 2025, the biggest event ever in human history for mass prayer. These are a series of bridges that people go on. You can see how many bridges there are. There's like, oh my God, it just goes on. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can count at least 8 or 9 bridges there, covered with pilgrims the whole way. There's this massive, massive crowd of people that show up for this. This is so the biggest event we've ever seen, mass gathering, more people than all of America. They have just gigantic areas of space where they all are in their own little tents, and they all do it very organized, and they even have colorful roofs so that whether they got the lights on or not, it looks beautiful from the sky, as you can see here, and it is freaking massive. And even our own investors are going to this, and they're going to be in one of those tents. Now, Wiki goes on to say, foundational stories of Kumbh translate its origin to the Samudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean, where Devas and Asuras fight for the nectar. This represents the ascension. The nectar is like the nectar of the gods, the spiritual liberation. And ultimately, Vishnu, in the form of Mohini, takes it away to protect it from the Asuras. The Asuras are the Draco. They are reptilians. They make that clear in the Vedas. So thus in the attempt, 4 drops of nectar fall down upon the earth. Well, let's talk about Samudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean. All of these prophecies that we get in 1999 keep talking about the churning of the ocean. In the Michael time loops we've been doing, that there's going to be, you know, that the seas will roil. And again, that was the 1998 Casey prophecy, California sinking into the ocean as well, which didn't happen because it was influenced by a negative entity, as we've said in many other shows. So all of these prophecies have analogized the LA fire with the churning of the ocean, and now we find out that's actually a thing. It's called Samudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean, and specifically the victory over demons is victory over Draco-reptilians, and that the higher angelic beings in the form of Vishnu take away this nectar from them. The nectar is the ascension. 4 drops of nectar fall on the earth, and the number 4 shows up in this week's time loop. Alive and thriving Meleka kings. Yes, that's right. The Meleka kings are the servants of the Asuras, or the Draco-Reptilians. This festival is traditionally credited to the 8th century Hindu philosopher and saint Adi Shankara as part of his efforts to start major Hindu gatherings for philosophical discussions and debates, along with Hindu monasteries across the Indian subcontinent. However, there is no historical literary evidence of these mass pilgrimages called Kumbh Mela prior to the 19th century. Well, okay, poo, but the point is, it goes back to the 8th century, and I believe this is the guy who probably came up with it, that he was guided for the first time. They already knew, the ETs already knew 2025 was the big one. So the angelic ETs have known this date all along, and they gave it to us 1,200 years in advance. So if we look to the last time there was a Maha Kumbh Mela, 144-year cycle, that was 1881, and we'll get back to that year in a minute. It is interestingly a palindrome as well. 88 is a great spiritual number. So that's pretty cool. And then, if we actually look at how many times this has happened since he got the prophecy, it's only happened 8.3 times since the approximate time of the original. It's probably exactly 8 is what it would turn out to be. That would be my guess, because they've been counting it very meticulously. So let's just say 8. So it's only happened 8 times. So again, a higher intelligence could very easily say, okay, 8 times in a row, 2025, let's calibrate it to that. We know that's what's going to happen. We know the guy who's going to be doing it. We know his wife's name is Melania. His name is like Trumpet. Make America healthy again. Pray for the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela. 2025. Ending on February 26th. It also lasts 45 days. Is this all coincidence? Do you really think so? Well, maybe you're still like, well, no, I mean, people are psychic. I've proven this with Michael Prophecies, many other great examples of it as well. So I am just excited beyond imagination. So the last Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela was in the year 1881, which is very, very fascinatingly connected to me. Week after week, we talk about my similarity to Edgar Cayce, which is a facial similarity that you would expect to have in reincarnation. So this is a picture of Cayce. It looks exactly like me. It's shocking. Here is the side-by-side. I can't fake my own face. This is not a con artist. This is not snake oil. This is not me being a liar or trying to make money. This is just the way my face looks. How could you fake that? And yet they look almost identical. So yeah, this is the way it is. You're going to look like the people you were before, and you have cycles that overlap between your lives. So Cayce was contacted around age 4. A lot of times Wanderer ET souls have a contact by the Angel of Light, as it was called. And he was asked, what would his greatest wish be? This was a light being that appeared to him. And, you know, it probably was Mother Mary, because I believe it was feminine. And we have these Mary apparitions. For the levitating saints often see the Mary apparition. And he did end up levitating and channeling Archangel Michael. So at age 4, which is, we don't know the exact year that this happened, but we can guesstimate it was when he was 4. He said, I want to help people, and especially small children. And that was what won the contest. The higher beings do not want to give you powers for you to use them for selfish reasons. They want you to save people. And we're now at 5,600 viewers. Wow. And I got some donations. I could feel it. I didn't even see it, but I could feel it. Let's see. So we got C. Fabian. Dear David, oh my God, I lost my 2 sons within the last 2 months. It has been devastating. Time experience for all of us. Please, David and friends, keep us in your prayers. We absolutely are praying for you, C. Thank you. I love your show. I'm always looking forward to seeing your video. I'm so sorry that happened to you. But part of what's great is that after the ascension, people who died will return. So you may very well get to see your sons again. That would be great if that happens. Jenny Jean Razzle. I posted this before, but it disappeared. Maga, oh, like Maga, is a nakshatra in Vedic astrology. It's the star of kings. It's in Trumpet's chart, and he was born on an eclipse. Dang. Okay, Maga is a Vedic astrology, the star of kings. Very interesting. 11 likes on that one. And we have ESL Teacher Tom. Thank you for your service with 17 likes. All right. So this is really, really cool because Casey was visited by the Angel of Light around age 4. They said, what would be your one greatest wish? And, you know, he had a very, what some would call a sappy answer, but he said he wants to help people and especially small children. So when was Casey born, you guys? Oh, that's right. Casey was born in 1877. So he had this angelic visitation occur in 1881, which is 144 years ago, the exact time of the last Maha Kumbh Mela. And here I am telling you all about this now. It was that contact on the last Maha Kumbh Mela that then created the Casey readings, that then created my future incarnation with the Michael prophecies that we're doing now. So this is what we already had on the slides before. Casey born March 18th, 1877, plus 4, that's 1881, Maha Kumbh Mela. And there's the facial similarity. We also have the astrology similarity. And again, whoops, let me make sure. I guess I was not on the slide there. Sorry about that. Got my dorky, stupid glasses on. So again, he said he wanted to help people, small children. He was born in 1877. This happened in 1881. And again, this is a slide I keep showing you. His birthday, 1877. That perfectly calibrates the angel visit with Maha Kumbh Mela. And again, there's the facial similarity where I guess in my past life I was rocking the derby hat, which wouldn't be too cool now, but you know, if I took a picture like that, at some point I probably should do that. Then you'll see the facial similarity even more. We also have the astrology is very, very aligned. Here we have all the different charts. And if you look up there at the top, oh, March 18th, 1877, I'm not making this up. The visitation happened during the last 144-year Jupiter cycle of Maha Kumbh Mela. There's all these alignments. Superficially, it's all these things. We're not going to do all this again. I got no time. But they're much closer than 1 out of 12. The sun is very close to the sun. Venus over Venus. You got moon over moon. You got Mars. You see the red little guy that's a circle with an arrow on the bottom right there? That's Mars over Mars. They're very close to each other in the two charts. I mean, it's frickin' dazzling. They're at 6 degrees apart, 11 degrees versus 17 degrees. Then Johnny Barnett found out that even if you take Casey's death chart, there's these stunning alignments. It's the best alignment in 157 years after Casey's death. So again, Maha Kumbh Mela was when the contact first started with the Angel of Light that led to what we're doing now. So do you see how I feel like my entire life is now the culmination of a 144-year cycle of 12 ages of 12 Chinese zodiac 12-year cycles? It's like, damn. This makes me feel like we are in the moment of history. It's such a stunning validation of 2025. It rolls into my life. It's got Pray AG, it's got Melania, it's got Make America Healthy Again, it's got Trumpet, it's got all this interesting stuff. So then Casey was doing medical readings. He could diagnose your medical problems with nothing but your name and address. And then when he became Archangel Michael in some of these readings, his body would levitate and he had a supernaturally loud voice. Plus, the prophecy of Archangel Michael returning is in the Old Testament. At that time, which could be Maha Kumbh Mela here, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will arise. There will be a time of distress such as not happened from the beginning of nations until then. That definitely checks out. At that time, your people, everyone whose name is found written in the book, will be delivered. Wow. I mean, whew, no pressure, huh? But I'm very happy to be doing this. I feel deeply honored that this is all happening through me in some fascinating way. Multitudes who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake, some to everlasting life, others to shame and everlasting contempt. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens. That's the 2025 Ascension prophecy in Maha Kumbh Mela. And those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, roll up and seal the words of the scroll until the time of the end. Daniel 12:1. And again, it's a cycle based on the number 12 as is Jupiter orbit, and it's actually Daniel 12. So again, I am just ecstatic because huge events are happening at warp drive speed. Our title is Aided and Abetted, and we are going to refer to aided as Z in order for us to avoid saying any of these keywords because, again, You really don't want to blurb out the wrong stuff because of various mechanisms that will then make it obvious that you get special attention that you don't want. So now what I'm going to do here in our next little section of the talk, it's going to get less cosmic, but then we're going to go right back into the cosmos with the time loop, and you're going to be dazzled when you see the time loop. Okay, so we're going to go through it day by day of this past week of all the crazy stuff that has happened. If you're still in denial, if you still don't think that anything is happening or it's not happening fast enough for you, you're bored, you're tired, you're like, you know what, it's not enough. Dude, whoa, hold on. You got to look at what's really going on here. Let's fix that. I love my lights to be perfect. Let's see if I can get that in the right position. There we go. I want my guitar to look as rock and roll as possible. And I just blinded myself doing that. Anyway, we're going to go through it day by day because every freaking day, you guys, has been the craziest stuff going on. Starting with Monday. This is when there was the spontaneous seizure of Z offices. Remember, we're only going to use that letter, so you got to remember that. The spontaneous seizure of... So what happened is, all of a sudden, and here's the link. This is Monday, February 3rd, and it says Z absorbed into State Department after the crusade. And so what happened, and again, on the top, we have the tariff war that ended so fast. Now both countries, Mexico and Canada, are like, yep, okay, fine. We'll put troops there, and we'll prevent drugs from getting into your country. But again, look at the one on the bottom. Z was absorbed. Now, this was a big deal. If you didn't really catch this, I forget who it was, whether it was U.S. Marshals or police or whatnot, but they literally seized the office and nobody could come into work on Monday morning. There's 10,000 people working for them. Now they're holding on to only less than 300 of them. All of a sudden, nobody could get in there, and they had no idea this was going to happen. All of their stuff was seized before anybody had a chance to take their sentimental pictures of their family off their desk or anything like that. They just got raided. And this is exactly what we were expecting would happen with the mass arrest scenario. It's just that it's happening in a way where people could be bored and they might not even realize what this is really about or where it's really taking us. This is giving us a lot of heat for some reason, but I did actually warm it up down here, so we're getting a higher than usual amount of fan noise off of my little recording device here, but it is recording, everything's good. All right, let's keep going. So imagine how intense it is when you have this entire office gets raided and seized, and now they don't have any time to hide anything or burn any documents or cover up any evidence, and immediately after this seizure, the federal agents or whoever it was, I'll just say federal agents because I don't remember exactly who it was, they went in there and they just start finding gold everywhere. They got caught. They had no time to take anything away. They did not know this was going to happen. It turns out that Z is their main funding mechanism, dude. And so slush fund with billions and billions of dollars in it, and pretty much their piggy bank for everything evil that they were doing, it all kind of came out of these Z offices. So this is exactly what we expected would happen in the arrest scenario. That's just the first event of the week, and it goes on from there. So the second event of the week that the Alliance said is they dissed Elon again. So, you know, Elon, I would really pay attention to this and make sure that you're staying in good stead with the Alliance. Because he went out there, as you can see, and he said, yes, Marco is awesome. And they responded, there is nothing awesome about MR. So, just because somebody's being used to do something good right now that moves the ball forward, and he was the one, you know, Marco was the one that kind of made this Z-raid happen, you know, all is not what you think it is. And just because somebody is in power now doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. So I don't know if Marco can cut a deal with the Alliance, but again, they've definitely been, the Alliance has been locking horns with Elon. And I would say, Elon, you really got to make sure you find out what you can do to keep them happy, because once this changes, it's going to be a whole new political setup. But I do think Elon's doing a lot of great stuff. I just want him to be aware, as everybody else would be, that this did happen. So, you know, keep your ear to the ground. Then we go to the next day. The Pacific Coast Highway reopened, which is a big deal. The fire survivors are now at least able to drive on the road. It's like the only road you have that you can drive on to get in there for most of it. And at the same time, we have Zelensky opening himself to a peace treaty. So there's your PCH headline. There's your Zelensky. He's ready to negotiate directly. So wars are ending. Oh, but give us nuclear weapons. No. We're not doing that, dude. Just stop, please. Then, on the same day, we hear that Gaza could be transformed into the Riviera of the Middle East. The U.S. will take it over, get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs. Now, this is where people are getting all kind of squirrely about it. They're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Wait a minute. If you are of the belief, as the Alliance keeps telling you week after week on this show, that this parent country is the aggressor, how could they do any more aggression if the U.S. is now in charge? They can't. And we find out from the speeches that he made that virtually almost every single building in the whole area has been blown apart. So do you want people living in a Mad Max hell indefinitely? Or do you want to rebuild it and make it nice because it's waterfront property? So, but again, the rebuilding is important, but it's also the fact that, it's who's in control. And if they're not in control anymore, then all of a sudden they can't create all of this nasty stuff anymore. So they are not happy about that, dude. They are not happy about it being managed by somebody who's not them. Because we're going to do a much different job than they would. Believe me, that's what this is turning into. So don't freak out. I know people are like, oh my God, he sold out. Oh my God, 45 is a traitor. I've even seen some really disgusting memes circulating, which we're not going to use. But the rebuilding of Gaza is in the time loop, and he calls it Stonehenge 4 in coded language. And so this is where we'll go into that a little bit later. We'll show you that a little bit later. But next thing on the list is Elon's own post, where we're going to start from the bottom, and it says his top advisor says the U.S. government funded the creation of weapons and is responsible for massive, massive losses. Oh, that's what this whole Z thing is about. Wow. This is the big story, folks. They got right to the piggy bank that paid for this horrible plague. And he says, did you know that Z, using your tax dollars, funded this research, and it had all these losses involved? 53 million that was funneled in, supporting all of this research, and the deception now becomes much clearer. Very, very exciting, folks. Next day in line, Wednesday, the entire company, Apple wouldn't even let me type the 3 letters. It would correct them into VIA, like VIA. I couldn't even type it. I'm like, okay, you win. I'll just call it the company. Everybody knows what it is. Scattered to the winds, the entire company gets a buyout offer and Z employees placed on leave. So, wow, this is exactly what they told us they were going to do. So if you were one of the skeptics and you like to cross your arms and, oh, David, I think you're lying, this is BS, wait a minute. Oh, Alive and Thriving says Punic War vibes. We're almost at 6,000 viewers now, so this is fantastic. They told us that they were going to do this. They said FBI, company, and DOJ. And so sure enough, everything that they told you is happening. They're going after the FBI. They're going after the company. Here's the headline. I cannot believe this. And it's right in the middle of Maha Kumbh Mela, the 144-year conjunction celebrating the victory of gods over the reptilians, the Asuras. Designed by Linda. Thank you, David, for all your efforts and service. Yeah, this is like my favorite show I've ever done, you guys. I'm so excited. The levels of democratic panic over the freezing of Z is unlike anything they've ever seen. It is worse than 2001. This was their main source of money. Z is driving the radical left crazy. There's nothing they can do because the way in which the money has been spent, so much of it was fraudulent, is totally unexplainable. Corruption we've never seen before. Close it down. And so now, instead of children's books encouraging you in one way, maybe Dr. Seuss is going to write something like this. This is one of the memes that was out this week. I laughed and laughed when I saw that. Okay. So then people are like, oh, are we going to have to pay for all this? No, no, no. It's just creating security, but we're not even going to have troops on the ground. We can do it all wirelessly with electronics and electronic surveillance. They're not going to be doing anything. Now we're the ones in charge to make sure that no atrocities are happening, and we don't have to pay for it. It's a huge investment opportunity because it's going to be this amazing new thing. Update on the plan. So the spokeswoman, Levitt, says he has not committed boots on the ground. We will not be paying for the rebuilding. She said he is the best deal maker on the planet and he is going to strike a deal. In other words, this is ongoing negotiations with other nations to fund the rebuilding. Everyone needs to relax, let this play out. The sky is not falling. And this is one of the top posters on X, bigger than the mainstream media. So then he says that this area would be turned over to the U.S. at the conclusion of fighting, that these people would have been already resettled in far safer and more beautiful communities, because you can't live there. I mean, it's all destroyed. It's like Mad Max. They'll have new and modern homes in the region, so they'll be able to move back once it's done being built. They're not being kicked out. It's not some type of purge. They're just going to temporarily move and then get to move back in with new and modern homes. They would actually now have a chance to live in a clean, safe area, just like what they have to do with LA. The people in the Palisades, same thing. The U.S. is working with great development teams from all over the world. Will slowly, carefully begin to construct what would become one of the greatest and most spectacular developments on Earth. No soldiers by the Americans are needed. Stability will reign. So I love it. I mean, nobody should be hating on him for this. This checkmates any further aggression, as I was just saying. And then in the same week, we find out that Z was directly financing all sorts of ugly stuff. And this was from Liz, where she says none other than Chelsea got tens of millions of dollars. She helped oversee, the then Secretary of State, her mother, helped oversee $4.4 billion that they had earmarked for recovery efforts in Haiti as of 2010. They were funding the organizations doing this type of stuff, lining their pockets, while Z also funded the media to cover up what they were really doing with your taxpayer dollars. The level of corruption and criminality, including capital offenses, are astounding and unprecedented. We must demand accountability and justice. And at the same time, all this is going around now, this meme shows up. Guess what? At this point, nobody cares how you pronounce Kamala. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Whoa. Then another really strange thing happened. This again was on February the 5th, or 6th, I think it is. They had exactly 17 flags in the White House with no gold fringe. Now, the gold fringe refers to Admiralty law, which is like, again, how they've been able to run us for so long. It was very hard for me to actually get an American flag. I got one right over there. I can't really point anything at it to show you that, but yeah, I have an American flag on display. And just to find one that didn't have a gold fringe was really difficult. The gold fringe is a secret thing that means that you're actually under Knight Templar DS law. It's called Maritime Law or Admiralty Law. The Knight Templars were the pirates. So the gold fringe means you're under the control of the great overseer, the DS. So is it a coincidence, folks, that they had 17 flags in a row? Alive and Thriving says, very good, thank you. We're at 6,000 people now, exactly. 1.1 million views on this, the rubber duck, February the 5th. No gold fringe. So, yeah, they are making it as obvious as possible. They want you to be able to decode this. Then we have Dan Scavino, who is probably the closest person to 45 out of anybody out in the public eye, at least. And with my company, our main business is fighter jets. We've got actually all different kinds of jets, commercial and military. One of them that I got right here, this is our SM-31. Let's zoom in on that sucker. So this is actually a very capable aircraft. It's going to outmaneuver everything that's out there now. We can build it as a drone, so it can fly electronically with no pilot. It allows us to pack more stuff in here if we do that. It's also called close air support You can see it's very sleek. It's very, very fast. It's got all the stealth capability that you could ever want. And it shoots out a whole bunch of fire out of its tail end here, so it can take off really fast. So these are the products that we're selling, folks. And the Alliance seems to be really into this because 4 different posts that Scavino made just this week with fighter jets in them. And they've done this before, obviously signaling Stavati Aerospace. So I expect that, as should happen, our company is going to get contracts to help rebuild our Air Force. And we need it, because even if we get peace on Earth, we got to defend against other folks as well. And we can put laser weapons in that sucker, and now we've got something that can shoot down Draco reptilians. So that's a very important part of the story as well. So this was the first post that he made, showing 4 fighter jets. And again, it's probably post 39, but I didn't have time to decode all these. There's only so much I can do in 1 week. Anyway, that was the first one. Here's the second one from February the 2nd, same day that we did the last show, Groundhog Day, my father's birthday. He's got it breaking the sound barrier, shooting right over the people. Then there was another one on February the 6th, again, very close range, people on a flight aircraft carrier flying overhead. Then he did another one on February the 7th, again a fighter jet flying right near everybody. So there you go. There's your 4 examples. I think that's another very strong comm from the Alliance endorsing our company. And 12 is another one of those classic posts, the one that says the good guys are winning. So, see, I'm even starting to memorize them now. Then he also posted this. He reposted it right around the same time of the recent past. He says, "Cheers to all my haters. Be patient. So much more is coming." And we're just starting to see that. So this is so exciting. Alive and Thriving says it's a boom week. Yes, it is. Then now we're up to Thursday, where Z is directly paving the way for mass arrests. We now find out funding over 6,000 journalists worldwide across nearly 1,000 platforms. It's sad in a way that AI has been trained on a totally infiltrated internet so that the answers that you get are all going to be based upon this massive, I mean, this, you can't even compare this to Watergate. Just like they said, it's Watergate times 1,000, including 9 out of 10 media outlets in the UK. So then he posts, looks like billions of dollars have been stolen at Z and other agencies, much of it going to the fake news media to pay them off to create good stories. Politico seems to have received $8 million. What about NYT? Who else? This could be the biggest scandal of all of them, the biggest in history. They can't hide. It's too big and too dirty. That's all been happening just this week. It's so exciting, you guys. Then we find out over 40,000 workers have accepted buyouts. Now it's up to 60,000. And there it is on the bottom. And then the headline on the top that he will be forced to agree to a ceasefire by Easter. That's exciting too. I mean, the wars are ending. Everything is going really well. 40,000 workers, now up to 60,000 accepting the buyout. And then, again, this is the link that says no boots on the ground, no soldiers, and we're not spending our own money. People will want to invest in this. Then we find out only 294 of the 10,000 Z workers are actually still going to be involved. And he's destroyed all of their contracts with the media. So mass layoffs are soon to follow because nobody can be paid. I doubt most of these businesses have any cash reserve that lasts more than a few months. So news is going to change dramatically, folks, because all their money got cut off and 97% of the staff gone. He's only going to retain 294 of them. And then we find out, and they actually do this in the posts, when we get to that part, you'll see, that they've also cut off the funding for atmospheric phenomena. And they highlighted this particular video that says trials should begin within a month based on how dirty all this Z stuff is. So you can watch that video on TG or on X, and they'll link to it again in the X posts, as we'll see later in the show. Last but not least, on Saturday, we had a cluster of news events in their sort of general headline creating system, which is called the General This doesn't really have all the time loops in it as much, but it's still very valuable, and I follow it religiously. The first one is that CNN has been kicked out of the Pentagon. That's exciting. Then we see that Elon is going to spend $40 million for commercials, which I want you to go back and watch them all after the fact, since you're here with me. Super Bowl has had no effect on my traffic. We're at 6,000, almost 6,100 now. So that's very exciting stuff. Now, I'm not even reading all of them. We see that FEMA has now helped everybody that was a victim of the hurricane in North Carolina by 80% in just 5 days. So that's very wonderful. And then the next one is 18 different attorney generals from 18 different states are now doing an investigation into, as you can read there, all these interesting things that are going to be coming out. And they condemned the blanket leave that they were given as a disgraceful attempt to shield accountability. And it hints, yeah, so this is going to be the big one. That's one we've been expecting. It's all happening. It's happening now. 18 different states involved. Then we see the audit of the Fed. That's going to be something we get at the end, that Ron is going to be involved in that. Now the security clearances are being revoked for Letitia, Alvin, and Blinken. Whoa. So they're getting ready to all be outed for what they do, and they're not going to know anything. Then we had the Cayman Islands tsunami earthquake thing. And isn't that interesting? Because that's the Caribbean, right where some very dark stuff has been taking place. So then the next one is that he wants all the details regarding any past attempts that were made against him. That's going to blow the lid off of how they wanted to destroy his life. You'll learn about all that stuff pretty soon. So again, bottom line, folks, if you can't see at this point that it is happening, we can't help you. And lo and behold, in my time here, it's 1:44 p.m. Maha Kumbh Mela is a 144-year cycle. 44 plus 1 is 45. Whew. I'm so excited, I can't even tell you. And again, this is just... Let's just take a breath. Let's actually read some comments. I got to kind of freshen up my mind. Oh, now we're up to almost 6,500 viewers, so this is amazing. Kev the Tech says accountability. They could still use what they spent. Well, I don't think they really had a lot of money. I don't think they got a lot of money saved. I feel so elated. Love you, David, says, what's in a name? Linda Hernandez says, Super Bowl, superb owl. If you know about Bohemian, you know what happens in the locker room. That's really funny. It is. It's the same words. Much love, David. What happens in the locker room? I don't know. Somebody asked, Paraglider Life asked that. Tara Kathleen says, David, you totally rock, man, and thank you for your service. I can't believe I got through all that in 1 hour and 44 minutes. That's pretty awesome. Marry Me Angry Daddy says, Mudda Blanca. I'm sure a lot of people are very excited about me and would love to bring me into their lives, but right now I'm just on a solo path. We're keeping it that way for the time being. That might change, but you know, I'm very happy the way I am right now. Life is good. I'm not in any trouble. Let's keep it that way. Planetary alignments, the Titans will be released. Yes, I mean, dude, this is so exciting. Oh, Richard Whitney, wow. Let me see what he did. Oh, he donated $200. He said, David, I can't miss a Sunday. Thanks for all you do and convey. The world needs the truth, and you are the one. May peace, love, and light be unto you for bravery and dedication. God bless you. All right, thank you. So somebody, UFO Mark, pointed that out. Everybody, thank you so much for your tremendous donations. Alan Wayman just donated. Thank you very much. David, can you tell us more about the time you pulled the gun on the SSP to escape? Okay, well, what you're talking about there is a fiction story that I don't really know if that's true or not, but it was interesting that in high school I wrote a visionary story that seems to have to do with turning into some type of battle robot like a transformer and blowing my way out of an underground base. Did that really happen? I have no idea. My memories of this so-called parallel lifetime are very, very thin. I don't even know if it's true or if it's just a dreamlike symbol of what's going on, but we shared a lot with you in the past. Lisa Campbell says, no CTs, as in aerosols, for a week. You're the only angelic voice out there, and Lord knows now we need it. God bless you. Yeah, Kung Fu Chick says she only wants you for your angry daddy alter ego persona. That's funny. You guys are funny. Justin Henderson, do you think Rabadi will hire anyone without much schooling outside of diploma? Or maybe you guys would offer schooling programs. I guess Rabadi, you mean Stavati. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, is that we're going to rejuvenate the universities, because you can go to a university, you can get a 2-year degree, an associate's degree, in a vocational technical subject, or what they call STEM, science, technology, education, math. One of the problems is that we don't have enough Americans who are educated in STEM, as they call it. And as a result, we need more people to graduate. And so, yes, we're going to have college programs where you get this 2-year degree and you come out and you can get a high-paying job in aerospace that will set you up for life. You work in a state-of-the-art facility. You get good pay, good benefits. It's going to be awesome. E equals engineering. Okay. Says Anna Van Opham. Chantel Henderson, David, watch for my name. I'm going to apply to work for you. I want to be your trusted assistant or something. My heart tells me to reach out and let you know. Well, thank you, Chantel. We definitely have many, many jobs coming up. Yogananda writes about the Kumbh Mela in Autobiography Yogi, says Melinda. I didn't know that. Devin Jones says, David, thanks for the info and updates. Lots is happening. P.S. More about England, please. Thank you. Jackie Lang says, I just made it, hopped on. What is Kumbh from Yogi? I don't know. But we'll find out. Angie Marie just donated. Wish I didn't suck so much at math, says Timbo. Look in the mirror says, I hope we will have a future, kind of like the Jetsons, where we're all buzzing around in floating capsules. Yeah, that's the point. So Cameron Clapp says, I'm free. J6 pardon. My POTUS DJT for me. Angry Daddy melting faces, and I'm celebrating my liberation. So congratulations, Cameron. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're free and that you're watching the show. David, I applied also, says Scott Opera. I'm very talented in engineering. That's terrific. How is the moose? Maybe we'll show you the moose video again. So anyway, this is where we're now going into another part of the show. And I'm going to take my pee break after we get started on some of this stuff. But we gotta get into all this. This is very exciting, and it needs to happen. The Archangel Michael time loops. Now, again, I remote viewed this material back in 1999, started in 96, it ended in 2000. And what happened is that even though I wrote 7 Michael Prophecies books, as I've showed you before, there was 21 cassettes. Most of them are in this box, not all of them. I recorded them on, actually I have the recording device right here. This is the actual recording device that I use to do the Michael Prophecies. You pop a cassette in there, and then I would hit the button on the side, and I would go into trance using remote viewing protocols. I would dictate into this machine. I got another machine at the very end, but this is almost all the stuff that we're reading from was recorded on this machine, on those cassette tapes. And what happened is 21 tapes only got transcribed in 2006. I hid them in a funny little file somewhere, and I didn't find them until the 7 books were finished. Right in September, as I was getting ready to leave for a vacation trip to Canada, it turned into a nightmare because I got COVID, and I got sicker and sicker until I finally left, and then I got back here, and I was very, very sick. I've never been so sick in my life. But now what I did is I went back and said, okay, where were these transcripts exactly? 4 new tapes had to be transcribed. I hadn't finished yet. And sure enough, they're all, again, time looped into our present. And so this has now been ongoing since actual Michaelmas. The first time loop prophecy that I posted, unbeknownst to me, was on the equivalent of Christmas for Archangel Michael called Michaelmas. That blew me away alone. That was just dazzling. So what's been happening is that I dictate my dreams, and then Michael speaks, and I'm getting remote viewing protocols so I don't analyze it. I don't have emotional reactions, but the data is fascinating. And we're now resuming from where we were last week on February 9th, 1999, very close to the dates that we're having in the present, in February. So again, I kind of went off track, and then he chides me and says, Father of mine, maker of all beingness, please ensure the word is kept well preserved in the records of this entity, David Wilcock, now before you. And I said this showed up immediately after my last reading, had too much conscious mind in it. I got hung up on sacred geometry, and the time loops kind of went away, so I didn't even bother to have you go through all that with me because it was very technical. And it's true stuff. I mean, it's interesting, but it's not relevant to what we're doing now. Then he says, strive for his own perfection and think of the wonders that await him in the higher realms. And then look at this. This is crazy. I was asking these questions, Michael says, when investigating the corrupt nature of politicians and bureaucracies around you. That's exactly what the new administration is doing. That's what we were just talking about. So the time loop is incredible. And it goes on and on. Then coupled this with the feedback we have regarding Nancy and those entities then throwing a brick through her window. And you remember that that my client Nancy they had this reading where they say you're going up against forces that are satanic. It was talking about her being in a lawsuit and that she had this boyfriend who ended up going to prison. I got hair all over my face. That's the only problem with the wild hair is like there's something just itching my face like crazy here. So the Nancy reading was very prophetic of my subpoena. It talked about lawsuits. It talked about all that stuff. And of course, this also would be Pelosi. And in fact, the way that she got broken in was through the window being broken. It wasn't a brick, but it's very, very similar. So this is prophetic again of the subpoena I went through, the fires in LA, which is like the brick going through everybody's window, their houses being destroyed, and the name Nancy is like Pelosi and the brick going through the window. So that's fascinating. And again, the main focus here is on the alliance. They're investigating the corrupt nature of the politicians and bureaucracies around you. There is obviously a comparison there that can be made, he says, though in the final analysis, it is called loose at best. Well, one of the biggest movies that exposed all this was Loose Change. That might be the part of it. Hovering over us, the news of the Old Dominion spread far and wide. Well, that's like a drone, isn't it? Yeah, the drones hover, encompassing a large number of those primeval concerns that shouldn't be delegated so much attention. So again, this is prophetic of the drones. It's prophetic of the LA fire, which might have been started by them. And we have the 2 airplane crashes. So again, the spreading far and wide would be like crash debris hovering over us, like the helicopter. Very, very interesting. And they're saying, don't delegate so much attention to these primeval concerns. Just take a breath, relax, you're going to be okay. It's not the end of the world. On the drive home, there might be a blizzard of sorts along with other inconsistencies. Well, this was a time loop with when I unsealed it on January 21st. As I unseal this again, I had just driven through a massive blizzard to get home from my massage. I do it twice a week. It's very painful. But I'm healing this damage to my body that I got in 5th grade. It was one of the worst blizzards I've ever driven through due to high winds. And it's also, again, a prophetic statement about the fire blizzard in Los Angeles and how people had to flee in their cars. They had to drive home in the blizzard of fire. We do not take the available moments for things like this to happen very lightly. No, this is not light. This is very serious stuff they're talking about, and they're letting us know that. Rather, Michael says, it is an extremely positive statement that can be made when one realizes that all probabilities are intended as such. The grooves in the recording will continue to be conducive to this form of easy listening of which we speak. The model comes with a few pictures. Oh, do you get it yet? Before I pop it, do you know what this is? Well, the recording, the grooves, recording artists, musicians, Hollywood, parties. Do they take pictures at the parties? Do they take pictures of models? Boom, there you go. And I just decoded this one the other day, the 7th. Our lovely recording artist, whose name I cannot say, took pictures of his victims, and many of them were models. So, yep, there's another time loop prophecy from February the 9th, 1999. And I unsealed it almost exactly on the same day, the 7th versus the 9th of February. And there's going to be a lot more of these. Okay, so now we're going to take that last sentence and we're going to start with that and keep going. The model comes with a few pictures. This could also be about drones, right? Because they take pictures and they're in various models. The model comes with a few pictures that allow the user to see how and where it is to be used. And there is no owner's manual for the earth. So check this out. He and his fellow recording artists were the users, that's a term of using people, right? Who wanted to see how and where their models were being used. They were using it for blackmail. Take pictures, they got control over you. This is also about these same users in the DS taking pictures with their drones, right? Allowing them to see how and where it is being used. That's surveillance. And vehicles, including drones, have owner's manuals. So the model comes with a few pictures, allowing the user to see how and where it is to be used. No owner's manual for the Earth. So again, vehicles have owner's manuals, the drones are taking pictures, and the Hollywood music industry puts grooves in the recordings if you record it onto vinyl. So this is another amazing, complex, and timely prophecy. I'm just dazzled by this. Michael says, we insist upon the readiness for change within your peoples, and we make the additional comment that the rupture in the outer garment of the earth will only be as severe as you yourselves choose it to be by your own thoughts and actions. Nonetheless, we are seeing some severe and distressing circumstances on the rise. Okay, so rupture in the outer garment refers to the earthquakes or fires on the surface of the earth. The earth's outer garment is what they call in the Law of One. Ruptures in the outer garment refer to earth changes. So this is talking about the LA fires once again. And it says we are seeing severe and distressing circumstances on the rise. So they also say we insist upon the readiness for change. And it only will be as severe as you choose it to be by your own thoughts and actions. In other words, if we follow the Christ, if we follow the teachings of Jesus, if we try to be as loving as possible, and we're aware of the greater context, we're in the middle of Maha Kumbh Mela, this 2025 mass conjunction. It's prophesied for 1,200 years. It's got Melania in it. It's got, Pray AG in it. It's got Kumbh, which looks a lot like trumpet. It's got Maha in it. These are 45 days long is the cycle. All these connections to the number 60, the 60th inauguration. Less than 10 people in the alliance doing this whole thing. The prophecy of the fires in post 4672. And here is a prophecy from Michael that we're getting right now in the time loop. All I have to do is read it week by week. I just read it week by week. I give it to you in day-by-day order, and it's totally prophetic of everything that's going on. This is like Michael's grand finale, and it's all happening during Maha Kumbh Mela. And the last time Maha Kumbh Mela happened was when I, in my previous life, got visited by this feminine angel, probably Mary, and I said, I want to help small children, and look, here I am, fulfilling my life's purpose. So we are seeing severe and distressing circumstances. So yes, it's not going to be a pole shift, but we did see the LA fires, which is the biggest disaster in American history in so long. Then he goes on to say, these severe and distressing circumstances include bellicose actions between entities on your plane. Well, yeah, there were people on those planes and they died. Bellicose means evil and warlike, by the way. So this appears to be a prophecy of the plane crashes. Severe and distressing circumstances, including warlike actions between entities on your plane, or planes, as well as those naturally occurring karmic manifestations within the earth itself. So some of it is artificial, like a plane crash. Some of it is natural. What it takes here is some available funding. Oh, and what just happened? All of the Z funding got cut off, didn't it? They lost all their available funding. This just happened. I didn't even catch that one until right now. Thank you guys for still being here. We still got 6,000 people. We're going strong. So then, also right after the word plane, he says available funding. This is prophetic of Stavati and how the actual funding that we're getting, one of the biggest ones is coming from India, hence my new beautiful Sanskrit gold symbol here. Maha Kumbh Mela delayed our funding, but we're looking at potentially 9 figures. I mean, it's freaking massive. That's billions, yeah. That's what this could be. And we're going to have a production facility in India. We're going to be doing this in America. And I'm just so thrilled that all this is converging in such a fascinating way. So, again, what it takes here is some available funding, bellicose actions between those on your plane. And then I popped this in that the latest Alliance post says that the funding for plane activity with aerosols has been cut. Yeah, you know it. So then we go back to the reading, and he says, I saw the books myself. Remember, that last dream about 60 was about books. And I questioned why it was so difficult to enter it. But he's talking about the magical life of light. That was the big book that the 60 coin unlocked. Off to the left-hand side, you will notice a door. This is a door that can be opened when the proper force is applied to it. Now think about the left-hand path. That's evil. So, and they have these weird sewers, these underground bases where torture is happening. You can open the door when the Alliance forces the door open to rescue those children, as we were just saying. That's what I think they're talking about. In our gigantic culture, it is more a question of necessity than possibility. And again, this is exposing the left-handed path, opening the doors into their underground dungeons. And it is a question of necessity. I questioned why it was so difficult to enter. Well, because they've got enormous resistance. To get to the magical life of light, the title of the book they showed me, we have to force the door open. And it is a question of necessity. This is beautifully prophetic. And so, as we race towards ascension this year, Kumbh Mela, right, Maha Kumbh Mela, along with you, we all understand and recognize the true import of our actions. Never again do we simply falter in the presence of the one infinite creator. Now, have you figured out yet? I won't give it to you right away. Just meditate on this for a second. What about racing towards something along with you? What could that be about? Here it is. The second plane crash in Pennsylvania raced towards descension. They said ascension. That's the way it should have been going. It should have been ascending and taking off. One of them was in D.C., one of them was Philadelphia. But instead, it crashed very fast into the ground. And again, they're trying to scare them into not doing continuity of government. And the plane's flight faltered. It says, never again do we falter in the presence of the one infinite creator. So this is very interesting. Race towards descension would be a prophecy of the crash. Rather, this is a time to make the jewels out of the self, to then allow those things that are hidden inside to be voiced and given form and structure such that they coalesce into material reality in a way that is applicable to all. So the angelic voice is hidden inside, and this is also a drone prophecy. Do you see it? Well, let's look at it again. This idea that drone is like a UFO, it's unidentified, we don't know what it is. They were unidentified flying objects that coalesced into material reality, that the DS has had these types of craft hidden inside their group, and now it's being voiced, it's being made visible. And they have form and structure. The third line says given form and structure. So UFOs have now coalesced into material reality as drones with form and structure. So that's what I think that one is. It's fascinating. The hunter's stance is one that incorporates many other design elements. And of course, HB there, the Biden son, was making paintings with his design elements and they got burned up in the fire. Isn't that interesting? We have described them as being offensive. Some of these paintings were made with excrement. This appears to be a veiled reference to him and his offensive computer. He also lost his painted designs, the design elements, they said, Hunter's design elements in the LA fires. Additionally, this was the name of my supervisor, at the immediate supervisor at the company that subpoenaed me, and they have accused me in the subpoena of offending and hurting them. And so it says right here, described as being offensive. It is more appropriate then to say that this process of becoming more than your physical body with another self is a natural acclimation to each other's vibrational energy. This is talking about love. How to acclimate to each other and become more than your physical body, instead of viewing it as a tournament or competition as such. So this again reflects forced sexuality that we've been seeing in things like, the photographs that have been taken, the parties, and on computers, rather than it coming from love. When it comes from love, it is the ascension path. One of the greatest ways to ascend, to become more than your physical body, is a natural acclimation to another person's vibrational energy. I'm not there yet. Maybe it'll happen. I know there's a lot of people in line that would love me to be involved with them, believe me. All along, and I say women, I'm not interested in a gay relationship. I've told you that before, just so that we're clear. I'll use gendered language. All along, we have revived those portions of your personality that need to maintain themselves moment by moment in the physical realms. Isn't that interesting? What other portions are there? Well, we have a higher self. Mental telepathy itself is sort of a problem for most of you, as it provides a stepping stone to other varieties of existence while also giving them a stepping stone to you. Okay, so is this only talking about the positive? Think about it for a second. Giving them, other varieties of existence, a stepping stone to you. No, there are portions of your personality that are not in the physical realms, and it is sort of a problem because other varieties of demonic existence can be given a stepping stone to you. So once again, they're talking about Satanism and that this is actually being practiced. Fascinating. I mean, honestly, this is like just as good as any of the other time loops have been. I'm blown away. I wasn't sure what to expect, but it's like, wow. I mean, time loop a palooza. It's the time loop a palooza. Like, man, I'm just blown away at the depth and the profoundness, the profundity of this week's time loop, and we're still just getting started. So yeah, they got to stop this demonic incursion because some people are using those other portions of their personality to give demonic varieties of existence a stepping stone into our physical realms, and they can then maintain themselves in that realm. As you are aware, much interest is being generated in this Michael Prophecies contact. And they said in other readings that, yes, there's beings all over the galaxy that are looking at this, and they want to design that on other planets and do something similar so we can get the peaceful, non-catastrophic ascension. And we believe that the obvious opportunities for any interference, I guess with my contact, are indeed dulling more and more every moment. That's good. That means that my feed is clean. And again, the last 4 books are all pretty much after this point in 1999 and 2000. The last 4 books of Michael Prophecies, of which there are 7. 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all after this point where the opportunities for interference were dulled more and more. Keep that in mind, he says, as your focus is quite good. So, you know, Michael does compliment me sometimes, and I'm doing a great job. You know, I'm not getting my ego involved. And the result is that we got this incredible time loop. There's nothing like this in the Nostradamus prophecies. There's nothing like this in Edgar Cayce. There's nothing like this in Mother Shipton that's this good. I don't know of any historical example that's ever been like this in terms of how much accuracy there is. And they lined it all up for us that it would all culminate during Maha Kumbh Mela in 2025, right in the middle of all these astrological conjunctions. It's dazzling. I knew, he says, that there were bars around here. Is he talking about prison bars? Well, think about Cuba and what's going on. And they have a bunch of them in downtown Norfolk as well. That's the main center for the military on the East Coast, is in Norfolk, or Norfolk. You got Oceana Naval Air Force Base. You got all these other things around there. All the main fighter jets are in that area, taken out of Oceana. Keep in mind that the available opportunities for you to do music are still one of our concerns here. I just started playing guitar more seriously again yesterday as I was first unsealing this, and it may also predict military bars, military prison for various members. And we already talked about where that would be. So bars around here, a bunch of them in downtown Norfolk, and then having me do music, well, again, the people getting themselves in trouble, some of them are in the music industry, so they want me to step up. And I have been staying on it more. I'm getting my chops back. I'm feeling good about my playing again. We want you to be applied creatively all across the board so as to experience the greatest stimulation of your internal resources. This is fascinating. When I was transcribing it originally, I was living in LA in Santa Monica on June 30th, 2006. And immediately after I read this, and I had unsealed and transcribed this, I went and I registered consciousnetwork.com and .net for my new initiative to have an entire television station themed around metaphysics. And this was something We were working on a movie called Convergence. We were approached by Comcast, which is a cable network, and they said, we would like to have a cable television station that is just metaphysical programming. Could you do that for us? And we will pay you. And so we were offered this contract, and I said, yeah, let's call it Conscious Network. So I immediately said, well, let me see if anybody's registered that domain name. Nope, okay, consciousnetwork.com is available. This had all just happened right before I unsealed this stuff from 1999. Well, this is very fascinating because I ended up working for Gaia later on, which, you know, I have over, 500 episodes on there. And it's an entire network based around metaphysics. And as I said in 2006, it was definitely applying myself creatively all across the board here. But it has more connections to Gaia as well, my former employer. ConsciousNetwork.com is what I registered, right? And I wrote here, it is very interesting that one of my former employer's first major acquisitions of television content was to buy up all of Regina Meredith's content from Conscious Media Network. And I registered Conscious Network in 2006. I still own the domain name now. Her videos were taken off of YouTube and put up on Gaia so that they became exclusive. She probably would have called it Conscious Network, but I had already stolen the name back in 2006 as I transcribed this, and when I worked for Gaia, I appeared in her show, and I had a great time. She's wonderful. So I highly recommend watching this Conscious Media Network. So that's just another really weird time loop. I mean, there's so many of them. So many of them. And then you can see 7 seasons. It went on. It's still going on. The time loop continued the next day, February the 10th. And this is all like, again, I mean, I was a little reticent. This one I didn't put in the show until more recently because I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, I don't want to look like I'm pressuring anybody, but I also don't want to censor Archangel Michael. I would be more afraid at this point of holding back the prophecy than giving it to you. So what happens is this makes it sound like I'm going to be working directly with the administration, at least in Florida, probably in DC as well. And it's just loaded in this dream. So, you know, if they want me to do that, I definitely will. Michael seems to want us to make this happen. I think that I will have a very valuable use in terms of educating people about what I published in my classic book up here, The Source Field Investigations. Behind me is the New York Times bestseller. You can see it right there. That science explains anti-gravity, spirituality, DNA being a product of quantum mechanics, that life is built into the universe is alive and intelligent, all the stuff about the sacred geometry, how it relates to quantum mechanics, relates to the actual shape of thought, and that your thoughts can materialize into reality. Understanding extraterrestrials, understanding the demonic, somebody who has fought the devil and has not been intimidated by evil, by the demonic. I can see where I have value and use. Plus, we have Stavati Aerospace. We can rebuild our nation's military at a much cheaper cost. Many of our technologies are a half or even 300% less expensive than even the least expensive planes that we're making right now, like an F-15 or an F-16. They typically run 80 million. We've got some stuff we can get down to like 20 million, 25 million, and it's actually better. So it does make sense that this would happen. But anyway, I'm not going to censor it. Here's the dream. You decide for yourself. The dream took place in Florida. We seem to be on vacation there. And again, this is prophetic of future involvement because you have MAL, Mara, you know what, over there. My brother had shaved his mustache and goatee. It made him look a lot younger. And after I moved to Los Angeles, before I unsealed this, I had had a beard when I was in Kentucky, and then I got to LA and realized, you know what? The only people with beards are the homeless. I need to shave this off. So that was prophetic of the time that I transcribed it in 2006. The director of the fellowship, Bruce Shelton, I don't know if he's still alive, I hope he is, went up to the podium at the fellowship and said, "We have someone who might not be here for much longer." This was the introduction he gave me before I gave a talk at the fellowship, which in this case was in Florida. So I'm now very well aware that I'll probably be moving soon as a result of my work with Stavati and the Alliance alike, And I say it may well be to Florida. Then he says, the more a body studies, the more it will be suitable for the changes ahead. Well, nobody's studied as much as me. I mean, I've got information coming out my ears. This study comes in the form of the linkage of observable phenomena and their metaphysical counterparts. Well, we're certainly doing that in Michael Prophecies. This needs no introduction for you, as we work with these higher sixth senses quite a bit in reading these works. So clearly it's talking about the Michael Prophecies and how important it is that I'm suitable for changes ahead. Apparently it's going to bring me to a very prominent level that I'm not at right now. The dream involved my mother, my brother, and me vacationing together. We were in some kind of a resort that looked like it was in Florida, and it seemed there were professional wrestlers around. That had a lot to do with what is going on. Well, 45 loves attending professional fights, so the time loop definitely sounds like that's who it's talking about. And again, remember all this stuff about Maha, Kumbh, Mela, 45 days long. Mela, Melania, Kumbh is like trumpet, Maha is like make America healthy again. Now check this out. There was a thin body of water like a lake. That's what that would be, or a pond. It was beautiful. I ended up talking about the glories of Lake Mohonk Mountain House, where I used to work. It's a beautiful resort, and how different it looked than where we were now in Florida. The view I had of this water was really cool. It looked very sacred, and I was talking about Mohonk with great reverence. So check this out. Mara blankety blank translates out of Spanish as sea to lake. And we got Lake Mount Mohonk, we got the thin body of water, and Florida is on the ocean. So, wow, it definitely encodes this Mara ... Okay, well, I'll do it. You know, wherever I need to go, if they want me, I don't want to push myself, but again, I'm not doing this. This is Archangel Michael, so like, if this is what my future destiny holds, I will move there. I'm happy to serve in any capacity. It certainly looks like that's what they want. Then, almost without missing a beat, I started to levitate. Apparently, I will be able to do this after the first wave, so they've told me in Michael Prophecies. I have a hard time believing it, but I had another dream about it the other day. I started levitating, and I demonstrated it for her and some others in the area. I soared right up into the air in front of everyone, and I kept showing them how easy it was. And this is, again, prophetic of ascension that begins in the year 2025. Wow. Now check this out. It gets even crazier. Bill Clinton shows up, and he looked like a character from Saturday Night Live wearing a fake wig that was very dark black. This implies trans, their agenda, right? Because the fake wig is a feminine wig. How strange. So he's dressed up like a woman. He seemed to be sitting under a tree, and he was moping. He was very, very upset. So this is prophetic of the arrests that are going to happen within government and the media. And it was a callback to our earlier dream that also featured SNL and the metaphor of the purple Titanic. So now they're probably talking about Clinton and the others like him when they say this. This is Michael talking again. So we'll say Clinton or his journey has become distorted in many different ways. Ain't that the truth? The available timeline of events is becoming somewhat narrow. This is prophetic of the arrests coming in the near future on a narrow timeline. Clinton and many others have had a distorted journey as a result of these horrific abuses they suffer in this intergenerational cult. So yeah, the timeline is becoming narrow. We're getting really close to the big stuff, you guys. Great sorrow in large numbers comes about. Well, that's what they just did in LA fires, right? With the inability to rectify some of the inhabitants upon your sphere. In other words, they're practicing evil. The higher beings cannot make them turn good. They've tried everything. It won't work. We have to do it here on the ground. And they insist on their wayward discursions to the shadows, which would include summoning demons, right? And I'm unsealing this as the fires are still burning. This was January 11th, causing great sorrow in large numbers. This is talking about them embracing and practicing wayward evil in the shadows, in underground sewers, all this stuff. A brief eraser for these problems is the dawning of light at the new millennium. So too will there be many who, upon seeing the nature of cycles at work, know and understand that they are indeed heading for transition. The millennial ascension is really now happening in 2025, the fulfillment of the promise of 2,000 years after Jesus, as many other prophecies have stated, and now it's also Maha Kumbh Mela. We applaud all those who work towards the public reunification with this cycle. And if you're doing it, then they're applauding you. This comes about in a variety of ways. Anyone who is attempting to heal others, attempting to raise the vibrations of the planet, and to be of greatest service to their fellow human beings, is a person who has come a long way towards fulfilling the distortion of service to others. Now, the Law of One and Michael uses the word distortion in a benevolent sense because what they say is the only thing that really exists is the one creator, infinite white light, and anything that is the visible universe of space and time is distorted light. So the word distortion doesn't mean anything bad, you see. So it says, if you're healing people, raising vibration, being of service, then you are fulfilling the distortion of service to others, which brings you back to the light. Thoreau, the poet, writes, I wonder if the birds in the sky ever knew how beautiful their songs really are. Now, I looked this up. I couldn't find him actually saying this. I'm not sure if this is really something he said or not. If you guys know, shoot me something in the comments. But here we go. An earlier time loop metaphor associated birds with the LA fires. And we'll have that in just a second. I cannot find any online references of this being one of his quotes at this time. However, his most famous quote about birds is about a blue bird. So this may predict Project Blue Beam. And I wonder if the birds ever knew how beautiful their songs really are. Okay, so here we go. Here's Henry Thoreau. And this is the actual most famous little saying that he gave. The bluebird carries the sky on his back. And then I figured out, oh my gosh, isn't that also in Matthew, the biblical prophecy, Matthew 13, where he's talking about the harvest of the weeds out of the wheat. Let them both grow together until the harvest. In the time of harvest, I say to the reapers, gather first the weeds, bind them in bundles, and burn them. And I said that's probably what LA was about. The weeds, you know, the weeding of the garden. Gather the wheat into my barn. And then check this out. The very next thing it says after that we were just talking about a couple weeks ago. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed grain, which a man took and sowed in his field, which is indeed the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest, and it becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. The very next prophecy after the LA fire prophecy in the Bible, in the New Testament, Matthew 13, talks about the birds of the air flocking into the new tree. And then Michael says, Thoreau writes, I wonder if the birds of the sky know how beautiful they really are. And it's connected to bluebird, which is connected to drones. I mean, wow. This freaking blew my mind. Like I said, this is one of the best time loops ever. We're starting to lose some of you guys because, again, we have people watching overseas. We're at 222. Look at the time. 222 since it started right now. Alive and thriving. Says beautiful bird activity. Post Z losing its funding. Right. That's another big part of it, is this idea that, you know, there's no longer spraying going on in the skies. Blackbird by B is so good. LJS says Mike P. Scientific Mystic. Bluebirds, blue evidence. Blue avians, Corey's 6 density species. Yeah, that's Vacapalo said that. I hadn't thought of that. Go pee-pee, David Wilcock. You know, that's a very good idea. I have to pee so badly. Somebody says, David, your screen is dark. Nobody else is seeing that. You are in competition with the puppy bowl. Yeah, but let's first read that. I'm going to go take a break very soon because you're right. I do need to pee very badly. Thank you for reminding me. So let's look at this. The earlier dream that connected the birds to the LA fire, just so you have this. At the end of the dream, there was a canary in the coal mine. Though associated with 1080, the lunar number, this number showed up as the bird died. And remember, he said, I wonder if the birds know how beautiful they are. The moon, again, 1080, the number is the moon number, brings darkness and danger, and LA was a canary in the coal mine. There was an explosion. Something happened that made the bird blow up, taking place in an attic where my brother was playing music, like in Hollywood with his friends. The bird is obviously symbolic of LA, the music industry blowing up, and it's still ongoing. The fire was as we write this. A kitchen sink had been taken out to be used for a drainage system. I was with my old friend Boehner. He was growing weed in there, and it looked like pieces of metallic wire, which I note are like fuses. And the bird died when they were testing dynamite or something reasonably close to it. Again, man-made explosions causing the death of birds. So again, I said this strongly suggests the fires were deliberately lit. According to what my brother told me, the bird died as they tested dynamite or something reasonably close to it. There was a shock wave that disrupted the concrete next to the radiator, and the bird died almost instantly. And then I said here that the canary dying has something to do with danger, the lunar number 1080, caused by something at a distance that ruptured the ground and created disaster in front of the bird. That would be the LA fires. Sounds like a formula telling me of an earthquake. With the number 1080, this says it has something to do with when the moon will be full. And again, the moon is about to be full in like 2 days, and it's already disrupting my sleep right now. All this dictation started around 3:28 a.m. So now we're going to go back to where we were. See how many times we have to remind ourselves that you are often incapable of seeing the beauty of your own actions of service and assisting others. To us, it is a sound more melodious than the sweetest music. So that's the bird metaphor. Oh, you guys are donating like crazy. We got Alive and Thriving. Also in D.C., the Black Hawk incident. I hadn't thought of that one. Thank you, Alive and Thriving. Heather Starseed, David, I'm grateful for your teachings and updates on Sundays. I keep seeing 44 3 to 5 times a day for well over a year. Can I create this myself? Yeah, that's probably the 144, and we're in that 144-year conjunction right now. Kamala, Kumbh. Oh, yeah, wow. D, donate $25. I hadn't even thought of that one. That's great, yeah. It's very, very on the nose, isn't it? Kumbhmela, Kmala. Yeah, wow. Good one, good one. So anyway, I wanted to get to this one thing. The disaster with birds sounds like 2 plane crashes. Yeah, you're right. I hadn't thought about that. A bird with sore wings, this song her soul sings, distant yet potent strings, footless fowl, says the chanty bear. It's beautiful. So yeah, you guys are catching things I didn't catch. 44 is the divine director. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to unpack here. It's very, very exciting. Back to the slide once more. They're saying that I can't see the beauty of my own actions, and this is really true. I mean, it's like I feel so under fire. You know, we've got terrorism, we've got death threats, we've got unrelenting stalking. I feel like I'm always on the defensive. There's always people, we have these comments. I mean, there's some crazy, crazy, awful stuff that people write in these comments sometimes. Thankfully, we have, again, a team of 8 people fighting it. They run in shifts to make sure nobody gets burned out. But still, people are constantly trying to write really nasty stuff in there. So it's tough. And I admit that, you know, I used to live in these higher realms, apparently. And in those realms, everybody gets along and everybody has a consensus. So for an angelic soul like myself, it's difficult to deal with the fact that there are people who are just adolescent bullies and they're never going to get it and they're never going to treat me with respect. So I am often incapable of seeing the beauty of my own actions of service. And I'm trying to really take that to heart and be kinder to myself now, because again, they reference the birds. The birds do not realize how beautiful they are. And they say, to us, it is a sound more melodious than the sweetest music. Well, this is also interesting because when I unsealed this, I was playing Gregorian chant. Very beautiful. There's a Peter Phillips and the Tallis Scholars. If you go look that up, that's the best Gregorian chant there is. Peter Phillips and the Tallis, Tallis. If you want to go into a pure angelic space, just play Tallis Scholars, and you're going to be there, man. Richie Barron, GR Eats How, bro. Richie Barron, Dr. Tequila. Right on. Thank you for the donation. So I had just played the Gregorian chant right before I unsealed this, and I had not listened to anything else except for KRS-One's album, Boogie Down Productions, Sex and Violence from 1992. Has memories for me, and I've been learning all the lyrics. I've pretty much got most of all the songs on that album memorized now. I can rap them. I'm just working on a couple more that I haven't learned already, but they told me, you know, you probably don't want to do so much of that. So, okay, let's play Gregorian chant. Let's play Tallis Scholars. Boom. So I'm listening to this amazing Gregorian chant, and then I unseal this right after I had been listening to the music, and it's like, wow. sound more melodious and sweetest music, and they're complimenting me, saying, I can't see how beautiful this is. I agree. I mean, thank you guys. I know that you're supportive, but it's tough when, you know, this is not supportive. You know, this is not the sweetest music. People shooting stuff like this my way, and the death threats and the terrorism and all the things that are going on makes it hard to feel safe. You know, it's hard to feel safe. It's hard to feel like what I'm doing is a great thing, because sometimes I wonder, like, you know, somebody could just knock me off. Well, apparently I have angelic protection. That's not going to happen. We're in Maha Kumbh Mela here. Got a new little prop on my set that'll always be there now. But let's go on a little bit more, and then I'm going to take my break. So we're very close to the break now. If you need one too here, it's coming very soon. And thus we would extend our congratulations to all those who would attempt to serve the planet in such a matter, as it is indeed a very noble and generous cause. The timetable of events encourages a watery planet to become more so. Now remember, what is the main thing that Maha Kumbh Mela was about? It was about the battle between the reptilians, the Asuras, and then the positive beings, the Devas, taking place over the churning of the ocean with water. So the watery planet to become more so, that's Maha Kumbh Mela, Kamala. We are aware of this contingency and the need for change upon the physical sphere. Never before has there been such opportunity for massive changes to happen in such a short period of time. The Hindu prophecy is the destruction of the demons, the destruction of the reptilians, right now. The internal spiritual cohesiveness of each entity is inexorably driving that entity forward to a summation of its life energies and forces, to then make its vitality a signature that can be impressed upon the world. And that's going to be your ascension body, right? Behold and beholden for all to see. So again, all of these things that you're seeing here, let's just keep reading this. You are being inexorably driven towards a summation of your life energies and forces so that you have a vitality signature that everyone will see. Massive changes in a short period of time. It's freaking amazing, right? It's like, wow. Yes, this is all leading to ascension. They're making that point again. Sometimes our record has a skip in it. That's talking about the music industry and how it's being exposed. We do remind ourselves that we have said all of these things before. However, repetition is necessary, as it is important to keep focusing on the basic fundamentals of what it is that is occurring here. And this is not only the mass arrest, it's the ascension. When we take something out of the fridge and put it in the freezer, we attempt to prolong its life by making it colder. Well, this was fascinating, a direct time loop statement about staying sober. What I was using was concentrates, and you have to store them in the freezer, that way they don't spoil. And every time I would open my freezer, I had temptation as I saw these little boxes. Oh yeah, that would make a great experience. So I finally moved them out so I don't ever see them, and that was dazzling because, again, I had just moved them after getting clean. I was able to look at them and not have any temptation. And then I go and I unseal this, and it's like, oh, taking something out of the fridge and putting it in the freezer. And I just did that right before I sat down and read this. It freaking blew my mind. And it was definitely complimenting me on my sobriety, which will prolong my life. Understand then that what is occurring now in your world is similar to a thaw. Well, yeah, fire is a thaw. There's a massive LA fire, where something is being removed from the freezer and put directly into the searing light from the great central sun. This is obviously prophetic of the LA fires and the corruption in that area being exposed for everybody to see. It's all being thawed out. And the great central sun is the original star that made the universe. Today I moved all the concentrates out of the indoor freezer now that I'm sober. That was when it first happened, the 21st. And then again, a few hours ago, when I first transcribed it, I had just taken out a package of ground bison and was thawing it for my dinner. So it had that level of time loop when I first did it as well. Amazing. We simply do not have the time to do anything else except to allow these transitions to happen. We just added presidential transition in your body, mind, and heart. This does not permit anything other than your full acclimation to higher vibrations. And if that acclamation does not persist in the present moment, it will become very obvious in a relatively short period of time in your terms. The negative is not in the higher vibrations, and it's becoming very obvious to everyone. So this again is prophetic. This is the message that we keep repeating. It is important that you get a grip on it, as it has direct importance to many other things of which we speak. Thank you, and peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So the time loop continues for the next day, but before we do that, it is time now, thank God. I have to pee so freaking bad, you guys. We're going to go into our little break here. Some of you may leave me, and I'm sorry if you do, because my God, you haven't even seen the biggest thing that we're getting ready to do here. So I decided I'm going to run this funny comedy routine that I jokingly call calling Magaza on Brokefoot Mountain, mate. It doesn't mean I'm gay, but I just thought that was funny. So what I got to do now is I got to mute my microphone, and then I'll play this very, very funny video. Because again, when the show goes this fast, I don't really have time to do all the comedy. So I figured let's load it up. This to me is still one of the funniest things I've ever done with my comedy characters. And no, it's not a precise Australian accent. It drifts into other accents like British. And I did that on purpose because I think it's funnier than just being straight Queensland, Australia. Anyway, let me go ahead and mute myself here, and then we will play you the tape. All right, so I'm now, my microphone is off. You can still hear me talk a little bit. Now we're going to play this, and I'm going to go have a much-needed bathroom break, for which I am extremely grateful, and I'll be back momentarily, folks. Here we go. And scene.
G'day, mate. Cheerio. How you chaps doing out there today? I got a special message for you from your dear Uncle Colin. I got the tools of the trade around here, mate. I got me this decisively wonderful technology. Mate, they make them better in Australia. That's what I've got to say. This is an American brand, and you dial in your height right here. Is it on that one? Oh, it's right there, mate. That's how you know how tall you are. I set it to 6 feet. But, mate, you also get into cleaning because you find out that you can prop yourself up on this thing. Put your hand right there. Just like they do in Australia, mate. That's how it's done. You've got to have a special wrist. It's called the Blarney wrist, mate. It's part of the Australian. We've got dogongs. We've got all kinds of things, mate. It's very frightening if you go out in the water. You don't want to get near them buggers. Got me another crutch over here, mate. But today we finally can do this to walk on it a bit, which is a lovely delight. Up there with many other types of temptations that you just feel you have to have. Got me butterfly here, mate. Roses. Spanish moss of some type, variety. Of course, we've got these beautiful thistle heads here. The most dreaded pest plant, but we turn it into jewelry, mate. All right, we've got this right here. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to feed these little buggers because they haven't seen their father in so long. Let's see if we can accomplish this majestic feat. So we are approaching the door. We have an unknown terrain outside, melting sundries of ice and snow and sludge and slush. Equally as dangerous as a bullet to the head, which happens in the bush all the time, mate. People just go missing and you don't know what happened to them. You say, well, big old lizard like a goanna. must have come and dragged them away. They've got sharp teeth, very capable of biting, mate. And they like to sink in, if you know what I mean. All right, well, now we've got more terrain challenges ahead, but we do it without trepidation. And yes, we go. There we go, mate. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. It's time for all these little buggers to enjoy the fruits of life. Yes. Pan down a bit. You can see all the tree growth and whatnot. It's all about how you do it with the wrist, mate. It's that Blarney wrist I was telling you about. Very important part of English culture. If you want to be British, you've got to have your Blarney wrist, mate. Otherwise, it could all go tits up for you, if you know what I mean. A bit of time spent in the barrels cause a man serious trouble. It's not what we do out in the East. We've got special pirate techniques, mate, that came from very early in the traditions of Catholic Christianity. The Templar Knights and such, mate. They've been about, if you know what I mean. They've done their thing. They've ingratiated themselves upon the world, maritime and admiralty laws. Woo! Many other things, mate. This is me, another prize for the day. The atomic leftovers of a world gone mad. This very bizarre, clearly extraterrestrial pattern that appeared in my driveway, mate. What is this? There's all these patterns and shapes and things I don't profess to fully understand within this incredible delight of geometry and patterns and magic. Now that I can walk about a bit, mate, I'm going to enjoy myself, because what else do I got here? It's just a bloody box, mate. It's a box made out of pieces of timber, delightfully cut for my extreme enjoyment, mate. See, all this needs to get cleaned up, but it's not going to be today, mate. Throughout the day, we're going to see how much the sun can burn away. We might be very pleasantly surprised, mate. But we just take it in stride, because what we're doing is surviving in this very harsh climate, as you would say in your Pommy accent, mate. You Yanks. You Yanks could never appreciate something like this, mate. It's not part of your vocabulary. You don't have it in the lineament. You can't put enough spice on your skin to smell that way and ever come close to Elvis oil in Australia. Dear Lord. You don't even know about the Vegemite sandwich, mate. What good are you? That sandwich will change your life. It's some sort of black, gooey yeast, and we all use it, down under, mate, in Australia. All right, mate, we're going to say cheerio for now. We'll come back another time and make sure that this driveway pattern is going away as it should. Otherwise, tomorrow we're going to come out and shovel it, mate. All right, then. Tip-top cheerio, chap. Bye for now.
Boom, we are back. Did you miss me? Well, I guess 400 of you guys defected. You ran away, and you're going to come back later, so that's okay. We already know that will happen. I'm happy to be back, and it wasn't that bad, was it? You didn't miss me that much. I kept you laughing the whole time. Amy and Scott says, I never refrigerate or freeze my concentrates. I've never had anything spoil. Well, it depends on how fast you use it. But yeah, it'll definitely go bad after like 6 months or so. Blue beam, blue bird, methylene blue. I keep having blue indicators. You are always protected by the angels. And yeah, we had blue angels flying over my house as a kid too. Vegemite is bro, says Rhea McDowell. Had it once from an Australian. How do you eat that stuff? I don't know. I mean, it is pretty intense. Oh, Berdine Donnelly says Mela is a Hindu goddess meaning lotus. Says she brings joy here and liberation in the next life. Is that white powder under David's nose? I don't know. I don't use any drugs. If I need to blow my nose, and thank you. You guys are so freaking crazy. I mean, honestly, there is a whole Stephen contingency of his friends that come in here, and this is all they do. And they all keep each other morally support because hardly any of it gets seen. Our team takes that stuff down. Thank you, team. Love your cabin. The location is beautiful. Well, it has its downsides, man. All the wind that we get, it's not always fun to be here, but the wind season is ending in 1 week, and there's no wind on the horizon. I can't tell you how much better I feel having had that pee break. And again, because when I'm doing shows like this, there's so many slides that I wanted to get the comedy in with the Colin McGeeza. I had so much fun doing that one. And I had my broken ankle. And yes, I was medicated, but hey, you know, it brings out great comedy. So there you have it. And it really, really makes me laugh. Even hearing it upstairs, I was remembering how I was playing off of Uncle Jack's constant references to the Knight Templars and how he'd kind of tell you something that's inside intel, but it's really not. And, the British East India Trading Company, that's how we do it in the East. All that kind of stuff was in there. All these kind of funny insider references. Anyway, now we're going to get into where this number 144 showed up, and I was dazzled when I realized what it was, that we were having our deal delayed because of Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela, which is like Kamala. I can't believe I didn't catch that. Thank you, guys. So it also encodes both sides of the political spectrum. You got Mela, Melania. You got Kumbh is like trumpet. You got Maha, Make America Healthy Again, Pray AG, and Kumbh Mela is like Kamala. So wow, a 1,200-year-old prophecy that is coming true right now. So the time loop continues on the next day, 5:50 a.m. This one started out at the ocean. There were several women around. It was very cold, but people were trying to swim in the water, and they were banding up together for warmth and to change so that people couldn't see them changing. And this is, again, prophetic of people being homeless and freezing because they were very cold after the fires. You had no power in your house. If you tried to stay in your house, it was a disaster situation. I was with a friend who seemed to symbolize my former housemate, Antonio. And even though this beautiful woman in the dream obviously had a boyfriend, he still wanted to close in on her. And yes, Antonio was a womanizer. He did do this all the time. Stole women away from their boyfriends and then dumped them. Very unfair kind of thing to do. I don't do that. The clock said 5:55 as I just looked at it. That's one of the things I look for. That's very cool. Thank you, guys, I said. And then Michael says, and so you hover. What about static electricity? Well, this is clearly a prophecy of our business doing hover cars, because one of the propulsion systems we're going to use is ionic propulsion, and that uses static electricity. And as I said, this also involves the drones, which also levitate apparently. So he says, prepare both sides of the diagram, and you will see exactly what we speak of. So the both sides of the diagram appears to be a reference to the fact that some of this work is being done in the present right now in 2025. The other side is in 1999. And now in 2025, we have these Indian investors who are going to launch our company. They were originally only looking at doing, I say only, they were only going to do 200M. Now they're looking at, well over a B. So we don't even know where they're going to actually come in at. But if I go out there and talk to them, and I did this show about the Maha Kumbh Mela, that should help a lot for them to realize that higher beings, the same ones that are in the Vedic scriptures, are still helping us now outside of time. The Hindu cycle totally fits with all of these other cycles, about 2025 being the big one. A new template is now forming, cleansed of the difficulties of the past. That's what the Alliance is doing, folks. That was the whole point here. So this is partly about myself. So I wrote, Stavati's imminent success will mark the end of my Casey karma. Casey lost his hospital after 1929's Great Depression. It collapsed almost immediately. They ran out of money, which is now happening to the DS. He never had any wealth again for the rest of his life. And now I've been completely broke for over 3 years since my divorce. And I've had to recapitulate that karma again, living alone on the top of the mountain, just fighting for survival, fighting for every dollar that I get. So again, we do still need you to order my products. There are people offering me a loan, so I may take out a loan because I now know we're getting really close to being funded, and the loan will help me financially. So, they keep asking, so I may do that. Anyway, once we get funded, I will be cleansed of the difficulties of my multi-incarnational past. Casey never really had any money, and I would love to change that in my life now. This guy representing Antonia was trying to hit on the most beautiful woman in the group. She was a striking blonde with a perfect-looking body. Sounds familiar. We won't go any farther than that. He was doing this in the ocean. It turned from a pool into an ocean, back and forth. Little did he realize that her boyfriend was going after him with the full intent to kick his ass. And Antonio did get himself into these kind of things. I told the boyfriend, please understand, Antonio doesn't mean any harm, but he was nonplussed. He's just flirting. No. The boyfriend was very angry. While bad at the camp, and think about things like the Grove, up there in San Francisco, bohemians and whatnot, we never have to deserve those immediate effects that occur in a more linear sequence at home. So I deciphered at the time, living in LA was like camping for me. It was always sunny, it was always warm, and it was beautiful. But there are no fires now at my own home. I don't deserve those immediate effects at home. But it is bad at the camp. If the camp represents LA, then it is bad because of the fire. So yeah, like I said, this is also talking about places like islands and groves where it's now bad at the camp because they're being purged. Just get used to it, and you will discover that the way we write is commensurate with the taking of notes and the rendition of ideas all at once. Michael is hinting at how he is encoding various time loop prophecies in our material. So yeah, the way we write gives you ideas, and we're taking notes, and they're doing it in 2 different timelines, 2025 and 1999. So back to the dream. All these people wanted to put their clothes back on. They were cold. They were shivering. I was standing around them. This is about recovery from the fire in LA. As time progressed, it morphed into a conversation I was having with the attractive blonde woman who had this extremely athletic, beautiful body. She was listening to what I was saying. I told her I was a professional psychic and a couple other things. And her boyfriend continued to crumble while he was there watching this play out. So basically, one of my rules is I don't want to hang out with any girl who's got a boyfriend, because especially if she's a fan of mine, he's going to get jealous and he's going to plot against me. So that's one of my rules. I'm not going to be the third wheel in somebody else's relationship. And that's one of the reasons why I've stayed really alone. But also, it's been very good for me to learn self-value and have a psychological cleansing, so that I can just be able to function without the constant self-questioning that I was programmed to have from childhood. The girl spoke French as well. I found myself racking my brains to try to think what I could say. I was largely unsuccessful, couldn't think of that much. And so this was time looped in a weird way, because my mother said something about taking care of your maman, or mother in French. And I said mon plaisir, which is in French, it means my pleasure. That usually never happens, but we did have a French conversation, and I immediately unsealed this afterwards. That blew me away. The dream then shifted to my father's house again, playing records, music industry, Hollywood, LA fire. This time there were people around, including a young boy. Strange stuff going on. There was a record playing that I didn't recognize spinning around. Again, this symbolizes the industry and all the dirty stuff that's going on. Someone had given me a gift. I said grift. Somebody had given me a gift with a Christmas vibe. It looked like it was straight money. I was excited. At first it was $1. I tried to open it up, then opened it even more, and realized there were several small $5 bills in there. Well, this was another crazy one personally, because my father had this friend, Bob. I don't want to say his last name because of Stephen, basically. But Bob just died. And I was reminiscing with my father about when we would go to Bob's house in Brewster, Massachusetts, that one of the things in his kitchen was an origami $5 bill. It was folded to look like a swan. And I loved that thing. And you could see the 5 on it. It was really, really cool. So I had just talked with my father about his work with the music. He's a music journalist. So he's playing records in the dream. And then they show the $5 bills. And we had just been talking about Bob's house and the $5 origami. And then I see this. I'm like, damn, this is good. Alive and Thriving says, well said. And we are now back up to 5,300. We're gaining our audience back. I looked even closer and realized they weren't legal tender $5 bills. They were only worth a quarter each. This is talking about the devaluation of the money for the DS. You could only use them to wash your clothes. And you needed 3 of these $5 bills just to run 1 load of laundry. Therefore, it was a skimpy amount of money. There was a cast of characters in the middle of all this, several distinctive faces I don't usually see. And again, they've been printing fiat funny money, and now their money is all worn out. We got records being played, and the money that they have is now worth nothing. It's all been cut off thanks to the ending of the funding of, as I said, Z. One guy had slightly Italian features and black hair. He reminded me of the guy on the refrigerator in Jason's house, a rock and roller with long hair who looked upset at life. And here I am doing the show with long hair. And it has been upsetting to live here, but I'm finally turning it around. He was the same as the Antonio character chasing after women. I realized this guy had killed someone right in the middle of my father's record room. So once again, rock and roller, music industry. I mean, partly it's about my hair, but it's about the music industry. And he had committed a murder right while the music was playing. So once again, this is talking about the arrests. And he's a womanizer. It all fits very nicely, doesn't it? This murderer put a record on the record player that was making sarcastic comments about the murder. And if you remember, in the Charles Manson murders, they were playing the Beatles' White Album and the song Helter Skelter in particular. They kept looping it as they were killing these people. And that appears to have been a psyop to diminish the effect of the Flower Revolution, Summer of Love, 1967. The Beatles said, all you need is love. Then comes the Manson murders. They killed Sharon Tate, who was like one of the top, most beautiful actresses of her time. She was horribly murdered while pregnant by Charles Manson, and they were playing the Beatles album while they did it. And this all appears to have been a psychological operation to make people hate the music industry and to kill the hippie movement. And it worked to some degree, but not as much as they really had hoped that it would. Alive and Thriving says 5 booms. He left the record spinning, making this sarcastic comment about the murder. Then he had a tape machine running the whole time, a microcassette, and then he went into the bathroom. Well, this is prophetic of the taping of these parties where all this nasty stuff was happening. The tape was running, music playing about the murders, all this kind of stuff. A very short time later, he actually killed this person. He had to change his clothes, get the hell out of there. I was nervous because I wandered in and I witnessed this. A lot of people have been in this situation. It's in the Fall of D show, D being the name of the guy that is being, held in captivity. The next thing I know, a young kid showed up, possibly a drug user. He was maladjusted, burned out looking, and he realized that his friend had been murdered. This is talking about the public realizing how evil all this stuff is. At first, he thought his friend was just resting and was playing a joke. When he realized his friend was actually dead, he got very upset. I was put in the strange position of simultaneously trying to cajole this kid while also being extraordinarily nervous that I might have been an accomplice to the murder. I really needed to get the hell out of there. It felt like a catch-22. Well, this is what everybody in the DS or even their affiliates are feeling right now. They don't want to be accomplices, and it's all coming out very obviously. So this is hugely prophetic. I ended up coming out of the bathroom, changing my clothes. I picked up the tape recorder and tried to get out of there. And I said, all this stuff sounds to me like it's my dealing with Marcia. This was a girl who was blonde and very beautiful, who was hitting on me at the time when I was at the farm, living in this barn. Maybe that's another reason why the tapes have been blocked and I haven't been transcribing. So just so that we're clear, the Marcia situation was very strange. She was a beautiful woman. I met her at the fellowship, and she wanted me to do mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms. She wanted me to trip with her. And at the time, I'd been sober for years and years and years. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do drugs. And she seemed to really resent me for that. So I got her a job at the farm. She ended up painting in the barn. And once I got her the job, she started doing the silent treatment. It just got very, very creepy and weird. She wouldn't talk to me at all. And if I made any attempt to start conversation, she would just cut me down. She'd either not say anything or she'd make some terrible, sarcastic, cutting remark. And then finally, she started hitting on other guys who worked at the farm right in front of me. And it got everybody upset. And I was still trying to see if I could make it work with her. And she created so much bad blood. She got everybody pissed off. She was mean to everybody. She was yelling at people. She was creating fights. She just turned into such a crazy villain. It was horrible. And in fact, she's going to turn into a werewolf in one of these dreams, or vampire, actually. So that was a big lesson in that, just because a woman looks great doesn't mean she's going to treat you great. Doesn't mean that you're going to get along. Doesn't mean that it's anything other than a living hell. And that was my first exposure to that, of which I've had many others. So it's all very interesting because it symbolizes the DS. It symbolizes how, for example, Amber Heard in the Johnny Depp trials, right? She's this beautiful woman. She looks very similar to Marcia. They both have the same face. And Amber, she's like this beautiful model. She's like the ideal Hollywood starlet. Then you find out what's going on with her and Johnny, and it's like, wait a minute. She goaded him into breaking this bottle, and then he cut himself, and she's laughing about the bleeding, and she's constantly abusing him and yelling at him, and she hit him, and all kinds of crazy, crazy stuff. And he won the case. So that, to me, and Michael also said, that was a mass indictment of the showbiz industry, and showing that, the main rule of showbiz is never show people who you really are. So when a woman is really beautiful, she can end up having psychopathy, being a psychopath, because everybody's trying to get in her pants, everybody's trying to hit on her, and she has to deal with always saying no and making people cry and making them disappointed, and people break her heart because then she's mean to them and then they dump her, and that's what the Antonio thing was about. So as a result, they can become very predatory, and you're actually probably more apt to have this happen with a strikingly beautiful woman than a woman who's less beautiful. And then there's that whole thing from The Office, the hot and crazy scale, right? The more hot, the more crazy is basically the point. And I've lived through that myself. So she was one of the earlier examples of this. And that's what the context is. I just wanted to explain that to you guys. I have suffered for you. Let's put it that way. Okay? Let's keep on going. I know what's on there. I haven't wanted to deal with it yet. I'm ready to deal with it. This was all the untranscribed tapes. I felt really bad about it. And I ended up, again, not transcribing them until 2006. I'm ready to cleanse this, flush through it, and get through whatever I have to do here. And then Michael says, very perceptive. The ways and means of the past, well, Congress has a Ways and Means Committee that specifically is involved in setting tariffs. And look at the tariff war that we just had this past week. Mexico folded, Canada folded. That was all Monday's news. So Ways and Means Committee is the one that sets tariffs. Isn't that amazing? Another time loop. The ways and means of the past give way to the new vitality of the present. That is an important and substantially vital point for you. And I said here, the Ways and Means Committee in Congress sets tariffs. Trump created a very brief tariff war that infused new vitality into our economy. So here it is. Ways and Means history. You see the U.S. Capitol on the left. It's very dim, but you can see it there. It says the Committee on Ways and Means, the oldest tax writing body in the U.S. House since 1789, shapes financial legislation, including taxes, tariffs, and social service programs. Damn, what a time loop. Tariff just became a really big deal this past week, after the last show. Its notable influence is underscored by numerous members who have risen to prominent national offices, including presidents and Supreme Court justices. This was also a prophecy of the Vital Farms egg shortage. Remember, if you go back and look at it, it says vitality and then it says vital. And so I had this egg carton, which again you can see here, it's Vital Farms, pasture raised. And the deadline was on here. And, you know, you just can't get eggs at all. In fact, this is the only brand that I can even get at all right now. I have one. There was 3 cartons left at the main grocery store and the health food store here in town, the Co-op. The egg shortage is so bad that they don't even have an egg section. They just filled it up with cheese. They're not even trying to sell eggs anymore. It's like you can't get them. So Vitality and Vital was in there, the Vital Farms egg shortage. And I already talked about this before, and there it is again, the double repetition of the word vital. Now that you think about it more, you will understand that this dream is indeed laced with Marsha metaphors. And again, she represents the hidden evil in the DS. They look beautiful, but they're really not. You worship them, but you shouldn't. And that's why you're not here you're here instead of at the pooper bowl. You may now proceed, he says. I just mentioned the double vital synchronicity this past Sunday and showed the Vital Farms egg carton. Marsha started dating other guys while she was courting me, and everything got very weird and ugly, as I already explained. I was surprised that it looked like this guy had pretty much gotten away with the murder. That's what was happening in the DS, not anymore. I decided to stay with him and follow him around. We were still friends, even though we had done something wrong, very wrong. Okay, so now the dream's about to get even more crazy. This becomes very crazy. Then I was in an alley. It looked like I was next to the local health food store, and we were just talking about the shortage of eggs. The store in Virginia was called Heritage Store. It was late at night. There were many people outside. This is symbolic of the cabal and their dark activities at night. They were all buying food at this strange hour, and you know they have unusual food. This is prophetic of their late-night ceremonies. The atmosphere and environment was very similar to a very scary event where there was a guy who overdosed on ketamine while I was seeing a band perform at Phil's Grill. This really had happened to me just a short time before. I went out with one of the guys from the farm. Somebody went into something called a K-hole. I didn't even know about this, but his body, he was completely out of his body. He completely lost control over his body. And he passed out into my arms, and I was surrounded by all of these hippies that were all drunk and high, and they were so afraid that the police were coming that nobody could help me hold this guy up. I had a whole circle of people around me. I'm looking them in the eye. Will you please help me? Will you please help me so this guy doesn't fall down? Because I'm trying to hold him up, but he's so heavy I couldn't hold him up. And nobody would help me. They were all just like watching it, like the spectator effect. It made me so upset. Well, that's the way that it is in the DS, right? There's somebody being murdered in this case, like the dead body in my hands. Although he was only in a K-hole, he wasn't really dead. Nobody will help. They're just standing around in a circle watching this atrocity. So that's a very prophetic metaphor. It was very obvious everyone was smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, and doing drugs. They all had a standard cool look for people in my age, each in their own way, with their weird clothing, body piercings, facial hair, long hair, leather jackets, everything. I was literally stunned at the number of people lining in the alley with open containers of alcohol right out in the open. Then I came to the entrance of the store on the left, which didn't even look like it was open. It was all dark inside. Then on the right, there was a club. You know how they love their clubs in the DS. You had to walk down a few stairs to get inside. Wait till you see where this is going, you guys. This is scary and crazy. They had a pool table that was out on the sidewalk level. They had opened up the building so anyone on the street could go in there and hang out with them. And we had a donation, Michael Fielman. God's will unfolding supersedes the distraction of the Super Bowl. God bless us. Thank you, Michael. There was what actually looked like a metallic garage door with little spray paint on it, and the door looked very dirty. So this is the hidden places where they do their ugly rituals. It had definite parallels to the jazz club that Marsha had taken me to, because this was one of the dates that we went on before she started hitting on other guys and wouldn't talk to me anymore. Basically because I wouldn't do drugs with her, bottom line. I saw this very angry and malevolent-looking young female outside. This obviously symbolizes Marsha. She had a gun. She pushed this guy up against the wall, put the barrel of the gun through into the back of his mouth, and pretended she was going to shoot his brains out. This was clearly prophetic of negativity from her and how she started yelling at everybody and being really crazy, and I got kicked out because I was trying to hold it together and support her, and I supported her when I really shouldn't have. So I apologize to John and everybody else. I was a stupid idiot. I should have known she was a jerk and not taken her side. So again, this is also prophetic of his nightclub shooting, as we've now heard about. I was directly behind the victim she was going to shoot, even though I was innocent. The implication was that if she shot through his head and I got killed as well, she didn't even care. So goes it. You would be dead too, David. No big deal. She was so crazy she didn't even care. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, this is totally how the DS is holding all of us hostage, how they are keeping us at gunpoint. They look beautiful, but they're really not. They're actually psychopaths. But wait, it's going to get even worse. It's going to get even worse. This dream is crazy. I had this mental image of a white color where she was shooting out the portions of his head. It was turning white from the void because there was nothing there anymore. And this, again, is similar to the cover of Magical Passes. So again, his head I had an image of her shooting him and that his head turned into a void. Well, this is exactly what we see on the cover of Magical Passes, except instead of the head, it's the hand, but the void is inside the hand. So that's really weird. Okay, now it's going to get crazy. I walk down the stairs after having been held at gunpoint. I'm all freaked out. I sat at this round table. When Marcia and I were having our lunches up in the barn kitchen, it was always at my round kitchen table, so this was another metaphor of her. To my left was this woman who had just mockingly pretended she was going to blow the guy's brains out and gave me a death threat at the same time, symbolic of the DS. Right in front of me was the other girl who was blonde and had this amazing-looking body, who I saw at the ocean front, and this guy, Antonio, was trying to pick her up, even though she had a boyfriend. I started talking to her, and she recognized me. At first, it seemed like we were having a good conversation, but then she was describing being an intern at the hospital, either as a medical student or an employee. So this is my former next-door neighbor who looked just like Marcia, worked at a hospital, and every time I walked to the end of my driveway, she had these two dogs, and they would bark at me like bloody murder. So that's another interesting part of the time loop. We already had a dream about her before, about the two missiles going off, and that right after the missiles happened that we'd have this ascension. In a very nonchalant way, with no initial sense of foreboding, this beautiful blonde woman, who again represents, like Amber Heard, represents the DS, Hollywood, what everybody is seeing them for now. She nonchalantly explained that, I can say this laughingly now, all she was going to do was drink some blood from the patients at her hospital. Well, sure enough, this is the vampirism of the DS. She was pulling it out of a blood bank. She said she didn't do it very often, and there was a subtle implication that this was strengthening her by drinking it. I tried to be a suave conversationalist, did not realize it was a dream, and that things like this might happen. I tried to humorously point out to her that she might actually be a vampire. This is the way people are seeing them now, right? I didn't think this is what it really was, but I said it in a very intelligent and also a patronizing way. So this is prophetic of how we're all now learning about their darkest habits. Yeah, you know what? You might actually be a vampire. And I made a joke. I said, from what you've described here, this is similar to the lycanthropic principle. And anthropic principle is a very specific term we'll talk about. So lycanthropic principle, I of course meant she was behaving like a lycanthrope, which actually is more like a werewolf than a vampire. So we had just described the Zuni prophecies. They have these people doing the skinwalker thing, where you can become a werewolf, basically. It is also a joke based on the anthropic principle, which is basically the Goldilocks principle, the idea that the universe is built for human life. So again, lycanthropic principle. Here's the main definition. Cosmological theory, the presence of life in the universe limits the ways in which very early universe could have evolved. Here's Google's AI overview. The anthropic principle is the idea that the universe is set up to allow life to exist. Right. And parameters of must allow life to exist. If it's too hot, it's too cold. No, everything is just right. If the constants of nature were slightly different, life would not be possible. And so then we also had, again, in previous episodes, prophetic of this discussion now, in this week's episode, Clifford Mahudi, the Zuni Native American elder, and his discussion about skinwalkers. He told me that people make a pact with the demonic and they can shift into an animal and then shift back into a human. Are you going to think this guy is lying to you if he tells you this and he's scared and he says they made it illegal in the Zuni tribe? It's illegal to practice this stuff. And this is what you have to do in order to access these abilities? Hell yeah. I believed him. I'm surprised I said in 2006 as I transcribed it that I didn't catch this in dictation. Part of the anthropic principle is about humans abusing the universe. If someone is too focused on the way that the universe was set up for us, and then they say, oh, everything is here for me to take. This is sort of like a Luciferian viewpoint. And again, lycanthropic principle, lycanthropes, the DS, they're evil, right? The lycanthropic principle, they believe that the world is here for them to take, that everything was set up for them to take it. Brian Langsdale says, thanks for all you do, David. Keep up the great work. Love and blessings always. Thank you, Brian. So here I say, they're too focused on what they can do for themselves rather than taking care of nature and other cultures. So it seems to be a statement of the intense selfishness of these women and their psychic vampire characteristics. Again, this is the DS. Now, I had a friend at the time, Renge, from I was living in LA. I don't even remember who she is, unfortunately. But we were discussing vampires, and we both decided it takes two people in agreement to make this happen. This is very important because the DS is vampiring us, but we have to agree to it. We have to agree to forget. It's too painful. We don't want to look at it. It's too disgusting. So she said vampire isn't really a fair term because it implies that the other person, the victim, wasn't allowing the vampirism to happen. This is the main lesson that Michael wants us to have here. As soon as I said lycanthropic, her very beautiful blonde friend, who had nearly shot the guy and me alike in the head, stood up. She started deeply breathing, and this is where it gets really scary. She started deeply breathing and shaking her body. First it was really subtle, but then it started to get a lot worse. She was totally convulsing. It was absolutely terrifying to watch. She said breathlessly, all it takes is a few drops of blood. Oh my God, my hair is standing up now. As she said this, she was almost hyperventilating, and her head started trembling. So what am I saying here? I'm saying when I say trembling, alive and thriving, Charlie Hunan's description of King Arthur, the movie. Okay? Brian Langdale, thanks for all you do. We had that one already. So her head is literally like swelling in like funny ways. Like there's a part popping up over here. There's a part popping up over here. She starts doing all this crazy stuff. I'm freaking out because her head is doing stuff it's not supposed to do. It's shape-shifting. It's swelling in these funny, crazy ways. And she's, all it takes is a few drops of blood. And I'm like, oh my God, she's changing into something. It was a horror dream. It got really freaking scary. And this is what we're all experiencing now as the DS is being exposed. Like, oh my God, this is way more evil than I thought it was. So after saying a few drops of blood, she continued, all it takes is a few drops of blood coupled with extreme hunger. As she was talking, I was looking at her teeth and she started growing vampire fangs. She stood up, came right over to me and tried to bite my arm. Well, this is like them burning down LA. This is all the crazy stuff that's going on. And this is what everybody's facing right now, the revealing of the villain. It is not a beautiful woman. It is not a Hollywood glorious model. It's something totally terrifying. I wasn't having it at all. There was a red book on the table. The way it was bound made it look like the sex book. This was a book I used to have that had sexuality discussed with some very graphic X-rated pictures in it. And so I'm saying here that this book is symbolic in part of the grimoires they use to summon demons. And it's by exposing them, it's by hitting them with their own book, hitting them with their perversion, exposing it and banging. I had to bang her back with this book to stop her from biting me. That's how I got her to not change into a werewolf or vampire and got her to change back into a human being as she started to go through a shape-shifting. It was very, very freaking scary, dude. This dream was horrible. I started slamming her with the book on the arm repeatedly as she was attacking me, and I got her to sit back in the chair. Her head stopped swelling. Her teeth turned back into regular-looking teeth, and she looked like a normal human again. I said, you are not going to do this to me. This is not going to happen. I am not going to allow this to happen. There's the whole point. You have to allow the vampire to bite you It's co-created. This is prophetic of the mass awareness that we are now seeing from these arrests and how we have to have healthy boundaries and hit them with all the evidence, hit them with the book. As I was defending myself, I realized I was dreaming. I didn't really get lucid, though, but I did realize that she must represent some part of myself. I thought I probably needed to give her a hug, because if something's attacking you in a lucid dream and you hug it, it turns into white light and the bad goes away. At the same time, because she was a vampire, I felt if I did try to hug her, that she would bite me on the arm again. So as I said, now everybody sees that the DS is evil. Another interesting layer of this is that I just watched the Amazon movie Blink Twice. It's very disturbing. I don't recommend it at all. But it's about an island in which these women are there. And if you watch the trailer, they pretty much give the whole movie away. They're just drinking and doing drugs and partying, and they think everything's great. And then they realize they're being abused. But the perfume that they've got is this chemical that makes them forget everything that's happening. So they find photographs of their abuse. They start reconstructing what happens. But the main plot in the movie is that there's these weird white and yellow snakes. And I'm giving a lot of it away. I'm sorry, but I don't expect you to watch this. It's not worth watching. It's very traumatic. The snake's venom is this green color. And one of the women gets stung by the snake, get bitten by the snake, just like in this dream. And I just watched this movie 2 nights ago. And once you get the snake venom in you, then you don't forget the abuse anymore. You remember everything. So it's a cool plot device. So the women all end up giving each other the venom, and they kill everybody on the island. The island ends up burning down, which is weirdly prophetic of LA. That's all I'm going to do for spoilers. But again, it's a very hard film to watch. It's the number 7 most popular film on Amazon Prime right now. And what are they doing? They're trying to make it sound like anybody who went to these islands was a victim of mind control and drug hypnosis, and they didn't know what was happening to them. So it's like their get out of jail card. And then the fact that the island burns down at the end is very interestingly connected to these fires we just saw. So this dream also is time looped into that, and I didn't even have time to realize that or put it into the slides, because again, I just watched the movie 2 nights ago. But that was a very disturbing film. Once her teeth changed back to normal, they looked like my soon-to-be girlfriend Sabrina's teeth. That's a very bad sign. This was one of many strong dream warnings that we should not have gotten together, but we did. I did not listen to it at the time, but nothing like that could happen now. By the time I transcribed this in 2006, the meaning was very obvious. We'd already broken up. I was living in LA. And Book 7 features the beginning of how our relationship collapsed. So again, we did the best we could. I'm not blaming her. But we did have a lot of very difficult problems in our relationship because, like what usually happens, she's just always upset. Everything makes her mad. I can't do anything right. I'm always under attack. I'm always defending myself, and there's always arguing, and it just keeps escalating and escalating, and you're just always having to say you're sorry. You're always trying to get her to calm down. You're always saying, relax, relax, just calm down, calm down. Probably the 2 most common words I say in a relationship is calm down. That's why I'm not in any hurry. I'm not in any hurry. Anyway, now we continue on the following day. We had a donation come in, Alive and Thriving. The mage protects King Arthur with snake venom. I didn't know that. That's interesting. No one is a victim. Everyone chooses the things that happen to them. I agree. It's Hollywood literally throwing the island in our face again. That's the movie's plot. You're right. And if you look at the cast of characters, click on that in the movie, the last character, the lady who's got the curly hair and goes all freaking crazy in the film, it said that the original name of the movie was P Island. So they took the name of the music guy and they took the other thing, and that the music guy obviously had these funny drugs. They combine it. So it's very obviously, as you said, Black Hawk 7, they're throwing the island in our face, and they, and it's like Eyes Wide Shut. Women love being told to calm down. Spirit healing meditations, and they're laughing, yeah. Narcissist or borderline or both. Yeah, that's exactly what the diagnosis is. The name of the movie is Blink Twice. It's on Amazon, but it does have very disturbing suspense, disturbing scenes of abuse, disturbing, very gory, bloody violence at the end. It wasn't that bad, but some very big bloody scenes of people getting stabbed and stuff. It's awful. I really didn't even want to see it. Wish that I hadn't. Talk about insecure. I wasn't insecure. You got to understand. If you get involved with somebody and it starts out great, and then it turns into this thing where you're always under attack, you're always being nitpicked, you're walking on eggshells, that's not my fault. I'm just trying to be a good guy. I'm trying to de-escalate the situation. I'm, trying to apologize if I hurt your feelings. Well, you find out you can't fix it. It's never going to stop. It just keeps on going and going and going. And if you're in a situation like this and you're like, maybe I shouldn't be in this situation, what I always recommend is spend 2 weeks thinking about it before you make up your mind. If you think you might want to get out, if you think this person is an abuser, is borderline, is a narcissist, is a psychopath, just spend 2 weeks thinking about it before actually doing anything. Note the patterns, note the abuse, and just follow your instinct. The last thing you ever want to do is suddenly just try to break up with somebody right away, because there's 3 phases to the psychopath. Deify, where they treat you like a god, denigrate, where they're always knocking you down, and then destroy, where they totally destroy your life. So if you try to get rid of them, they will try to destroy your life. They will try to destroy all your friends. That's what happened on the way out with Marcia. She destroyed my goodwill at the farm. Everybody ended up disliking me, and I got kicked out. Ram Dass said, my whole life was basically calming down. Be here now, says alive and thriving. Thank you very much. She was the one insecure, not you. Thank you, GK. That clarifies what you mean. Yeah, I wasn't insecure. I'm just trying to be a good guy, trying to be in love. I'm trying to be a good boyfriend. I'm trying to do everything right. But if you can't ever be treated well, if you're always on the defense, all they do is just wait for you. They set you up. Like, one of the games that I always had to play with people is that they are very, very hypersensitive. Everything that you say makes them mad. And then as soon as you say something, they start going crazy. They start yelling. But if you show any sign of being irritated or upset, it's called tone policing. That's a common term for it. If you raise your voice even slightly, they start screaming and they're like, oh my God, you're yelling at me, you're abusing me. No, I'm raising my voice because you're already yelling and I'm meeting you at the level of where you're at. No, you can't do that. So I called it the Mr. Rogers game. You get abused like crazy, but you have to act like Mr. Rogers. You have to be peaceful. You have to be calm. They're yelling, but you can't raise your voice. It's a horrible situation. And basically, you're fighting every single day. You're always in trouble. You're always on the defensive. That's what happens when you're with a psychopath. So again, if this is happening to you, I recommend take a 2-week breather before you do anything rash. So now Michael starts talking again. Let's get into that. He says, the reason for your conformity to our actions is to step under the umbrella through which all things are made much more simple. As these processes come to light, you will understand and adapt a lot more to the immediate day-to-day concerns you are presented with. There is a distinct advantage in doing this. So again, he says, conforming to our actions, this means that I have to go along with what they want, which means don't get involved with the crazy psychopath. In either business, friendship, relationship, whatever context, we're all learning this on a galactic level and on a planetary level. Like, no, they're gonna look as sexy as possible. They're gonna show you skin. They're gonna lure you in. They're gonna make these people famous, but they are not your friends. They are not going to treat you well. They will smile to your face and plot behind your back, as the Chinese say. And we are learning now, no, I am not going to participate in this co-created vampire relationship with you. I'm not going to honor the lycanthropic principle, the werewolf principle. So once you don't have a psychopath in your life anymore, all things are made much more simple. You step under the umbrella. You're not getting rained on. Rain is a symbol in dreams of emotional distress, which you're always in. Psychopaths keep you in constant distress. Remember, deify, they treat you like a god. Denigrate, you're in constant distress. You're always under attack. And then destroy, they completely destroy your life. They take everything you have, and they may even try to kill you. And that's what happened with Amber Heard, too. So now, once you understand this, as it comes to light, the arrests are making this obvious, you will now adapt a lot more to your day-to-day concerns, and this gives you an advantage. So this is talking about not getting together with people like this on an individual and a planetary level. Conform the absurdities to some higher organizing principle. There's a lot of absurd things about the DS, but this is all part of a higher principle of our ascension. And now you will see how it all fits together. This is talking about the arrests. We don't have time for this anymore. So as I said here, the absurdities of the DS are the direct result of their involvement with this higher negative demonic organizing principle. All of these absurdities. We as a planet don't have time for this anymore. We're going into the new dimension. I was driving somewhere in this next dream around some sort of college area. The implication was, once again, I would have to pick up and move. And we already had that dream where I had to move to Florida. If I wanted this grant that would pay for my life, I had to continue moving further south. Well, this is going to talk about Stavati getting money from India. And the moving is not actually south, it's to India. Well, going to India to see where we're going to build our facilities. This was a serious thing, the pressure to move. And again, I should have highlighted this. The grant that would pay for my life is the Stavati investment that they're going to make. So I will likely be moving from here for Stavati. In other words, I'm not going to be in this cabin a whole lot longer. I'm going to have to pick up and move again. But what do they really mean by south? Well, this is going to get wild. This reading is what set up the whole week for me, you guys. Look at this. This compass indeed works with 144 as a north-south direction. We remind him that the entire bearing of magnetic north and south is soon to shift its position yet again. So the Bible speaks of 144,000 people ascending. That is where the compass of our world will soon be pointing. Trump was 45. Michael said works with 144 after mentioning moving. But you'll notice, what didn't I have in here? I didn't have the 144-year cycle. So I left these slides alone because, again, it said in the dream that this will unlock all this wealth and prosperity for me. And then it said I had to move south, but then the compass goes with 144 as a north-south direction. That's actually talking about the 144-year cycle of Prayag, Maha, Kumbh, Mela. And it turns out that our investors couldn't show up because they needed to hit this 144-year cycle. As soon as I saw 144 years, I'm like, oh my God, that's in the time loop. What the hell? And so I decided to leave this alone the way that it was before I discovered this, and then put the new stuff at the beginning of the show. Kumela is Kamala, like Kamala Harris. You got these multiple references to 47. You got it being 45 days. And so I already had seen that 45 was being mentioned, but I didn't get the rest. The compass of 144 as a north-south direction means that the place I have to go to get the money is India, because India is going through their 144-year celebration with 450 million people dipping in the Ganges. I mean, wow. This stuff, this was what set off the whole week for me. This was what made me so excited about this show, because when it's a financial synchronicity and it involves you making money, it gets a lot more exciting. This is why I hung up our beautiful little Sanskrit vowel here. But originally, this is all I had. I didn't get that next part until the day after February the 6th. So I say here about how 1 plus 44 equals 45, and that it seems again to be talking about moving to an area where I can work with the new administration. So now we're going to go on from there. There was something in the dream that seemed quite apocalyptic. It was scary. I was picking up on the tidal wave imagery from my brother's talk to me last night. The idea of the inundation by water. Well, that's exactly what the original Hindu scriptures were talking about, was this massive tsunami type of event that the reptilian Asuras were trying to create. And then the gods, the Devas, defeated them. And the Kumbh Mela is the celebration of this. And Maha Kumbh Mela is the big one. Make America healthy again. It's just dazzling. I mean, how did all this stuff happen? And then Casey's lifetime, where he was contacted by the Angel of Light, was in 1881, more or less, the exact year of the last Maha Kumbh Mela. So my life is all entangled with this, multi-incarnationally, 144-year cycle. Wow. And I couldn't figure out why in the hell would they say the compass points at 144. Now I got it. It blew me away. I could not believe it. And we're all going to win. This is a game where everybody wins, you guys. This is additional prophecies, the LA fires, where it's disguised as a water disaster instead of the fire element. I mistyped I was going too fast. Now he says, when the spiral of light does its thing, this is going to open up our DNA, the extreme weather that is created as a result may be lessened, but only by the conscientious application of the law of one to the workings and environment therein within your sphere. And I had a friend at the time, Jay, he was in the film industry. He had taken LSD and he kept seeing a spiral of light in his visions. And then he was talking to me about this at great length. And then immediately after that, I realized, oh, wow, now I'm transcribing something about the spiral of light doing its thing. So again, the point is our own evolution means that we don't have to go through the worst earth changes, but only if we apply the teachings of Christ, the law of one. The actions and whereabouts of said earth changes is still open to change. That means it doesn't have to be so bad as they've been telling us. However, it might duly be noted that the aficionados of this information might not as yet have to wait much longer to see their results. It is unfortunate but true that this is what you need as a collective soul. And symbolically, we are seeing this now with the fires and the apocalyptic plane crashes. So the aficionados of this information might not have to wait much longer. That means us. We're going to see results. We're going to get the arrests. And this is what we need as a collective soul. Isn't that beautiful? There's not going to be earth changes. The arrest will happen, and it triggers ascension. Though this is so beautiful, this almost made me cry. Those ascended will indeed step forth from the ruin. Think about the ruins of LA. To become of greater service to others than was ever possible on the earthen sphere, once something like this has happened. So say peace, vehemently, day by day. Is that not just amazing? And the closer we get to that quotation mark, the less time and effort we have to prove ourselves. Well, this is talking about them, the beings. And they're proving it right now by doing this time loop. I couldn't have done this consciously. We don't have the resources as 3D humans. Now that we have come to a fork in the road, is it not prudent to understand that we need to pick a direction? Do you want to go evil or do you want to go good? Do you want the devil or do you want Jesus? It's really that simple. The application of these truths to the website, however slow you decide to post it, will indeed be a major upgrade of your personal vibrations. This is all we want for you. And indeed, my website went public 2 days later on Valentine's Day, 1999. That's when I really went public. And they compliment me for it. This is talking about all of us who are part of the ascension path. The child who leads them, remember, the meek shall inherit the earth, and a child shall lead them. This is not just talking about me. I mean, I think I'm one of them, but not the only one. The child who leads them comes completely out of the ashes. Again, they're referring to LA, and I used to live there. To be reborn, again, born again is the light body activation. The child who leads them comes completely out of the ashes to be reborn in the light of the dawning of the new day. And that's a phrase that the evil people stole. That really, the new day doesn't mean anything bad. It's just, the sunrise. It's a very simple earth metaphor. When you understand and accept this proposition, in other words, if you want to be one of the children who's going to lead humanity, coming out of the ashes and being reborn in the light, it no longer seems so difficult to embrace the basic distinctions that we would have you make. And again, this is very prophetic of the aftermath of the LA fires and the coming ascension. We want you. This is you, the viewer. Michael is talking to you directly. He knows they're watching you in the room now as you watch this show. There are light beings around you right now. We want you to decide between those actions that serve self and those actions that serve others. This is where the highest level of light may be attained, from within, not from without. Your own personal choices make the difference every step of the way. So then in the dream, I was driving all over. I felt very unstuck. My friend Chris was with me from New York. That's what it looked like. And I felt really upset about the fact that I would have to do this move. And again, I didn't really want to go to India. I'm kind of scared of international travel. They're shooting down planes. It doesn't feel like a good time. But obviously, they're telling me I have to go. The 144 is the Maha Kumbh Mela. So I was being made unwelcome. And again, as I said, before all this stuff came to light about India, prophetic of people losing their homes. And Chris was the reincarnation of Morton Blumenthal. We showed his picture in a previous episode. And Casey, my previous lifetime, lost everything when Morton pulled the plug. So to fix that multi-incarnational karma, now I have to go to India. The compass points in the 144 direction, Maha Kumbh Mela. Amazing. We were in some sort of hospital building. This is like the Casey Hospital. I was being forcefully moved out. I had to go do something else. I definitely wasn't happy. This again seems reflective of my friend Artie in the nursing home, how they tried to give him a roommate and we moved him into another room. And again, it reflects the loss of the Casey Hospital, but my good karma is coming full circle with Stavati Aerospace. The forceful ejection that we speak of, like the idea of a volcano, is of self. When you are then blasted forth from the realms of selfhood relative to the Creator that produced the most serious difficulties for us in the past. The absurdities remain as the door swings closed. And this is talking about the left-handed path, the door to the left. They are absurd. We need the door to remain open. And your publication of this website will help tremendously. That is a guarantee. And now look at what we're doing with it. It's saving the world. We think back for a moment on the musical instant that our lives were reconnected and remind ourselves how rare it is for someone in the third density to go through this. Yeah, I've never seen any other prophecies like this. That is all for now. I have another thing for you. These are favorable things, and we are really doing them to help you. That is all for now. Then I had one last dream where my brother and I ended up getting stuck at our grandparents' house on Hexham Road in Niskayuna, New York. They weren't around, but we were really in trouble, and we couldn't get out of there. All of the doors seemed unable to open. We found a gun, but we couldn't get it to fire. So, part of the parallel lifetime is that apparently my grandfather, Papa, he worked for Disney, and he was designing the animatronics at Disney World, and they took me down there, and they had this weird ceremony in a big round room where they gave me this puzzle, and I refused the puzzle, and they all started laughing. Very sarcastically, I said, why don't you give it to the other children? I already had one of these. That's the only time I ever saw these people. Ghislaine was probably in that crowd because I found out in 2022 that she was there at Disney in 1983, or 84, I guess, which was the year that I went there. So yeah, I think that these people were hypnotizing me, and I think that there was all this stuff going on that I couldn't remember. It involved UFOs and reptilians, and my grandfather never let on that any of this stuff was happening in the regular world. But when you go through my dreams, there's all kinds of dreams where he's evil. There was no indication of that in my regular world. That's why this really shocked me, and I didn't even learn about it until I was 50 years old. Michael told me in the Michael Prophecies we talk about this. So that's what's going on here. So once again, it's a symbol of the hidden evil in the DS. We found a gun. We were really in trouble. We had to get we were trapped. We couldn't get out, and we couldn't get the gun to fire. We couldn't defend ourselves. None of the doors would open. That's what we all feel like right now. My brother Michael had the idea to shoot one of the doors locks off so we could escape this place. And then for some reason, there were parents with children at the door. We went outside to go figure out what was going on with the children. Children are being hurt. Without realizing it, that was how we got outside. And then Michael says, this is one of the grandest prophecies of all of this week. Harsh electromagnetic radiation will have to factor in at some point. Thus you see the indication of danger. Oh my God. What do you think the harsh electromagnetic radiation is? It is strongly prophetic of the data proving how various fires have been started, as we talked about last week. That is crazy, isn't it? And the indication of danger. So we're all going to learn about how they're using this harsh electromagnetic radiation to make these disasters happen. Then Michael says, Stonehenge 4 built on solid ground. And I say this is prophetic of the rebuilding of Gaza into what is promised will be the greatest architecture on earth, which Michael calls a Stonehenge 4. It's also a direct call back to the 144 prophecy, where 1 plus 44 is 45, the number of his first presidency. Stonehenge also is an ascension device. So again, the main focus here is Stonehenge 4 built on solid ground, and that would be the rebuilding of Gaza. So one of the slides we're about to see is about Gaza 2035, re-envisioning it as a high-end resort. So the Alliance says it re-envisions it as a futuristic city. Well, smart city in this case is a good thing, not a bad thing. With skyscrapers, business hubs, and a green high-tech landscape. This utopian transformation, which is positive, envisions a prosperous, modernized region where they would retain security control. The concept was already presented to their government. An Islamic cleric predicted over 20 years ago that the people of Gaza would be expelled after a major war. So remember, they're calling it Stonehenge 4. I don't know what the other 3 are, But if you look at this picture the Alliance used, sure enough, these buildings look like stone lintels, like Stonehenge. I mean, that just totally blew me away. The degree of entanglement in this time loop. Stonehenge 4, 144, the compass in the 144 direction. This investment will literally change my life, end the KC karma, and they're calling this Stonehenge 4 built on solid ground. It's amazing. This is like the best time loop week we've ever had. I hope they can still keep delivering after this, because how can you get much better than this? And we're still holding through 5,000 concurrent viewers at almost 4 hours. That's incredible. Thank you for being here, and we're about to get into the Alliance slides now. Then he says, mashed potatoes for dinner or baked would be best. We need you to get more protein in less time, hence the admonition towards sweet potatoes you got the other morning. Don't rustle away with them, as meticulous care in their cooking will make it all worthwhile. So now we know that potatoes have nicotine, and there are suggestions that this can fight certain types of illness. And in fact, I've been craving them again lately for that very reason. So this was time looped into the present. Now, it says here sweet potatoes and baked for dinner, but then this was time looped into 2006 when I transcribed it. They say sprouting is another good idea. So I write on July 1st, 2006, this is really wild. I have a whole bag of sweet potatoes that have sprouted up with 6-inch tall sprouts on the top of my refrigerator right now. It's amazing there is so much overlay to my present moment, even down to these mundane details that I never would have thought would reach this far back in time. So then in the dream, I brought the gun outside. Police-type people were looking at it. This is about the arrest of the DS again. There was an analog to the woman who I crashed into her car last night, and I just said, look, this is very minor. I'll give you $400 to fix your bumper. Let's not involve insurance. It's just going to make both of our rates go up. She actually wouldn't take my deal, and we had to go through the insurance anyway. She was crazy. So somehow this was related in the dream, where the police came, and it was just this horrible situation. Both the man and woman looked, and this is about the police coming for the DS in time loop terms. Both the man and the woman looked inside the gun and realized it looked like a certain type. It was like a socket wrench. So, building things, prophetic again of having a military company. Some of our military airplanes, of course, going to have guns on them, so this all fits very nicely. There was a socket type of thing they cranked up the gun with so it would fire properly, and they did that for me. This is like cranking up the company, getting it going, so we can peacefully defend our country. After they did that, we went back inside the house. We were frantically trying to put everything back in order. Nana and Papa were there. It didn't even seem like they noticed anything was out of order. The second part had to do with me being in a variety of situations centering around school, similar to my elementary school, Sacandaga. It seemed there was a pool there, and oh, look at this. People were trying to set up certain music videos around the pool. This is prophetic again of the pool parties, and it does appear I had many dreams of horrific abuse happening at my school at night, and I think that was one of the places they were taking me, and the only way you can remember what they do is through dreams. So it's very much about the abuse. We were swinging on these ropes, and they swing on the ropes in his parties, the pool parties. You've seen pictures of that. Tom Petty, musicians, famous celebrities. He showed up at one point. This is all about the parties. I was swimming around. Things got progressively more interesting. We were singing out popular music tunes and acting out music videos. Exactly the same thing that he was doing at his parties, the freak parties. School teachers brought in several different kinds of props, including asparagus that we could swing on like it was a long rope. And I just bought asparagus again at the store after it had been gone for literally several weeks. So that was another time loop thing. And it's supposedly the ultimate vegetable to heal your gut if you have leaky gut, which is a really bad problem. So this is another classic synchronicity example. Asparagus has been a running joke with my neighbor. I call her Harriet here. Ever since I did a palm reading for her and saw that she needed to eat more asparagus. This was a psychic hit I got. And I'm sure it was true, because she had dark circles under your eyes, and if you have those, this may help you. That same day, she had been guided to grab asparagus at the store and then decided, nope, I'm not going to do it. And then right after she told me this, asparagus shows up in the dream, so that blew me away when I was first transcribing. Tom Petty showed up with a few other people. There were several different music videos we were acting out. I started flying in the gym. I tried to draw everyone's attention to the fact that I was flying. At first, a few people were interested, but after a while, no one even cared. And so this is talking about the lack of spirituality at these parties that are being referenced. They're acting out the music videos, but nobody cares about the ascension. Nobody's even interested. I was essentially being ignored as they tried to keep acting out music videos. There was very weird symbolism in what they were doing. They were standing in a circle. And they did something with newspapers and big plastic bags. So again, ritual magic involves people in a circle, and that could represent body bags. Sure enough, I mean, this is so accurate. I can't even believe it. This woman had all these pristine bunches of asparagus that she was swinging in on like Tarzan. That symbolizes the Alliance rescuing kids. Someone complained to her about all the bags that were being used. She said they already had used them before. This was recycling. The woman thought bags should make everything okay, but the young girl was not impressed. Again, you can't just bag it up and hide everything. The Alliance is swinging in to rescue these kids like Tarzan. I was flying, but I couldn't get anybody's attention. There was a bunch of girls there. They did their own song, and the song was Blue Flies Over My Shoulder. Project Bluebeam again. Something flying over your shoulder. And it sang like the old music jingle from the movies. Let's all go to the movies. Let's all go to the movies. Let's all go to the movies and get ourselves a treat. Blue flies over my shoulder. Blue flies over. That's what we were singing. Okay, that's the deal. So then I say here that they were controlling the movie industry, and this appears to predict the drones, and it's also a callback to the blue bird and all that bird stuff that we had before. So wow, this is just so entangled. They were all dressed up like circus clowns. That's a classic symbol of evil. There was a woman again with an incredible body. I had joined all them in their singing, and I was amazed that they didn't care about my flying. That was the end. And I said here, circuses have clowns, now widely seen as a symbol of psychotic, supernatural evil. So there you have it. I think that's all the time we have. We're already at 4 o'clock, so we're going to have to skip right ahead here to, oh no, there's only a couple of things. It's just like literally 3 pages. So we're just going to go through all of my slides. Here we go. I'm not going to cut anything. So the next day, the time loop continues, and I had another prophetic dream. Once again, it features Don T. Well, who do you think that is? Oh, that's right. Donald, and then you know the rest. So this is, again, very time looped into the present. I was showing him a map of my room in the house I grew up in where the chairs used to be. My bed was marked strangely like a blueprint, and it had sacred geometry diagrams of ancient temples. So again, this is talking about Michael says, I'm going to build their embassy, and I'm going to be one of the people who controls who gets to meet these angelic beings once they come back to Earth. That's what I think this is talking about. A big theme was altruism and service to others. I kept doing good things for other people. The first example was I had a chiropractic adjustment, several good neck cracks, and my back. And this was locked again because I had just gotten chiropractic work done from a man named Vahe, who my female friend back then, Laurel, recommended to everyone. So no sooner did I get this chiropractic adjustment in 2006, but then I'm transcribing from 99, and I get a chiropractic adjustment. And then I heard 3 loud cracks on the wall immediately after I wrote this. The chiropractor was old and skinny like a shaman. When I got done with my treatment, which had been done on my own towel, he told me he usually charged $25, and I wrote him a check instead for $100. Somewhere in my mind, even as I handed it to him, I thought it should only be $50, but it was $100. That's what I gave him. He was so thankful he was crying. I told you I was watching Goliath. Billy Bob Thornton's character wins a $50 million legal judgment. In the first episode, he begins handing out $100 bills. I just watched this episode before unsealing it in the present. I don't know what the hell happens with that show. They've got hands getting cut off. They've got feet getting cut off. It's the most graphic violence I've ever seen in a show. And that's why they only got 3 stars in the 2nd season as a rating. Anyway, this was prophetic of the show that I just watched, the first episode, where he's trying to give everybody $100 bills, and they're basically like turning him down, saying, I don't want the money. So that's the end of the show. That's the end of our weekly time loop here. My reception started wearing off because the thing with Marcia became a big, big problem that led to me getting kicked out just over a month later. But nonetheless, I got my new website fully published as of the next day, Valentine's Day 1999. And then next week, we're going to begin with the reading where Michael is congratulating me for that Valentine's Day website publication. So this is where all of these time loop readings started to become visible to the world at that time. And isn't it amazing that now we're in this Maha Kumbh Mela thing? So really, really something. What a fantastic prophecy collection for just 1 week, as I've said. The time loops continue on through February 1999 and into March. And now is your chance. You can download the full Michael Prophecies. This is 7 books and 35 hours of videos. Every page of these books is loaded with time loops. They give a stunning view of 2025. They talk about sacred geometry. There's a great deal of fascinating information in there. And it really helps me out. And I'm now selling it for $144. Another odd coincidence, right? With $33 discount, now it's $144 for the whole thing. And look at how that number popped up after. I didn't even realize it till just now. Wow. That is the Maha Kumbh Mela par excellence, the 144-year cycle, concluding in February 26th of this month. So what's going to happen? I don't know. I'm excited. You can see how all the dots connect and how the ascension is revealed. We got 35 hours of video. You can get the whole thing for $144, now a very sacred price. Go to thedisclosure.com. You will not be disappointed. This will keep you very happy. It's $189 off, 35 hours of video. Type in the code concrescence, and we get a few orders. I make like maybe $1,000 when I do this. It's not that much, but it helps. So thank you if you haven't already ordered it. It really helps me out. Go again to thedisclosure.com. And now, without further ado, drum roll please. Boom. We're at 4 o'clock my time, local time, mountain time. Hopefully I can get this done in an hour. It might take a little longer, but let's hit the ground running. This is the Alliance's main voice. They've already proven themselves. We've been doing this for a whole year now, since last February, and they are giving you the updates in real time. Sometimes they freak you out a little bit, but it's meant for your own good. So I hope I can get through all this. And in fact, actually, I think what I want to do is I'm going to take another bathroom break before we get started. Let's go back and I will show you, since somebody was mentioning the moose. This is one of my favorite ones, the loose moose by the window. We showed this last week, but you get a longer version of it now. I'm going to turn off the microphone, run over, take a leak right here. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. What the hell is going on? Oh, you know what, you guys? It looks like I hadn't muted. Oh, it looks like one of the channels of my audio was muted, so we may have all had it on one side of audio only. I really apologize for that. If you were listening on headphones, I guess I had gotten it screwed up here. So anyway, let's make sure that this is properly muted. I can't believe that. I don't know. But anyway, we're going to fix it now, and you guys could hear me. So let's go. All right. So sorry about that. I hope the audio's been okay. That's kind of a shocking thing to see. But anyway, we'll turn that back up, get that fixed. Okay, now I'm going to mute myself. We're going to make sure this is good. I'll be back in just a minute. Here we go. Now we have unmuted, and let's play the loose moose.
Hi, Moosey. We love you, Moose. Yeah, you're my friend. I've seen you so many times, and you've never been mean to me. You've been good to Daddy. You want to come here and talk to me? Hi, Moosey. Oops. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't seem scared at all. We've been around each other for 4 years now, so you're not scared. No, you're not scared. I can see you. I can see you, Moosey. You want some food? Would that help you? I could throw out an apple for you. Yeah. You want an apple? Let's give him an apple. Let's give him one of these. Hi, Moosey. Look. Look. You want this? You want this? Oh, it's okay. Look, it's for you. It's for you. Yeah. You want another one? You kind of screwed that up. I'll give you another one. Oh, man. Hey, Moose. Hey. Look. Look at what I got. Hey, look, buddy.
She was
That's
way
for
over
you.
on the far side there.
That's for you.
And we are back. So, yeah, the moose is the most dangerous animal out there. I do try to make friends with them. I hardly have ever done that, but again, don't try that at home. The moose is the most dangerous animal in the forest. But anyway, I only lost 200 of you guys from taking another break. It does happen. Anyway, here we go. Now I feel much better. Somebody was like, oh my God, you can hear him peeing in the background. Yeah, you know, I'm human. You guys are crazy. I don't know. We always have trolls. Tammy Lilly says, I noticed the 144 price a few weeks ago. I thought it was very synchronistic. 144 has a very significant meaning to me also. Today has been a wild ride. It connected so many dots. Woohoo. Thank you. I didn't get any notifications today, man, says Serena Bella 111. Yeah, I get it. Take more than one apple out the first time next time. I mean, honestly, I hardly ever see the moose, but if the moose is going to show up, then, you know, I'm going to try to make friends. And, you know, it's all good. I'm watching Blink twice now. I feel sorry for you, man. One of the things I'll say, if you are going to watch the movie, just turn off your high-fidelity speakers and just use the speaker off the TV, because they have this soundtrack that's really disturbing where it goes... And there's no other sound. It's no music. It's just this like Doppler effect thing. And it's a very disturbing, jarring noise. Hello, David. Who do you want to win the Super Bowl? I don't even know. My buddy lives in Missouri, so let's say Kansas City Chiefs. Because Artie lives in Missouri, so. Arrow Eye Love Light says, a moose ran across my path maybe 25 feet away. It was huge. I was 17. I could have walked under it and had to reach up, arm fully extended to touch its belly. It ran up a steep incline like it was easy. Yeah, I get it. I mean, we have a big bull moose that is really, really scary. So anyway, let's de-shine my forehead. We don't want to have any reflective surface on my forehead. No notifications. I'm not a troll, David. I'm a dear friend just having fun like you, says RFS001. I didn't see any problem with you before. So Gaza Strip, Giants, Trump, check it out. Website again. I've been watching you since your first episode of Project Camelot. Thank you for all you do. Do you think we will see mythical creatures emerge as Ascension begins? Well, yeah, I definitely think that we're going to see angelic ETs coming back. Jackie Baby says, that's not true. We couldn't hear you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have a thing that eliminates background noise, so it's very, very unlikely that anybody would hear anything. And since I had that very strange thing with the muting, let me go ahead and mute the second 2 tracks. That was scary. I thought that I might have been on mute, but you guys would have talked about it for a long time. Getting trolled here by the alleged Archangel Raphael. I'm getting trolled again. We can take care of you guys. There's no need for this stuff. We already know what that whole thing is. Okay, back to the show. I have got quite the collection of material for you guys. This is a very amazing thing. So please hang out with us as we complete the show here, because the Alliance has given us some really dramatic stuff this week. So without further ado, let's get into it. We'll start with the one we had last week, that $100 billion is mysteriously missing. They're saying they only got 70 out of it and the rest is unaccounted for. I don't know. I think I do know. I think that it all got grifted. They call me a grifter. Stephen calls me a grifter. That's his favorite insult. This is just art and it's science and it's given to you. And if you want to donate, you can. If not, it's free. So other than watching a few ads that you can skip in 5 seconds, that's not grift. But anyway, this is the real kind of grift. If you steal $100 billion, yeah, that's a grift. So then we have 83 seconds leading us to this post, which again suggests that we're going to learn a whole lot about Saudi, and they keep reinforcing that week after week. I expect that all this stuff with the Z Fund is going to turn into that very, very soon. And again, we're in Maha Kumbh Mela, or Kumbh Mela, like Kamala. It's a great time. This was looking like it could have been something crazy. Then it turns out he was fine. He was mysteriously transferred in prison to a hospital for an MRI with no clear reason given for this move. This took place after dark to remain inconspicuous. They aimed to avoid drawing attention from other inmates or prison staff. There were lots of rumors. Again, he ended up being fine. His trial is scheduled for May the 5th. That's really not too far away. We're heading into March and then April, and boom, there it is. So 2 months. A lot of things could happen in that time. Will he have an unexpected death? Well, obviously they're worried that that might happen to him. 1.4 million views. And then they made an update. They said that he had an MRI at Brooklyn Hospital because his knee was bothering him, and he was taken back after it concluded. Now, this is where we find out that Z was being used as a front operation. And it was secretly funneling $5 billion in order to ignite various conflicts. Oh my God. So this was their piggy bank for everything, right? These various riots triggered a coup d'etat that toppled what was originally a neutral and democratic government. Just 1 month before this happened, they found a leaked call between Nuland and the ambassador exposing that she had already handpicked who was going to run the new country. They're picking a new government a month before the old government disappeared. Yeah, that's what they do. This is all going to come out, and they're already setting the stage. So you're getting the advanced view of where this is going, and I'm excited as hell. 4.7 million views. No mainstream media is getting those numbers, folks. This is the biggest news source other than Elon and Joe Rogan in the world. Post 96, and I think I had a lot to do with that. They're talking about the payout right before he left office, $221 million. Amazing how things make sense once you are asked a question. That's the entire point of this operation. It's up to you to collect, archive, and distribute in a graphic in order with the dumping of crumbs. Then it will all make sense. Once it does, we look to you to spread and get the word out. That's what I'm doing. The president needs your help. He wants full transparency for the great people of this country. Wow. So now they're using artificial intelligence to find out whether you could, in fact, pay or not. And that's, again, violating your constitutional rights. It's a disturbing revelation with no warrants or justifiable cause. If they have complete access to your financial records, They are unapologetically targeting ordinary citizens to ensure that you pay your taxes with no exceptions. Isn't that Orwellian? Well, it's also unconstitutional. So now we got 49 seconds. This brings us to post number 49. And we're talking about Grassley, Senator Grassley. Why does he have a higher amount of security? Well, again, they're all afraid they're about to be arrested. Why are they held in a secure location? They're afraid of the alliance. What has been different this week? Have secret sessions been underway? Yeah, these are secret trials we're going to find out about. If you have a secret grand jury, they've already made the hearing, they've already made the judgment, and then they're just going to announce it to everybody. That's what this is going to turn into, folks. It's going to get really, really crazy. And it's a name recognized around the world. And we're going to find out. They keep telling us who it is. So now they're still inviting this guy. Today's show, he's still there, even after these allegations. And he was, well, not today's show, I'm sorry. This was the Grammys. Despite these other allegations following MTV's awards in 2000. So there he is, clapping his hands, and this has got 500,000 views. Now we see Lady Gaga, and she's making her stand. And again, you know, a lot of people are in this camp, taking a stand while accepting her award. They are not invisible. They deserve to be lifted up. Well, there's a difference between being lifted up and being shoved in your face. I totally support human rights, but you can't try to do this to ordinary people and push it on them. That's the problem. Now, we've seen this one thousands of times, Pelosi and John McCain, that they're, you know, doing things like losing their memory or having surgery in order to prevent that say, I don't know anything, when they get exposed. So there's going to be a lot of people doing that. Now we find out that Z is a global economic hitman, working alongside the Fed, the World Bank, IMF, enslaving non-G7 nations with debt. Now we have John revealing how these types of institutions serve as tools. They can destabilize governments, and they enrich this powerful group of corporations, U.S. politicians, etc. These agents siphon funds from various entities, like the ones that we've just been exposed, Z, etc., and they funnel wealth into the hands of corporations and various families to tighten their grip. Then we have 118 seconds. And this is talking about the family that was permitted to leave immediately after a major event. That's obviously, you can tell who that is. OBL, right? Oh my God. So why were they here? Was this a coincidence? How does this connect to Saudi? And again, this is all going to be exposed. The main financial backer for various activities, if you look down about the 6th line, I can't really read any of this. They know that. Why do senior political officials have foundations? And think about the movie Taken. And are these people's backgrounds connected to various groups? Now, this is the really key part I think they want us to read. What do you need in order to prosecute senior officials? And how can you avoid any public misconception? Well, that's what the Z exposure is doing. How do you justify counter-political attacks to the mass public? We're seeing it right now. Information is vital. Our country is divided. And the media is portraying us that way, using this Z piggy bank as a slush fund. Now we see our favorite friends. Oh, you know who. They're having a crisis. Oh, yeah. And that's because they've had all the money cut off. After his decision to withdraw from this group, the director has been forced to freeze his staff and limit his travel. Now he's calling on global leaders to push them to reverse the decision because he's so desperate. So it just goes right down the list, you guys, and these are things that you might not have caught. Everybody is going through this. Everybody in this organization is going through exposure. They're going through bankruptcy. Their offices are being raided. They're being offered to resign, or they're being forced to resign. And it's all leading up to very big stuff, and it's all going to be predictable, and it's all going to be sensible, and it's going to be amazing. So I'm very excited. 6 seconds gives us this one. Some of us here are dropping crumbs, and this is the key down at the bottom, in the middle rather. He will not address the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted. Why? Because he must remain neutral. This is done for pure optics. To think otherwise is false. It should be common sense. So again, there was a lot more good people than bad. It was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network, and they're not just on one side. And they talked about Pelosi and John McCain again. And then they're talking about these nonprofit organizations. The truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. And now our good old buddy Wild Bill says, yeah, let's get this started all over again. What else is new? He is once again predicting it will happen and said they need to be fully prepared and that he thinks all of the things that you say about him must be a conspiracy. Can't be true. He warns we are not ready. He's also concerned about the new leader of health policy. Again, we're in Maha, Kumbh, Mela. Make America healthy again, right? Wow. Accusing him of spreading dangerous misinformation. And he claims he saved the lives of millions. Oh my God. 88 seconds brings us to this one. The infamous 10 days of darkness post scare tactics, and they are falling. So again, it may take 10 days once the, because the stage is being set, everybody's learning the truth at the same time. When it leads to the exposure of the truth, then you're going to get the arrests, and then it's going to take 10 days, and it might involve emergency messages on your phone. It might involve seeing activity out in the street. They'll give you numbers you can call. The movies will play things for you. I mean, I've been studying this for so long. I've been lecturing it to you for so long, and now it's all coming to a head. I am so excited, you guys. I can't even stand it. Bring on the 10 days of darkness, man. It is still coming. We are heading into that phase right now. I cannot wait. Bring it on. Let's do this. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. Remember, they kept making us think it was going to happen before. They couldn't reveal that they were going to naturally win in November with no tampering. That was the big surprise. But now the whole plan is looking very predictably arranged, and it's all playing out exactly the way we would have expected. Focus was U.S. today. Well, the real happening was in S.A. with military control, martial law, rogue missile strikes, etc. This is all necessary. Wow. And military operations in the U.S., the Great Awakening. Now he's signing with a Hollywood talent agency. Imagine that. And they got a very funny video of Jim Carrey with a face replacement. You can tell it's him just by the way he's smiling. Nobody else smiles like that. That's him. He's officially going to Hollywood. He signed with a talent agency with CAA. That's one of the big ones. Creative artists. Same agency that represents the other guy. At 82 years old, he's expected to land major deals. Well, for as long as he's still walking around free. The video shows Jim Carrey playing him with a facial overlay. And it is funny. But one of the funny things that he does may not be so funny because he says loser. But then when he says loser, he doesn't just do the L. He does the horns. It's really actually very creepy. And I kind of feel like this whole thing was inspired by the Angry Daddy character, honestly. Because it is really funny, but it reminds me of my antics as Angry Daddy. But then what the hell? Normally if you do the loser symbol, you just hold your hand up in an L, right? Or I guess it would look like that. That's how you do it, right? It's supposed to be like that. Not like this stuff. That's something totally different. So that was obviously done deliberately. And again, they're signaling. They have to keep signaling all the time. 38 seconds is talking about 4 carriers in the Pacific, to prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us, such as Russia or China or North Korea, or all 3. Increase military movement. And here's the big one at the bottom. Prepare messages of reassurance. The calm before the storm. It is going to happen, and you can see it coming, folks. This is so exciting. Now we see 600 plus children were rescued from a cult in this area of Malaysia. That's very, very good news for anybody who doesn't want to see people suffer, which I hope is you if you're watching this show. They've been rescued from horrific conditions in a major Malaysian corporation presenting itself, once again, as a charitable organization. They had a massive slave operation going on. They had a cult-like empire, and they were using it for exploitation. And some of these children were born because of this stuff going on. Woo! And we got 214, which is actually a new one, I think. We haven't seen this one before. What is Facebook? Is it a spying tool? Who created it and who really created it? Nothing is as it seems. Yeah, it was originally made by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA. And it's meant to, you know, Uncle Jack once told me, mate, we've saved billions and billions. Social media has saved us billions and billions of dollars. You get these people on there, mate, they just say whatever the hell they want. And it saves us so much money. They tell us exactly what they're doing, mate. They take pictures of their dinners. They take pictures of where they're going. They have geo-tracking on their devices, mate. We get to watch it all. It's saved us so much money. Very, very true. Very true. So then we see that this particular notorious group is posing intents, sponsored by none other than Z. Unfreaking believable. The emblems are right there. The Pentagon would airdrop things to them and later dismiss it as an error. This open collaboration has been ongoing since 2011. Z needs to be abolished, not reformed. Look at that. Now let's look at it even more up close. Sure enough, there they are, and somebody was stupid, and they did it in this tent, and now it all becomes very clear. That's not on the news yet, but I'm sure it will be. And, oh, that's right. Alive and Thriving said that it was originally called LifeLog. I have had it. Start the emergency broadcast, says Greg Gilarowski. LifeLog. Yeah, we got that. Luigi Mangione was found dead in his jail cell. Okay. There won't be any secrets soon because everyone will be telepathic, says Fuzzy Tiger Cat. Hi, Mr. Wilcock. Are you mad at Corey Good? No, I'm not mad at him. I think he's going through a very rough situation right now. He does have a show coming out pretty soon that's going to expose the people who stalked him and me. So I didn't participate in it, but in some ways I'm glad that, you know, he's going to talk about this horrible, horrible stuff that we've gone through, because nobody deserves to be treated like this, you know. But again, it's a complex situation as a result of the deposition video leaking, where he appeared to say that, you know, he made it all up and he didn't really go to space. He had told me he was going to say that before. It was his legal strategy. But unfortunately, whether that was what he said was real or not, it has essentially devalued what we did, because he said in court that he made it up. So, look, he had to make that decision. Obviously, it was going to come out one way or another, such as from transcripts. So, you know, does that make me angry? Yeah, you could say it did. But I've gotten over it. We've talked about it. And I do think that certain aspects of what he said were you know, as Chris Beskar has said, he was in the vicinity of truth. So anyway, you know, what can you do? I mean, I believed everything was going on was true. I was not in collusion with him. I believed that he was having these experiences. They sounded very similar to what I already knew. And so when you make those kind of statements, you don't really get takebacks on something like that. That's the sad truth. And that's where we're at right now. So, moving on to the deadly pace. We have good old Uncle Z saying, hey, brother, can you spare me a nuke? You gotta love my sense of humor. I do, at least. That's why I have fun doing this show. So, here it says he is now demanding that he get these weapons. That is not going to happen. He states he wants the West to fully fund his ambitions to protect his country from ongoing threats. Well, no, it's not going to protect anything. It's just going to create the end of the world. We're not going to let you do that, buddy. Sorry. Post number 204 says we are winning bigly. So it's all going to work out well. That's what they're letting us know. Now we find out Wild Bill himself is collaborating with Z. They collaborated under the guise of philanthropy, which means, you know, doing good things with your money to try to help people who are down and out. But he's really using it to advance an agenda, influence health, agriculture, and education. Z is funneling our money into these various efforts, targeting developing countries. He donated over $30 million to this organization since 2012. And his alliance is now a major beneficiary and boosting their goals. He warns that if the funding was cut, we could have Millions die. Yeah, whatever. Nobody believes that. Post number 60, this was the first of 3. And remember, 60 was in the show last week. So this is when I suddenly figured out, oh my gosh, yeah, that's right. Michael gave us 60 last week, and you also have the thing with 60 minutes. So this is the one that talked about how there's less than 10 people involved. And so again, I want to say thank you, Alliance, because you guys needed to remind me about what 60 meant in the post. I didn't even know, but now we got it. So that was awesome, and I really appreciate it. Now they say, look at the reaction on his face when we find out that the U.S. is going to be taking over this area that they were trampling. Sitting next to him, millions of people should voluntarily leave to escape the constant threat of death, and his reaction is very, very bad. He does not like the fact that they are taking away the control from him at all, and that's the point you need to focus on. Beverly Adams says Alex Jones had to say in court that he is just an actor. We know he is not. It's just a legal game that has to be played like Trump bringing warp speed. We knew the inside scoop. Scott Opper says, David, do you think Blue Beam will not happen because funding has been cut? I don't know. That's a good point. That could be really cool. Oh, CNC reported Luigi is dead in his jail cell. I guess that's a big thing that just happened. Woohoo, let's go. Diamond Hands 45 is boss man Trump sign, says Valentine Puppy. So anyway, I don't want to be here for 6 frickin' hours, and we're already definitely going to be more than 5. But I think we can keep it to 5.5 if I keep on moving. So again, the point here is don't freak out about this. This is actually taking the violence away from the people that were doing it and protecting the area under a mutual security. So we have post number 17, which is talking about how can military intelligence be applied in order to prosecute bad actors, avoiding corrupt agencies and judges. The power of the president related to the Marines. And this is why I want to help the military. I mean, I saw there was some people in here trolling me about having a military company. I mean, come on. Somebody has to do this stuff, and wouldn't you rather it be me? Because I'm as honest as it gets. I'm not going to rip anybody off. We're going to charge as little as we can, and we're going to make sure that our country is safe. So if you have a problem with that, then, you know, go ahead and walk out into the front lines over there in that small UK country. I'm sure they would love to have you. You can volunteer. They need soldiers. So if you think that this stuff is so horrible, go out and fight. That's what I got to say to you. So then they say the shills are sliding, and it says they misguided the influence of the media. They're aggressively looking to censor major platforms for slush fund money and worldwide access to expand their networks. Everything they do has been forecast and prepared for. Now we're in the final stages. And importantly, the rebuilding rules out any more of these dirty tricks. He announces that they will take over the strip and rebuild it for the people of the area. Jared has been very vocal about the waterfront property, saying it could become a highly valuable piece of real estate and that they should be moved out. Well, they're going to be moved back in. They already said that in the other post. They're going to get rebuilt and then move back in, and that's what I want too. So then post number 33, he says, I hope my time was not wasted, and everything is being monitored, recorded, and analyzed. Now, this is the one that Michael called Stonehenge 4. I don't know what the other 3 are. We know what Stonehenge number 1 is, maybe the pyramid, I don't know. Anyway, it becomes a high-end resort. It reimagines a futuristic city with skyscrapers, business, and a green high-tech landscape, prosperous and modernized region where they would have control. And again, the cleric 20 years ago predicted that these people would be expelled after a major war. But it's all being turned out for the positive. This was the only way we could get through it, so don't troll them. It's all 5D chess. Don't assume that what you see publicly is what's really going on. Now notice it's 1 minute, so once again, they gave us post 60 the second time. They reinforced the dream from last week. This again shows that they are following my work and they love what we're doing. They are very happy to be working with Archangel Michael, and they await the return, as do I, as I'm sure you do. So this is great. Less than 10 people are working on the plan, and they very likely have access to the classified information. Now we see the entire company's workforce was offered buyouts, and while I was building the slides, this 3-letter term was deleted. or no, the post actually was deleted. That's what I meant to say. It's also hard to write those 3 letters. Yeah, I had to force it in. But as I was building the slides, this disappeared, probably because the company attacked them. So it's not up there anymore. I caught it right as it went away. Their entire workforce was offered buyouts as part of a bold push to reshape and downsize the government. They've frozen hiring, even with those with conditional offers, and they are going to target newly designated enemies. I love it. Post number 21 gives us this. At this point, we are far enough along to paint the picture without jeopardizing the operation. And now what we're seeing is, and this is where the alliance, you know, all these whiners, there was all these like crybabies and whiners. It's like, oh my God, can't you guys just think this through a little bit? He's not in bed with them. Look at all the context. Look at what we already know. He had to do this right now for the optics so that later on, when they find out that there's criminal activity, the whole game changes. But this is the only way to get the war to stop right now. It had to be done this way. So please don't hate on them for that. It's ridiculous, okay? Just focus. The spy, Jonathan, known for stealing Pentagon secrets, warned that he really is not an ally and is covertly working against them. And they wouldn't say this if it wasn't true. That's why they put it in. The pro actions are purely transactional. The support comes at a price. They were expected to make concessions as part of a larger deal rather than receiving unwavering backing. And again, the U.S. is taking over. Oh, look at that. Who is being saved for last? Well, that's what they said in the posts. We all know that one if you've ever looked into it for very much. Blankety blank is being saved for last. So they're making it clear that this is not a bad thing at all. And so many people were whining and screaming. It was like, oh my God, really? Hi, David. Eva3 says, donate $100. I came across someone claiming Stavati might be scamming you. What are your thoughts on this? Yes. This is all the work of one kid. His name is Steven. He lives in Pennsylvania. We know who he is. And we are going to be suing the crap out of him. Okay? And that's coming very soon. I've already written a lot of it. It's very, very frustrating. And there is no scam. We're about to get funded. You don't scam out making stuff like this that I print on my own 3D printer, okay? This is a real company, and I do not believe he is acting on his own. This is the DS working through him in some capacity. We'll find out what it is, and he's going to have to confess. So it's very, very sad, but thank you for donating. There is no scam. Believe me, we have our own facility. We have lots of prototypes. They've already been digitally flown. It's so silly. I will be so happy when we finally actually get money and all this can be put to rest, and that's coming very, very soon. Fanny Soleil says, I am single. I don't have any boyfriend. The last time I had a boyfriend was in 2016. The last time I had a boyfriend was yesterday, sweetie. Oh my God. You know, I just have to say that, you know, when you go out to the clubs, you got to be really careful because there's all these creepy things going on right now. Oh my God. Now that's I got gay characters too. That one is Chelsea, as we've said. Anyway, what wine do you drink, Mr. Wilcock? Lyman? I don't drink anything. Boo, Steven sucks. Absolutely. I mean, this one kid has ruined my life. I mean, he really has caused us incredible amounts of damages. It's definitely going to be a very intense lawsuit when it comes out. Love you, David. You guys love the gay character. You see, that's the thing. If I was pretentious, if I was a con artist, why would I be so loose and free and just let the comedy flow where it wants to go and be silly and act like Trama? Hey, I'm your Trama. I identify as a Grans woman. All that kind of stuff, man. That's because this is the real thing. I don't have anything to defend. You know, I mean, I don't want to be hurt, but yeah, I mean, I'll be funny in whatever capacity I feel like doing just to make you laugh. That's the glory of the David Wilcock Show. So they are being saved for last, everybody. And we got post number 62. I highly recommend that you take all these crumbs and put them into a massive dump, the biggest inside approved dump in American history. That's what we're doing week after week. And now it's gotten very interestingly entangled with Archangel Michael prophecies. Now they have a negative biased post about this particular individual, BN. And this makes it very clear. Describe him in one word. You can see the bias because He's got a very, very evil look on his face. And again, people were saying the devil, Satan, psychopath, horror, evil. I mean, I read the comments and almost everybody was down on him. So they're making it very clear, no, don't freak out. We haven't cut some deal, and it's not like everything is, whipsawed on you. Just relax. It's all going to be fine. Now they already want to impeach him over this idea of Gaza already, saying that he's supporting this ethnic cleansing. Oh my God, really? Allegations of committing crimes against humanity. No. Now we got 142. This is a huge one. And how family Y was replaced, tracing the bloodlines of 3 families. And that Hitler apparently was a puppet of some kind. And then they're talking about the Titanic and who died that year, what has occurred since the fall of this, and who really is Angela and her family history. Apparently she's his daughter. Go look at their faces. She looks exactly like him, like a female version. If you haven't thought about that before, go take a look. It's crazy. What year did the Titanic sink? This is right when they were starting what they say on the bottom half there, and what they control, who approves it. Why did they glorify Titanic as a tragic love story? Yep. It was all part of this thing where the people that opposed the foundation of this group were, brought on this ship. If you were an opponent, they just sank it with you so that they got rid of everybody in a big dramatic event. And then Woodrow Wilson said, he knew that the sinking was done, and that's what led to his classic quote, "There's a power somewhere so organized, so evil, that people dare not speak above a whisper if they want to condemn it." So I'm getting tired, man. But I'll keep going. We'll get through these slides. So what really happened to the Hindenburg, we've read this one before. That was the blimp that blew up. Apparently that also was an inside job. The truth would put 99% of the people in the hospital, and it must be controlled. Yeah. Even that movie, Blink Twice, as disturbing as it is, and it has scenes of abuse and stuff, it doesn't get into the bloodletting stuff. It doesn't get into ritual magic. It doesn't get into it happening to people who are not adults. So it's still pretty tame compared to what could really happen. But still, the film is just horrible to watch. You have dread through the whole thing. And we're still holding through 4,700 people. So thank you guys for being here. I feel good. I mean, honestly, taking a pee made me feel a lot better. Now they're saying that it could be suicide if you go after the Pentagon. I believe that. We want to help them, actually. We want to sell them better stuff for less money. But anyway, Congressman Burchett warns that if you expose where the missing money goes, which is obviously to underground and off-planet bases, UFOs, all this stuff, it could be a death sentence. He blasts them that they failed every audit in history. We never asked for any accounting of where our money is going. He believes the truth will only come out if a whistleblower leaks the information online and then mysteriously disappears after shooting himself 5 times. Yeah, so everything is coming out. The administration is working on everything, and this is the big one. The military budget is like $800 billion plus a year. Think about that. That's just a massive amount of money. And, a lot of it has gone into off-ledger projects that are actually highly classified and involve extraterrestrials. And so I guess the good part is that once we find out where all the money went, we've built incredible things that will now be returned to the people, and we already are in the space age. We already have, according to Pete Peterson, 65 different locations around the galaxy where U.S. military personnel are stored all over the galaxy. So the money was spent on things that will now become the property of the people, and that has me very excited. And that's why I'm willing to risk my life to do power plants and hover cars. We are not a scam. We are not a fake company. We've been approved by all the agencies that we need to be approved by. It's all just this one guy who is constantly out there trying to say con artist, grifter, scam, etc. But we are suing him, and he knows it. And, if he gives us some names, we might be a little lighter on him. But he's going to have to do that. And it is coming. And you'll see everything once we get there. So, post 24, any person making statements they will not seek re-election was put in submission. Not everyone is going to be prosecuted for the betterment of the country, but everyone will do as they are told. So yeah, it's all coming out. Now, this is interesting. He withdrew his complaint, and the judge said the lawsuit is moving forward. And this was when he was fighting against somebody who claimed that she was a victim of him. The lawyer said that the attorney representing the victim knew it was false. The judge has refused to dismiss. But he's still going to be in today's show, if you can believe that. That's part of why I have no problem overlapping with the show. So I had built all the slides up until this point, and then I stopped for a day, and then I kept on going. So this is where I now got back in the game yesterday and finished building everything. Now we see that Z is being tied to changing regimes. This is Michael dropping a bombshell, claiming that Z and the company helped orchestrate an impeachment. Holy crap. It's right in the heart of the darkness, man. He reveals a company analyst wrote the memo that led to this happening, and it relied on an organization funded by Z. They have been doing this here and abroad. And we have 152. That brings us to number 112, where it says, important to archive. But this is a new one, actually. I think I had to copy this new, or we've hardly ever seen it. This above and the next drop have a high probability of shutting down Paul, which is the board they were on. This could indicate the whole internet. So we may still see the internet go down as the information comes out. We're probably very close to that. It is being safeguarded for these transmissions. It is not 100% secure. Who owns Paul? Why is this platform being used? Apparently it's owned by the military. What recent events occurred and why is this relevant? Now this is the big one here, folks. Look at this shit. Stay alert in major U.S. cities, D.C., sporting events, and other conservative gatherings. And we're having one today. So let's just pray that everything's going to be fine. But again, now is not a time to want to go into a conservative gathering. Now is not a time to want to go to a sporting event. And now is not a time, especially D.C., where we just had the plane crash. So that sounds very prescient, folks. And then they repeat it. Stay alert in main U.S. cities, D.C., sporting events, other conservative gatherings. More events are imminent. Elections no longer matter at this stage. Summarize and paint the picture. This is critical. So you better believe that we got to be on our best behavior and avoid these types of gatherings if at all possible. I know that's why I don't do events, because anything could happen. I haven't done events in a long time. This is really, really sad. I can't even read it, but you can see the rest. They did everything that they could to make sure that you did not know about this. And this, again, is another iteration of post number 60, the third time they reinforced a time loop from last week. So thank you, Alliance. Bless you guys. I can't wait until we get to know each other in person again in this lifetime. I have a feeling they were probably with me in other lifetimes, and we've done this before. We're saving the world together, and I'm very excited because nobody else has got a show like this, you guys, and I'm very honored to be doing this with you. Starseed Essentials donated $50. Thank you very much. When do the JFK files drop? That's in the show. That's in the show. So that slide is coming up here. It's coming. They say it's coming very soon. Friday was when they created the plan. The plan is to release them very quickly. This may be the last show I get to do. The internet may not work next week, but if I go out this way, it's going out with a bang. Wow. Talk about all these time loops. Talk about Maha, Kumbh, Mela, you know, and I got my Sanskrit character up here. I love it. I'm so excited I can't even tell you guys. So again, you can count the picture of the people who have the full picture on less than 10 hands. See, my brain is fried. I'm so tired, man. It's like 5 hours is about all I got. So I'm sorry that my verbal processor is breaking down. You can count the people who have the full picture on 2 hands. Of those less than 10, only 3 are not in the military. The rest are all military, and they probably have all these classified things available to them. So again, 3 times in a row, they do post number 60. That's because, regardless of whatever haters are going to say, the Alliance is very, very in support of what we're doing. And last week, we had that dream featuring the number 60. And we see $41 billion just got misplaced. A staggering number. An investigation into their financial handling uncovered billions in missing funds. No clear public record of where it went or how it was used. Where did the money go? Well, let's hope that we get to see those technologies in the future. I think we will. And this is post number 51, the classic one about the guy saying he wanted to take his own life because he can't stand learning about these propaganda things and the ugly stuff. I hope with all my heart that he will make good on his promise to drain the swamp. And he says he wants to join the Navy. We've read this so many times. I pray for spiritual edification and for his complete safety. The pieces are coming together. The Alliance are absolute geniuses. I would never imagine there could be any possible way to defeat this monster of corruption. And the Alliance says, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. The time has come to take back our great land. The time is now. He is backed by the absolute finest people alive, I agree, and they are all dedicated to eradicating evil and corruption from the world. Find peace. God is with us. So is Archangel Michael. God bless us and be safe. I love that one. Then we see good old Ron receive $278 million from Z. And to make it even weirder, there he is with our buddy who had the parties. Oh, right? I mean, how gross. He was accused in court, and he was also the godfather of the party guy. Unfrickin' believable. And it came through scripts, apparently. That's what we're seeing here. Then we see this really bizarre and really sadistic and disgusting gift. They're letting you know this so that you can get disgusted too. It's a golden one along with a regular one just months after thousands of them exploded with 30 deaths and 3,400 injuries. That is a sick, psychopathic thing. Unfrickin' believable. Then we see Cash is approving to bring out subpoenas for everybody that was involved in flying. Can you even believe it? It's all happening right now. This is Senator Marcia. Once he gets in there, that the subpoena that she wrote up will be approved. She also wants to declassify the Black Book. She is accusing them all of stonewalling her efforts to protect themselves. She says every ring will be named and uncovered. Unbelievable. It is happening, folks. Post number 107, you got to go back, I think, to 106 to make sense out of it. So this is where it starts. And then it says here, remember what they said. They were waiting for this. Whatever is happening now. Archive everything. So that's never been more true than right now. And they say nothing is a coincidence. We are at war. SA cut the strings. That was on November 4th, 2017. They are now scrambling for cover and using any means necessary to maintain power and control. God bless you. So that's 106. And then 107, they say code, may God also grant all of us the wisdom to ask what concrete steps we can take to reduce violence and weaponry in our midst. Note when we just sent the go orders and when the tweet went live. Is this a coincidence? Pray. So, yeah, concrete steps are being taken right now. Then we see this policy director received $100 million. What? Her name is Krish. She got it in 2023 to facilitate various activities under the pretenses of assistance. She also served as a senior advisor to the State Department, where she helped develop policies that reportedly aided in all kinds of ugly things. One unbelievable, man. And then this is the video I showed you earlier saying that aerosols have been cut off, and he also mentions that he would expect arrests to happen within a month. So that would be like March 6th. I don't know if that means it's true, but they definitely highlighted this video. He claims that ever since that these two individuals cut off the funding of Z, the skies have been completely cleaned. Not a single one in sight. Can anybody else relate to this? And many people said yes. 3.6 million views. Post number 32. Here it is. Is it 10 days? Is it 1 day? They say maybe it's 1 day, but it cannot go slow. This is one of the greatest posts. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. It's definitely coming. It will send a signal to others immediately. You will see the tide turn. Not even the media will be able to hide. Rest assured, some of them will be jailed as deep cover agents. Unbelievable. And now they're going to get audited for that missing $100 billion we talked about earlier. This was Keith, the envoy, the special envoy, confirming an audit is underway to track this money after he admitted he had no idea where it went. This individual revealed that the administration has deployed inspector generals in both countries to monitor these funds, and he also wants a new election. Well, they say that's illegal, but they're going to have to change their law. Really, really powerful stuff. And then I guess I was supposed to go to the bottom. I forgot to edit that one. But we're at post number 102. There's some coordinates there if you want to look those up. That might tell you where the funds were going through. I think I looked that up before, but I just ran out of time. I've been very tired, you guys. It's like, oh my God. Anyway, Kanye says, oh, you gotta free my friend. I don't want him to stay in there. No, that's not going to happen. He requested a pardon. Please free my brother. Nope, sorry, ain't going to happen. Now they say that they are reinstating this particular type of penalty. Leaked images from the AG. Remember, the name of the festival that we're now in is Prayag, Pray AG, right? How amazing. Pray AG, Maha, Make America Healthy Again, Kumbh, which is kind of like that, or Mela, like Kamala, and then Mela is like Melania. So here she is, Pray AG, right? Confirming the plan to reinstate this penalty. Crimes including treason, exploitation, and terrorism will once again be punishable to the maximum extent. So if people make terrorist threats towards me, maybe it's no longer a 16-year minimum sentence. Something to think about. I wouldn't recommend doing that anymore. Okay, so yeah, these are very hard to read. Somebody translated down there, but you get the point. Every week they seem to take shots at Michelle. This is a very embarrassing shot, of course, very embarrassing picture. I heard CNN was complaining. You know, I get it. It's insult comedy. Now we have a red river in Argentina. It says it turned bloody red, sparking fear and concern among locals. Strong, unpleasant odor coming from the water. Authorities are now collecting samples to uncover the cause of this shocking transformation. Well, after World War II, where did a lot of these evil guys go? They went into countries like this, and the biblical prophecies say the rivers will turn to blood. So if they're in an area where they have control and nobody's going to see them, they have their secret enclave, they could release chemicals and make this happen so that, again, they're trying to scare you. They want you to think biblical prophecies coming through, the rivers are turning to blood. It's all a setup, folks. Don't buy it. Live and Thriving says reinstate it. Okay, so then we got post number 44 talking about what he's going to do on Friday. He will send an important message, so let's be on the lookout this week. Now we find out that the Department of Education had the same thing that happened as Z. They can't even get into their offices. Apparently they're going to find some really nasty stuff in there. They're being blocked from entering, and it's under tight security, guards preventing access as they attempt to push in, just as he is preparing to sign an executive order to dismantle them. Does this count as insurrection? Crazy, right? I mean, I love what's happening. This is exactly the prophecy, exactly what I expected to happen, and it's happening, and people are just yawning. They don't even think anything's going on. It totally is. Post number 256, another new one for the week, and this totally blew me away, you guys. They say dates 25, 27, 28, Stringer, red, Asia. And you could say India is a part of Asia, right? Analyze the connection, learn to read the map. So dates 25, 27, 28. And they posted this before I realized that Maha Kumbh Mela was a thing. So if it's February 25th, February 27th, 28th, right? Let's go back and look at one of those slides we had before. Maha Kumbh Mela symbolizes the victory of gods over reptilian demons. In 2025, the event is expected to conclude on February 26th. And they said 25, 27, 28 dates. This is the world's largest peaceful congregation of people, 450 million praying for peace, and we only need 7,000. So the very fact that it said 25, 27, 28 is a wild synchronicity because they had that before I had it. So maybe they did know about Maha Kumbh Mela. It's entirely possible. Or maybe they could foresee that I was going to know this. I don't know. It really, really tripped me out. But then I ask, is something significant going to happen on February the 26th, the end of Maha Kumbh Mela? Shilbo Baggins, that's really funny. David, did you listen to the alleged alien audio leaked on 4chan 2 weeks ago? It was apparently an intraterrestrial from an egg in Antarctica. I wouldn't believe anything like that at all. If you want positive ET messages, listen to this show. Kaleidoscope Eyes, I'm tired too. I woke up at 3:30 this morning. I could not go back to sleep. I got up at 4 o'clock. I worked from 6 to 10 for the third Sunday in a row I've worked. I'm 65 years of age. Yeah, I'm actually pretty good. You know, I was way more tired last week. But you know, these lights are very bright. My eyes get sore. And, oh, it's pronounced Kumbh Mela. Thank you. Ms. Sunny said that. Kumbh Mela. I'll try to remember that. He's holding a press briefing on his jet on the way to the Super Bowl. He's so transparent with us. It's so cool. Oh my gosh. Koyman McKazy. Thank you, buddy. I think you're the heavyweight champion of the week. $300. Something to keep the lights on. I'm looking forward to buying my Stavati Roadster SPP. Can anyone figure out what SPP means? I don't know. Yeah, so we are going to be selling a beautiful, looks like a Ferrari, Porsche, or Lamborghini. That deal is moving forward. We're waiting for the end of Chinese New Year, and that's actually like next week. Plus we got the India deal, plus we got a Middle East deal. There's amazing things happening. 3 different deals that are very, very huge. Again, thank you, Koyman. $300 is a wonderful donation, and I'm really grateful that you did that. UFO Mark says, wow, thank you, Koyman, everyone, so much for your tremendously generous donations. Smash the like button if you haven't already done so. We're coming up on the 5-hour mark, and we're just about done. So again, is there something significant that's going to be happening on February the 26th? Because what did it say? Post 256 says dates 25, 27, 28. I mean, honestly, that was one of the most shocking things of the week. It's a new post. And 26 is the only date missing in this string of 3. So, wow, I think maybe the Alliance is going to celebrate the end of Kumbh Mela with something really, really powerful. Let's hope so. I'm assuming that person is right when they say that's how it's pronounced. Anyway. So now they're shutting down poultry over 7 measly cases. This is the same thing. They don't want you to have food. All of the surrounding suburbs have been ordered to shut down all the poultry markets following a week of only 7 bird flu cases. The governor is announcing a temporary closure of these markets, allegedly for your safety. The affected markets are now prohibited to receive any new food, and they must meet strict regulations before they can reopen. It sounds like just 15 days to stop. Ugh, I would not want to be in New York right now. So, again, Vacapalo, you go to my website, divincosmos.com for that. Thank you. 91 is this one here, and we've talked about this before, that gangs can be paid to kill. The truth is mind-blowing, cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. And then we're hearing again that Z spent millions of dollars in order to make clouds, and we know what that really is. They have spent millions of our dollars on this, a staggering $2.4 million to Southern Nevada Water Authority, another $2 million in Nevada System of Higher Education, controlling colleges, universities, and research institutions, another conspiracy theory proven true. And then if you really want to look at all the details, here it is. You can pause that. You can see it's highlighted several times, the same phrase of the seeding of clouds, $2.4 million. Now they say that the Pentagon has misplaced, quote unquote, trillions of dollars, which would be these Area 51 type of things. And they will be investigating this. And he said himself, we're talking about trillions of dollars being absolutely wasted, perhaps illegally. They've never passed a single audit. Post number 76, and this is one that we've seen many times before about martial law being located, that all of this money was flowing into these groups from this country, SA. And they say, have faith, these crumbs in time will equate to the biggest drops ever disclosed. So this is going to be a major part of what we get. And just like you asked, the JFK files are about to be released. The long-awaited files are about to be released as the Director of National Intelligence has officially delivered a plan to the White House in accordance with the executive order. He has made it clear redactions are no longer consistent with public interest. I love it. You know what's going to happen. The files will expose names of agency employees, intelligence assets, sources and methods still used by spies today, as well as classified covert operations that are still in action. Oh my goodness. 1.4 million views. Now we see Joe has been cut off from getting briefings. This doesn't mean his clearance was revoked. That somebody fought them on the community notes about that. And then they say it down here. This is the top part. Welcome to the New Republic. The first time that the security was terminated, But then they say, oh, post number 10, of course, good people were forced into bed with evil. Could you live with yourself, helping to cover up such evil acts if you were given a safe way out? These people worship the devil, and some of them actually show it openly. So then they say there's a false community note pending under this post by Perceptive Banana Jacana. What do you think the banana is about? Oh my God. Claiming that he revoked the other guy's security. This is incorrect. He only discontinued providing intelligence briefings. He did not revoke the clearance. He couldn't. He wasn't allowed to by the military. People who don't know how to read should not be allowed to write a community note. That's what they were talking about. And he says there are fake community notes appearing under this post because people don't know how to read and comprehend things. The security clearance was not revoked. He simply decided to stop providing intelligence briefings. What's the difference? If you revoke your clearance, you lose permission to see anything classified. If you're denied briefings, you aren't given certain updates, but your clearance isn't taken away. Revocation removes all access. Denial only limits some information, which he got anyway from the Alliance. Hopefully this helps. Now we have V, who is blowing the lid off of the collusion between Z and the media. He was right once again. He told Tucker that they control everything, including the press overseas, that this is heavily funded by Z, all the media that we see throughout Europe actually, and this was confirmed by WK, exposing that Z had bankrolled, get this, 6,200 journalists, 707 media outlets, 279 non-governmental media organizations, and 90% of the media in this particular country. Wow. It's so huge, and it all got cut off. So they're not going to be writing anymore when they don't get paid. To those watching, and you know who you are, you have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know is right, or suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the internet, we will be ready. So then we see that Idaho is bringing back a good old-fashioned method. And why did I say let's do it? Because there's a classic story, if you've ever heard about this. Oh, somebody just said, Russ Kaiser, I bought free-range eggs at a mom-and-pop grocery store for $3.35 a dozen because they never ate toxic laying mash. Their price never went up. Search free-range egg sales in your area. Yeah, we can't get anything. And somebody said, and a partridge in a pear tree. No problem. China will pick up the slack. Snake pit in turmoil. Live and Thriving says T-Mobile Starlink working partnership has been announced. That's cool. Random Question says, look in the mirror. When the process of ascension begins, will things such as cancer or MS be something we will be able to get rid of on our own? Yes. Certain people will ascend more than others. It depends on how much you follow Jesus' teachings. And those people who have that level of activation will be able to do their own healings. That's a big part of it. If you've had damage from any treatments or anything like that. So anyway, getting back to this, there was a guy who was shot to death in this type of a method, and right before they were going to do it, he yells out, "Let's do it!" And this is the hidden secret of the Nike slogan, "Just do it." That's where it came from. So it's just a joke because I knew I'd be very punchy by this point. Wendy says she gets her eggs from the backyard. Yeah, but the problem is, can you get your chicks to lay eggs too? I mean, sometimes chickens don't lay eggs. That's a problem. Anyway, we're very close to the end now. So we're just about done. So hang in there with me, folks. They've advanced a bill to make this the state's primary method. Idaho could become the only state that would use this as their primary method. All 9 House Dems opposed the bill. Actually, compared to other methods, it's probably pretty darn good. I think that, you know, it happens so fast. Like, we know that when people sometimes get shot, they don't even notice it right away. So it's a little gory and violent and dramatic, but I think that, you know, the electric chair would be way freaking worse. That's going to hurt way more. That's why they don't do it anymore. Lethal injection's probably way worse. So yeah, if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick that one because it's like, it's over so fast, you don't even know what happened. Anyway, then we see that it's 90 seconds, post number 90. We need you to come back and confirm. They say confirmed. This is classified, HRC. And then they mistakenly say blankety blank instead of what it would normally be said. This was very funny. While they were discussing Cuba, does anyone else remember the conspiracy theory they are the same person? I don't think that's true. But look at that screen. It says live CNN. Read the top. Blank associate. So did somebody troll them? Maybe they did. I mean, or maybe it was a legitimate typo, but it's hilarious. Freaking hilarious. And then they got this at the bottom. That's 20 seconds, which brings us to this one. Military generals on the White House list attending separate meetings. Certain rooms renovated to become SCIFs. So this means it's all being done in classified programs. And now FEMA is under investigation. This has caused major panic within the agency. They've got access to their network. A small team is unlocking their private sensitive information, and they're digging into data on their grants. He's pledged that he may have to dismantle the entire agency. And after how they handled the hurricane, yeah, seems pretty predictable there. Post number 50. This is one that I just can't read, and they probably knew I'd be at this point. So we're just going to blow right through that one. Why are wars so important? Who benefits? Think of a powerful single entity. Oh, and we had another really nice donation. Carl Heron donated another $100. This is going to be a good week for me. Carl Heron says, February 26th is my birthday, oddly enough. 144 degrees is south-southeast on the compass, and India is southeast-ish from you. Well, thank you, Carl. That's an amazing gift, and I really appreciate your help. Elisa Taylor says, hey, David, on your website, how to ensure that it only costs $144? I only have $300 in my bank, can't overdraft. I don't see the discount code option. Anyone can answer. The discount code is concrescence, so you have to type it in. If you can't find it, email the staff on the website, thedisclosure.com. We have a robust 8-person customer service team. They will be happy to help you. Make sure you get it done right. Everything will be good. Hail Von Carl, hail, hail. So we can tell that's a troll, so we can, take care of that very nicely. Thank you. All right, back to the slides. He's being offered a big military bribe with our dollars. What the hell? He wants young people, 18 to 24, they'll get a free home loan, free education, and quote-unquote high financial security if they sign up for the meat grinder for a 1-year commitment, which basically I don't think any of them will be around after 1 year if this thing doesn't stop. And guess who will be paying for this? Yep, sure enough. Unfreaking believable. 1 minute and 2 seconds brings us to post 62. And I highly recommend someone takes all of this and puts it into a massive dump, the biggest inside dump in history. Attorneys are being notified, and they are beginning to understand. That is really true now. And last but not, I think this might be one of the last ones at least. The company Front Anonymous is furious about losing Z, and they're going after it. I didn't realize that they were backed by the company until now. They are furious over the termination of Z, and they're issuing dire warnings. They claim that these policies will trigger hyperinflation and are calling it economic warfare. Nobody's listening. We all know what this is. Even more revealing, they're outraged over federal employees being fired and demanding that these people are allowed to stay. How much money were they getting? Apparently quite a bit. So 3 minutes, 50 seconds brings us to 2:30, and they say, test, test. The board is infiltrated. Future posts will be relayed here. Well, maybe they're talking about my show. I don't know. I'm happy to be serving. Thank you, guys. And then they say that the fire has destroyed the evidence at this particular horrible individual's place. His hideout erupted in flames. Emergency crews rushed to the scene. It tore through nearby garages. He was once closely linked to the king and to the prime minister, and they buried him at 45 degrees. We've had a lot of 45s this week. And they confirmed, and they posted this after they knew that. So that was cool. Another shout out. Police Scotland confirmed the area was on lockdown. Once again, typical evidence destruction. 3.4 million views, so that's totally massive. There's a video of the fire. There's a picture of the 45-degree angle up at the top. And then, this very evil person. 44 seconds brings us to this. Again, warning that something's going to happen on Friday. So get ready for that. And now we see that Z also funded future organizations, college educations of future leaders who falsely claimed birth to secure financial aid, even though he was actually born in New Mexico. Unbelievable. They bankrolled his education. He would later become one of the world's most notorious individuals. He died on September 30th, 2011, by a drone strike. And it was controversial at the time because it was believed he was an American citizen. Now we see that they even want to audit the Fed. and they want to use Ron to do it. They want to have a full-scale audit. G. Edward Griffin, the legendary author of Jekyll Island, outlines 7 compelling reasons why this should happen. Number 1, it is incapable of accomplishing stated objectives. Number 2, it is a cartel operating against our interest. It is the supreme instrument of usury. It generates our most unfair tax. It encourages war, destabilizes the economy, an instrument of totalitarianism. And then we've got 45. And who is attempting to change the narrative and soften the acts forthcoming this weekend. So again, something big is going to happen this week. I can't wait for next week. I hope I get to do a show. Hope we don't lose the internet. Now they're talking about how people are writing community notes on X. And he says, hi, Elon, why are they being allowed to do this? So again, listen to the Alliance. That's what I would recommend. So they're saying, oh, this is false. He was not closely linked. And he posts these mainstream media links to that. And then the author is Sunny Sandalwood Emu. Oh my God. Can't make this stuff up. Now, once again, the number 45 pops up. They're going to do 45 new agents to make these audits of these 3 agencies. And you can see what they are. He has now instructed Elon to hire 40, imagine that, 45. How many times have we heard that this week? Handpicked at his discretion to conduct this very valuable audit. Claim these agents are expected to uncover hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud and abuse. The Pentagon alone lost trillions of dollars. Wow. Post number 40, again, is the DJT initials in alphanumerics. And lo and behold, we are now finally up to our Global Peace Meditation. We'll get this one done quickly, you guys, so we don't have to keep you here for very long. So I want to thank you guys for being here. Yeah, I kept it to a little over 5 hours. I'm hanging tough, though. I feel good. What a week, huh? I mean, all of this stuff with the 144-year celebration that it was predicted 1,200 years ago. You got Kamala in there. You got Melania in there. You got the trumpet in there. Pray AG, make America healthy again. Then it's like the time that the angel visited Casey. The time loops were so amazing this week. The 144 compass direction. It's so amazing that we're getting this deal with India. I'm really excited about that. And all these 450 million people praying for peace. So let's join them right now. Paul Cannon says, let's do it. Power meditation. All right, without further ado, we are in the Global Peace Meditation now. So we'll start on the incredibly tight, invasive shot of my face. It's nice. I got almost a foot-long lens on this, so you get this beautiful, blanking out in the background. Anyway, all we're going to do now is close our eyes. Beth Fleury, thank you very much, but any donations right now I'm not going to see. Okay, so let's close your eyes, put both feet flat on the floor, take in a nice deep breath, and let it go. How amazing as we breathe deeply, following that path of our breath. How amazing that we're in such a huge astronomical alignment. 144-year Jupiter cycle, 12 cycles of Jupiter. All of this culminating on February 26th, right in the group of dates that the Alliance has given us. Where is this going? As we breathe into the silence, we raise our hopes of peace. 450 million people praying for peace around the world right now. Follow that peace. Follow your breath to a place of safety, to a place of confidence. Everything that the Alliance promised you is coming true. They are fulfilling exactly what they told us they were going to do. Going deeper into the silence, finding that peace, finding that stillness. Realizing that no matter what happens, we are always safe, we are always protected. Taking this light, taking this healing energy that we raised, sending it out to the world, to all those in need of prayer and healing. So grateful to the Alliance, so grateful to Archangel Michael and angelic ETs. Grateful for all of the beautiful prophecies that we now see coming true. And we remember always that we are the light, we are the love. We are unified with the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And so it is. Embracing that light, breathing it in, and sending it to all others, and mostly knowing also that we have to love ourselves. Without self-love, all is lost. Giving thanks to the Logos, to Jesus the Christ, the fulfillment of the promise of the second coming is upon us now. This breathtaking year 2025, predicted 1,200 years ago, coming to fruition in Maha Kumbh Mela. And so it is. All right, now you can breathe your way back into the room. Come on back, folks. And we're at 5 minutes and 14 seconds, so we're going to end this very soon. I want to thank you guys for being here. Thank you for showing up today. I really appreciate your help. This is David Wilcock. Tune in next week, same bat channel, same bat time. Gail Malcolm, love you, David. Thank you so much. Wow, what a great show. Al Walker, thank you, David. Peace be with you. I look forward to watching you and Angry Daddy every Sunday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. P.S. Trama is too cool too. Thank you, Angry David. I'm not the angry one, it's Daddy. Okay? Live and Thriving says Aum. We lost a lot of people here, but that's going to happen. Super Bowl is on Tubi for free, says Sunflower Heart. Okay. Thank you, David. Love to all. Thank you. Another great show. Yeah, I feel great about this. Hopefully, I won't have to get out so much material every week anymore. It won't have to be 5 hours, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Tune in next week. Until then, we love you. God bless you. God bless the Alliance. Let's get this job done. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. Thanks, and we'll see you next time.